little bit awkward, but they're generally fixed quite quickly. And we are back into the action. Yeah, again, another important round for 9Z to stop this Faze domination.
Let's see what have they got in response for us as we see a bit of an aggression coming through already. It's a bold call, and GT, his timing could be excellent. It could be excellent. It is. He gets 2. That's fantastic.
Could be big. Can they hold on to a 5-on-3, I suppose, now the question becomes. You would hope so. Otherwise, we have some serious problems. Backing away here, Frozen taking it slowly. They're looking to try and group up. They found pretty good success on their A executes, so might look to do that once again. Twist lining up for Con, I do believe. I think it will be Window in the end. Either way, they're looking for that mid control and just try and work from there. Only 35 seconds left on this clock, though, now. Not a lot of time to go with.
Definitely need to be careful. This could get a little bit funky. Faze. It might be a late con play. Also inherently risky because Mayen's here. Gonna try to dive up short, and Luchov can meet them. And with the support of Mayen, that'll sheet off the round. Broki's all spotted. He hits a nice shot, sure, but it's not going to change the outcome. He's all that's left. This round is done. Teddy's going to get rid of the AWP as well. You can even argue unnecessary, but just making sure. Fantastic, though. Really, really good round. A bit of a change up in the idea there by 9Z, and it just works brilliantly, right? They just go for a bit more of an aggressive move in towards mid. They really try and put the pressure on nice and early, and they do, and just can't compete, unfortunately, Faze. They fall very flat.
Yeah, it is true. It is true. I mean, it's a tough opener for them, right? Broky back with a vengeance, does get caught there after finding the first, but Faze a little annoyed here as they move in quickly, trying to change up that pace and respond immediately. It feels good. It looks good. They've got control of A. The bomb going to go down. This is going to be very, very careful on the edge of this smoke. Somehow surviving. The fact that he does, doing all this damage, is big, but nobody around him is really able to chime in. Max catches one distracted, but now needs 3 more. And I would say in a 1 versus 3, they're not quite low enough. Oh, misses the head. Nade might get it done. But he pushes forwards, takes the fight. Nade 2 to clean him up, and Faze respond immediately.
That's it. Really keeping them on their toes as well. This is good. For Faze, it was a bit of a lackluster start, but generally speaking, I think if they can end on a high note, which it feels like what we're seeing at the moment is looking like that, I still have these worries for 9Z on that T side. I'll say it all the way until I see something change. Fundamentally, Faze, nice little counterplay back and forth, and you can really see this kind of playing in the minds between Twist and Max, who are both quite proactive IGLs. Both really like to kind of get themselves into the middle of a lot of these fights. And speaking of, Max is going to do exactly that. Towards balcony, the molly will come down, he'll then swing. He goes dry though, that feels unnecessary.
Maybe a little, it's picking up pace here. Brought back even, DGT finding a key frag. That is a leg, not quite the kill. Will it make a difference? DGT goes down, but he's made a bit of space. Mayen on this M4, looking for more, will go down. Paso now left in the clutch. Creeps through, somehow that works. They're not ready for him, but Frozen finds the head, and it's big for Faze. Nice responses, probably their hardest fought round in quite some time. Closest that it's come, and they even up that scoreline.
Yeah, just getting very loud as well. Really trying to let them know. 9Z just the other side of that little wall. And trying to keep those vibes high, but again, you can kind of see with the run arounds, and since The money has really been in play. It's Faze who are taking the bulk of these rounds. The gun rounds are really helping them out. 9Z, this scoreline being tied is really alleviated by the pistol and the forces behind it. Speaking of, we do have a sort of half to force buy here. Upgraded pistols and a bit of armor. And now one smoke left for 9Z for the remainder of this round.
Brokey feels like the danger man for this one. I'm just waiting for a move. There it is, a little shoulder. But nothing happening just yet. Smoke goes down. And 9Z keep them guessing. What does the round look like? 9Z are going to stack this A bomb site super heavily, so definitely a fan of the idea. Faze really taking their time with this. Could get scary if they're not careful.
Speaking of time, 35 seconds. Love leaving it late. But again, it's this lack of firepower that always is going to be the issue. Twists taking a dink as Jacob gets a double to begin things. Frozen on the swing. He'll lose his head. DGT does very well. But Jacob getting down with the spot of Brokey. He's giving them space towards A. And they win it by brute force alone. Faze diving in towards the A side. It was heavily manned, but it won't make a difference. As they guarantee worst case scenario is a tied game. They have won 6 out of the last 7 rounds, Faze. They are cooking, and they take a lead in towards their CT side. I really can't see 9Z taking this.
Yep. Certainly worried now for 9Z. It started very well, but they have dropped off. I mean, look, they're keeping the scoreline close. Gives them a chance into that second half, but we know the story with their T sides. Not very confident. They might be lacking confidence as well, to be honest, with the way that things have gone. Man, dealt with. Huge frag from Frozen. Great pickup from him. Luchov also going to fall, so that feels like enough in the final round of this first half. Great openers for Faze.
They're only 3 at 9Z in this round. Don't know what to even do from a spot like this. I do like this move by Wasso, though. It's being accounted for by Frozen. So smart, just to give that a double check and really do his due diligence to make sure. Ollie from Brokey doesn't force out a fight from Max. He's waiting for a swing, and both him and Mayan are here together towards B. Brokey, at least for now, it's just about drawing attention away from A, which is working. They can walk in towards the A side in just a second as nobody home.
It looks good. I think they will indeed be able to take it without a hitch in the end. Oh, and Twist lines them up. Wow. Oh my. Okay, what a way to close it out. 7-5 for Faze. Feels very, very doable, but 9Z could bounce back. We'll find out after the half.
Really, really good resurgence coming through from Faze. And I think from them, where it started on the back foot, 9Z, that pistol really gave them a little bit of a foundation to start. I think without it, 9Z really would have been in trouble. state gods are favoring Faze, and I think it's pretty safe to say that both of us are as well. Frozen boost up on the box. You got Brokey playing up towards balcony, and Twist is not too far away. Oh, they could be walking into the numbers here. This could get really uncomfortable.
It's a nice molly. Starts off proceedings, flashes over the top. Not quite going to be effective enough. Frozen boosted up. Has he been seen there? Oh my goodness, it's so weird. He will, however, wait for his moment. And he will capitalize. Great round from Frozen in the end. I wasn't sure if he'd been spotted out, but wasn't the case. Really great pickups, and a big pistol for Faze is going to spread the game now. And I think 9Z are really, really going to struggle then to close this gap and to remain competitive here. They just got to hope for that overpass.
Yeah, exactly. And to be fair, taking this to a third map would be really beneficial for 9Z, just because we know that decider lane quite favorably for them, but it's also the risk of that overpass. I've not been impressed. I even said it yesterday when they nearly squandered it. I don't want them picking into this map anymore. And I really hope FaZe have done their prep. Because if they have, in theory, it feels like 9Z should be a relatively easy side to dispatch on that map. They've really struggled, despite the amount of times they've been picking into it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't know. We lose all kind of confidence in 9Z after the past couple of days. Started well here, but again, it's a similar old story. These drop-offs, these lack of the ability to just turn the game around and keep it bouncing in their favor, and the back and forth, the momentum, the swinging pendulum that you usually get in evenly matched Counter-Strike seems to be totally missing for this team. Looking to brute force the bomb plant. Jacob's kind of in the perfect position, though, to stop any of that happening, just so long as he stays alive. We'll get one. Dishes out some good damage. It's the USP, actually, that gets it done. 3-piece on the USP in the end for Jacob. Faze moving up to 9. And just a couple rifle rounds to fend off against now.
Yeah, good work for Jacob. He's individually starting to step up a little bit. Bit of a slow start, but he picked some nice moments on that T side. He was quite crucial when we spoke about the T side getting a lot of kind of like space, and does really well here. Well, being dinked and under pressure. Good stuff. 15 and 8 for him. Leading the way for FaZe. They are 4 ahead as you come in towards this buy. Really is crucial on twists. Going to completely overlook Luchov. They've sort of traded places the way this has played. FaZe has pushed through B apps. At the same time, 9Z has sort of taken short control and taken all of mid with it.
Look at all this. They two on the backside. Insanely fast flank. There's going to be someone looking at him. Whether they're ready, though, is another question. DGT, so aware. Big find from him. That's going to force the save from the rest of the team, I would imagine. Yeah, indeed. So, take what they have into the next round. 9Z, the first and perhaps most important hurdle, has indeed been crossed. So, a good, simple gun round goes their way. We'll see how this continues to look.
Yeah, it's about building upon it now as well, which is something, to be fair, they've struggled with in the last couple of days. It's, you know, utilizing that sort of opening of the door and trying to get that into actually just a bit of real consistency. But nonetheless, it's the perfect way to approach it. When you've got a deficit as large as this as well, you kind of just got to look at it ever so slightly one round at a time rather than that bigger picture. It's a 3-round deficit now. Come back in towards this buy for FaZe, but if 9Z can go back to back, FaZe are financially going to start to struggle a little bit, especially with Brokey, Frozen, Jacob all sitting uncomfortably Under a K.
Could be problematic. 9Z. Are they going to make things interesting here? A big back-breaking round. Starting off pretty slow. 110 on the clock, and they're just holding to see if there's any kind of Faze aggression. Makes sense. Oftentimes, Faze, they lose a round, they just immediately pick up the pace, you know, simple moves like that. Max to open here. He will be traded, but still laying down some law with that first kill.
Unfortunately for Lushov, just way too many bodies there. Like a deer in headlights, didn't know where to look. And now as you start moving in towards A, gonna reset, double playing out through CT, flashes on the corner, which felt like they would be good on towards Wasso. He does take a dink, but he gets his kill, and that's ultimately all that matters as we go back into a 3 versus 3. There's a flank brewing as Frozen starting to make his move, and it's not really being accounted for as well. 2 kids, Natu and Twist. Speaking of, the latter will fall as Natu gets that trade. DGT as well, Molly on that bomb. They're keeping an eye on this ever so slightly, but time is really starting to tick. DGT a known quantity. They've just got to get rid of Wasso. And in that smoke, they're trying to stick it, but they just can't. Really decent post plant from 9Z and a lovely back-to-back round.
Yeah, really looking good, man. Really looking good. Faze now going to be seriously considering how the rest of this game is going to look. Very, very scary. As there's only 2 rounds in it, essentially only 1 round in it, as they will be hard ecoing things out. And it is, of course, that time of the game. As it starts getting a bit close, you can head on over to Stake and use code RANKED for that $10 reload every day for 7 days. Details by the banner down below. It's a stack on A. They've gone B. So going to be a quiet round here as 9Z will get that bomb down and lock it in.
Yeah, exactly that. Nothing really a Faze can do. It's a gamble that doesn't really pay off. It happens. They might try and make it expensive at the tail end. Just got to make sure, do not feed Wasso. Mac 10, don't give him loads of money to work with. Yeah, late play here. Gonna try and keep maybe as many bodies as they can as well towards the B side. They're going for a late dive. They don't have a kid, so they can't win the round. But Mei Yun doing very well to get the kills that he does, and Wasso gets 1 more with that Mac 10. Trying to make it expensive, I guess, for Faze. They do that, but I don't really think that 90 care all too much. They're pretty flush for cash.
Yeah, indeed they are. Here we go, though. Big round. Faze honestly need to win this, otherwise I think 9Z will completely flip the script. Start threatening the Mirage win. So Faze, is there more in the locker for them? They've got 1 on A at the moment. And he turns away from a flash and goes down too easily. Full execute coming in, so it's going to be a loss of the site here for sure. Plan might take a moment as the bomb is all the way at the back. They're just trying to see what the response looks like, but it's a lot of damage done by 9Z, and Faze might even just consider a save because they're so locked out of this site right now.
I think you might be right. Unless they get a couple of kills that come quite quickly to them. Just without the kits. Do have a little bit of util, that triple smoke and a molly. There's no flashes to like facilitate fights. 9Z up 2-9 as they tie up this game. Probably wouldn't mind a Faze timeout now, to be honest. Brokey's going to get an extra kill for him. As he catches Wasso on the cross. It doesn't really bother 9Z again. All that they care about is getting rounds on the board, and this T side looking considerably more effective than we've seen in previous days for 9Z when they've got guns out. Now really starting to actually click quite well.
Indeed. Timeout comes through for Faze. They got to figure it out. It's not worked the past few rifle rounds. They've had plenty of opportunities to battle back, but it is not happening. I think they will be pretty scared of what's to come. Already gone out of hand, it's safe to say. But can they stop them getting even further? I don't know, man. This timeout going to have to be a really big deal. And 9Z looking like a slightly different team, you know, realizing that they're lucky to still be alive in this tournament. And I think they've managed to recognize some of the issues over the past couple of days, tightening up here against Faze.
They got still favoring Faze, but 9Z are starting to intrigue me the way that they're warming up a little bit. Potentially is getting really interesting. With 9Z, if they take this map, it'll vastly change the feeling of this series. They're heading towards B, and at least for the time being, this feels like the right call. The bomb's not committed, it was just a little bit of early presence, but it's only Brokey really at range with the orb. They've got a double stacking towards short, but standard B execute utility would smoke that out.
Twist in a decent spot. Really going to see some action in a moment. The short players as well. They're in the right place. Tip of the head spotted. Easy one for Frozen. And now 9Z have to be careful. Does that give the game away? There's a lot of presence here. It probably does, but they don't look too scared of it. Gonna lose another player. Meanwhile, they try and get out of the apartments, and that's also not really working. Marcel Peak is here, but there's an AWP trained. An AWP bullet with his name on it. Is he ready for that fight? Brokey actually gives it up for the time being. Very, very, very low time. Just giving full respect, knowing that he's got to get the bomb back, and indeed, he's ready for that fight. So Faze, at the key moment, they will regain their lead.
Yeah, and I think for them, you can really tell just by kind of the noise, right, how important that was for them. They could see it quite rapidly slipping away. It's a nice unorthodox setup, and they do a very good job of splitting up the pack of kind of 9Z. They're setting up for this split. That molly down and that really integral kind of couple of kills that come through into a short. It throws that idea up in the air, which is something that really 9Z struggle with, and more of the same as well as Brokey finds a shot through the smoke. Luchov the first to fall, who's not having as much impact as we're used to from him. A2, new boy, what have he got? He'll avoid the molly for now. He's waiting for the jump out. Max and Mayan do very well, but that's the bomb spill forward. Natu gonna get two. Was tempted to get a smoke down, but he might just try and fight this out. Tooth and nail, 2 versus 3. Numbers favor. Gets a dink out on towards Mayan. 23 points of HP across the remaining two of 9Z.
Bomb is on the ground. So they've got to get that back and get this plan going. Plenty of time in which to do it. But man alive, surely they just don't have the HP for this. A missed shot as well. That'll seal it in. 11-9 as Faze finding a second win towards the tail end. Not a good sign for 9Z. They've gotten stuck. I was going to say, where are the timeouts? And we are now in one, so just about able to pull them out. Maybe one headed into that round would have been a good idea, as now they're on a weaker bye, and of course, very little margin for error.
Two-round difference in this game, but Faze 2 away. Worrying times, says 9Z. I've quite a lot to talk about. Coach of Bit really trying to shore them up. 16 kills apiece. And honestly, real credit specifically to Jacob, just because he started really quite poorly, but he's had a real nice couple of multi-kill moments. This Brokey shot's always great, sort of pixel. That was enough for him. In this round, they does so well on the defense. It's even the dink on towards that third player that it just pays off in dividends. 11-9. DGT taking that first contact. We'll drop a nade behind it as Faze looking to aggress on towards ramp, which I like.
Yeah, could work out for them. But dropping back. More in the window that they've got to be concerned. And they do shore up the defenses over there. Nice find from Twist. And now moving in at Con. So Faze looking really good, really quite proactive here. It's a nice idea. They come away with one. Luchov with the double trade out. Is it going to be enough, though? They're still struggling for numbers here on the 9Z side, but it's Luchov taking over the round. The bomb needs recovering, but the numbers have been sorted. 2 versus 2. It's going to be so hard here. Flash comes in to try and work the way round. Brokey with the miss. And the trade there from DGT to get it done. 9Z, it is close. It is key as they hit 10.
Yeah, it's far from being the sort of prettiest round, right, by any means, but that really is quite important just to keep them afloat. I feel like for FaZe, if the way this round kind of plays out as well, if they lock themselves into 12 from there, I think for 9Z, in terms of their morale, they're just going to be crushed. But it's a really nice recovery. It puts 10 on the board. There still is a little bit of a hit in terms of the refinancing of this, as Max and Wasso both of them bring out Galils. And there really isn't a lot of utility. Luchov's got none. Sort of like half belts for Wasso, Max. DGT is made the with the full belt. Then again, for FaZe, they're down in top graded pistols and one hero rifle for Jacob.
Scary, really quite a scary prospect.
Yeah.
Tagged up. And they have got, like, you know, control through mid and maybe into B a little. But Luchov, he's in the apps, thank goodness. So they know what's up, and indeed, they just got to deal with twists, and then B opens up, but they're actually not fancying it. DGT finds Natu on an adventure. They've turned this Luchov move into a flank instead. And that maybe works a bit better. Go with the info that you do have, that you do know. Big damage onto Frozen. I feel like that should be enough from here. M4 reveals itself. Broken down below, lightly known about as well. Tagged up pretty heavily. Finished off by Mr. Luchov, who comes in from behind. Catches all of them, maybe. Oh, Lasso steals his moment, but 9Z able to even up the scoreline.
And now, we push into another OT, which 9Z seem to be very, very fond of. They absolutely love him. Every single game, it feels like it goes the real distance. You look back towards kind of obviously yesterday's match against Heroic, an OT to start things off on that Inferno, then towards Overpass, another overtime, and the full 24 on that map 3 of Dust 2, and then again Sharks as well. Full 24 rounds played on Inferno, the Overpass, another overtime, and the full 24 on Nuke. So 9Z, whether it's win or lose, they never have a quick game. And Brokey, that is a poor miss, and a bad time to miss as well. This advantage is taken in an imperative round, and 9Z, this could lead to them stealing away this Mirage from FaZe right at the final hurdle. Opening kill, and if FaZe lose this round, especially without any saves, they really can't bring out anything in terms of a rebuy. And it will be the final round, so they have to take an awkward force.
I think you save. I think you just call an immediate freeze here and try and save. I mean, still in the thick of it a little. Maybe someone has a hero moment. Can't necessarily save if you are Twists. The Molotov forces him back. They really do want to fight here. Also peek. He's got some space over on B, he reckons. Gonna try and make use of it. Oh, leg spotted as he's clearing all those angles very, very attentively. And it will definitely be a save for the A players now. 9Z, the first to hit 12.
Yeah, this is damning. It really is. Tough old predicament. Twist and Jacob. Also a question of can or will they save here? Definitely not for Twist. That's awkward. Jacob. He will get the trade, luckily. He's left very low. They're going to hunt, and this is the right call by 90. They've got money to work with.
Yeah, really, really, really looking good for 9Z now. Need to try and take this gun away if they can. They might get him. He's trying to hide. Oh, and he just makes it away. Not quite fast enough. Either way, 12 comes in. 9Z looking really, really good here. And even with the saved M4, bro, the buy is going to be pretty weak for Faze. So surely 9Z get it done from here.
Yeah, you'd assume from a spot like this. Oh, what a crumble for Faze. They looked so comfy for a large portion of kind of like the tail end of the first half, in towards the start of the second. Everything kind of felt like it was just locking itself into place, and yeah, they've really fallen off a cliff in, unfortunately, a really quite horrible time. So the buy, triple M4, a FAMAS on a pistol for Brokey. Honestly squeezed out a better buy than I thought they would. Not terrible amounts of util either. I see, at least for the way they've been playing for these sort of last few rounds, they're just waiting for Faze to make mistakes, and Faze are giving them those openings quite easily.
Smokes down. Simple execute here for 9Z. There's a lot of players on the Faze side. Feels pretty good, honestly. First kill for Jacob comes in. He can start playing more aggressive alongside Frozen as well. Lovely move from them, as I think they will just secure the OT. Unfortunately, simple A execute is just not quite going to cut it here, 9Z. Tried to keep it easy, tried to take the pressure off of the round. It doesn't really work for them. Still plenty of time to maybe pull off the impossible. Luchov again lurking out towards B. He's got them worried.
Oh, 40 seconds. Yeah, I was going to say, it's just about this guy in the back line and A2. And unfortunately, it feels impossible here. DG needs another heroic clutch and he won't get it. Faze, stay alive. 9Z, love an OT. And we kickstart again with another here. This side will keep saying they cannot close the game quickly. But yeah, I think they'll be really quite sad to let that one slip. They had a really nice opportunity there against that slightly lesser buy, and they just can't capitalize. So Faze get the great reset and might get a chance now at taking back their map pick.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 9Z, it obviously does look better. They've done well to remain relevant. Something that I think in the earlier days they would have really, really, really struggled with. But is it going to be enough? Now becomes the question. Nice nade to kick things off. Actually, again, the minimal damage. The nades on ramp are often disappointing. 9Z looking for more of the same, it would seem. Keep it simple, go for the A execute. So, yeah, we'll see here.
That's the idea. Jacob, caught by the flash. He's ready to fight. He spots two out towards Tetris. And he'll just drop a smoke in front of Ticket. Molly will tick him down, but he's doing a pretty good job of trying to fight behind. Brokey's going to lose his head to Luchov. Spam it through. Flash avoided. The swing through by Wasso is a bold call, and Jacob gets it while jumping. He'll fall to an HE, but Twist and Frozen combine well as Frozen finds two. And it's all on Max, the captain, who has to lead by example, and there's just too many bodies to fight from. Faze do very well to recover that round.
Yeah, momentum is with them. That's troublesome for 9Z. They don't have a lot of room to figure this out. Got to be very, very wary. It's starting to become problematic. They take the timeout once again. This could get really one-sided really quickly, and they've got to put a stop to that. So Faze battling well, where it looked like things were going to be out of their control. This is where they can really tap into some of that deeper experience and also just the preferential pick of Mirage.
Yeah. Vibes looking good though for Faze. You can really see NKJ getting nice and loud off the back of that win, and maybe now for Faze a chance really continue and try pulling further away. Lean towards window. Flashing towards mid. No one really there to fight for it. It's just trying to keep 9Z at bay for now. They've taken mid control. They're just going to leave Luchov here as they start poking and prodding elsewhere.
Also peek down below. Looking to maybe be our linchpin player at the start of this round, but nothing presenting for him, and he will back off. So 9Z now looking for a B execute. And although executes are good and great and strong, like going for the straight 5-on-5, it does, again, speak to the nature of running out of ideas. This guy's fully floating. What's that about? Just Counter-Strike, of course.
Very slow move here by 9Z. Do not want to take any chances. See if they got anything for a swing on the corner. Luchov gonna get two. Oh, brilliant work from him. Should get traded there immediately and just isn't. And with that being said, they move towards B. Surely that's the round all but done. I mean, Twist and Jacob, you've got the money. You may as well give it a go. I think Luchov's double might be enough to seal a 13th in place for 9Z.
Swing. Jacob maybe needed multiple quick. They don't have loads of time to get this one done. Down to just Twist. He's moving fast. He is going to get an awful lot of kills and really make it close, but not that that matters all that much. 9Z going to get the round. Max just plays that time the last line of defense. Works quite nicely. So a great pickup from 9Z. Sure, they have to rely on those individuals, but if that's the way you got to do it, that's the way you got to do it. They'll even things up, and still a question of who's going to take the lead moving into that second half.
It's a great little late round move there by 9Z. Luchov, this time much pacier. So get up, he's bit of an aid, but actually quite minimal damage for where it felt like it landed. 12 points on towards him. He'll still take that for sure. I don't know, Brokey would have spotted it just at the tail end, that, or the top end, may I say, that smoked a pixel, but like reacted to it.
Looking to hit towards the A-bomb site once again. As 9Z keeping it really simple in the overtime. They're not messing around. They're not looking for like early kills. They're not looking to take early fights. They just want to go for these executes. There's a bit of madness from Mayan, maybe. Just going to get awkwardly smoked off there. He's still looking for fights. Execute coming in or on the lurk. Not something you see very often. It might work out for them. He does find a kill. 1 for 1 on the site itself. And now they're kind of confused a little bit, drawn away. The AWP will go down, but draws a lot of attention. Like I say, you don't usually see an AWP by itself, so maybe they start to think that there's a couple players. There's a big flank happening, and it allows all of this space to be taken for 9Z. Bomb down as well. Nice open plant for them to work with. DGT, good damage. Finds the kill eventually. And although Twist has the information, they are in 2 different places at once. 9Z will take it. Another great move at the end of the round.
Wow. Those really late round moves by 9Z are incredibly risky. Obviously, if things kind of fall flat, but when they work, they're really quite crushing. And with that being said, where we sit now, I'm pretty concerned for FaZe. Moving back on towards their T side. 9Z has some nice moments on the CT. We did say they were slightly alleviated by the nice start. You know, it was 4 rounds on the bounce for 9Z. They only got 1 gun round in the real run of form for FaZe. So maybe that's something that FaZe are hoping they can tap back into. They got still are favouring FaZe here. Actually, partly why. It was nice moments, but they weren't always against the cleanest of kind of buys out for FaZe. And now, as we know with OT, he always got that full buy. He was essentially 7 out of the last 8 rounds. That didn't go the way of FaZe, but DGT a double. That'll absolutely change things. Brokey's AWP cannot find the trade on towards Mayan. Smoke down as well, and Brokey instinctively shoots Mayan. Tough way to fall.
It is, but they still look healthy as a team. Oh,
so you say.
I might say something. I might say something I regret. DGT gives one away. Max on the backside, but he's being watched for here. Patience might pay off for him, but no, Brokey finding a 3-piece. We all know what day it is, of course. A big round coming in for him. Might just have saved FaZe from the scary 15th. Going against them. Still not over just yet, of course. They have to try and break into a bomb site still. Not loads of time in which to do it, so they've got to start moving. I don't know, it could still go against them. This is a really big moment.
9Z, though. So many individual fights given over to Brokey. Oh, and Lasso's not going to do well enough. Neither will Luchov. What a round to take. Brokey's an excellent, but 9Z just make it too easy. They love doing this. We spoke about it yesterday. They just play in an isolated fashion where there's never an ability to trade, and that's how it felt. The first 2, I mean, the one towards Mayan, I can't really blame him too much, but the ones around it, just too easy for Brokey. It's great that he goes for that check, sure, but you've got to be able to kind of get a kill and trade, and there just never really is that feeling. They never make life super difficult for FaZe, and they'll tie this game right back up 14 apiece. Really good work by FaZe.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, you got to capitalize on what comes at you, and they've done just that, especially in those high pressure moments. And there was still, even with some of the mistakes, there was still a turning point available for 9Z. But yeah, we'll see. Big moments here. Of course, get on over, join stake at this point. Series is still going. Use code ranked for that $10 reload every day for 7 days. DGT feels like he's got a really big spot here. If he can make it work, he's going to get checked, unfortunately. I feel like I see that spot like never work.
Yeah.
It always gets like a little look. And who the hell's rushing underpass at, you know, high-level Counter-Strike? So either way, it will be the first kill for FaZe.
Is this now the real start of things to come? Boost up in towards window. Potentially, Jacob is going to go up. Nate will also join him. Luchov can't see anything above this smoke. are they going to spend their resources or the time, or a player keeping an eye trained on it? As the smoke starts to fade, he's going to reposition. 45 seconds. Faze with the numbers playing with the clock, but the way they're set up, this screams of a B hit. That's a great move by Luchov. He'll get his, and he'll fall away. With twists falling, that's probably an early warning sign they're trying to head towards B, and Max is here as he gets to. Jacob and A2 will now activate, but unfortunately, it's actually too little too late. 9Z might be about to steal it away. The arm spotted, and it's enough for Jacob to get the kill into the 1 versus 1. Has to scoop up this bomb. 10 seconds as well. I don't think he has the time. He has to win it by virtue of the frags, and Luchov just cannot give him the fight. 2 seconds, and that'll do it. Luchov playing it well at the end, just making sure that there's nothing given over. And he looks to get him at the end. He won't. It won't not matter. Okay. It's a wacky round, and the boost into window is actually a really nice call. But it's when Twists dies that it slightly falls apart there, because they know they're going towards B.
Yeah. I think there's a world in which Jacob picks up the pace, goes for that bomb. He was looking for the kill, maybe expected the other player to be nearby, and he just wasn't. I think he really could have got there with minimal resistance. Does he get the plan? Probably not, but like, you know, you can create something with that bomb. You can force a fight, maybe. Splitting hairs, unfortunately. Faze, no, they should have had that one, and it might just have cost them. Once again, 9Z looking to close it out, and Faze hoping that the trend of them struggling to do so, despite good positions, is going to keep up here. Execute coming in, fully fledged. DGT to open. Paso peak on the site itself. The AWP as well, getting confident to push through these smokes. So it looks scary. However, Faze have brought it back into a 3 versus 3 just about. There's no aggressive utility. Well, there is a HE for Max, actually, but he's not in a good spot to stop that plan. To make life awkward, goes swinging in, will fall. Luchov not able to trade just yet. Nearly gets the timing, but not quite. And Faze might be taking us for another go around. DGT, vaguely known about. Kits on the site. No time. Surely not. Surely unlosable here from Faze. He's going to be heard now. Just play it patiently. And indeed, a 10-second timer goes. He picks up the kit, but it doesn't matter. A2 takes his head off, and that will be a second overtime required.
Yeah, these two sides inseparable, but it's a 9Z classic. The games have to go the distance and some, and yeah, this double OT now, they just fall a little flat. Those two fighting towards CT, there's another world in which they line up. There was a moment there where Frozen is like half turning. I think he's just playing anti-flash, essentially. It very nearly cost him his life, which could have been a real change-up. Wasn't to be. So again, we go again. In this Mirage, those stake odds are still remaining favored for Faze, but for me, it feels difficult to really call. Max, he's got into a Christian's molly. He will get damage off and towards Frozen, but not enough for the kill, as Frozen and A2 will open up proceedings. They dive in towards B, and it's successful. I don't really think there's much that 9Z can do about this one.
No, sir. Not looking likely, but they'll probably give it a go. Ooh, maybe not, actually. It looks like they will move away to save, take the AWP in particular, of course. I would have thought they'd just throw themselves at this, but I suppose it's early enough, right? It's pretty risky cash-wise, so you do have to be a bit wary of that.
Still, Lasso getting his consolations at the tail end. Not that it makes that big of a difference. Timeout taken immediately by 9Z off the back of Faze keeps starting things well. Of course, for every overtime, you get another pause, and yeah, they're going to use this very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, same kind of story as what's happened last OT.
Yeah.
They just make sure to stop it from happening, but easier said than done. Faze really looking good. So yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. I think that there's a question of like how long can 9Z keep it up in particular. Faze obviously I think are gonna be that ever so slightly more hungry for this one just because of the importance of it. Really, really difficult for them into the next couple maps, you would say.
Yeah.
But we'll find out. Timeout taken. Can 9Z do anything with it? Maybe it is to just steady that ship.
Jacob playing anti. Moving his way forward. DZT going to give this a look. Just be careful not to overextend. There's Twist top mid and 3 under. At the same time, DGT could really be a difference maker here. If he multi-frags, be a little problematic. He'll move back in towards window. Oh, and they're boosting and they've made noise about this. So now he knows there's got to be one in towards window, surely. They've gone very loud about it. Smoke's faded, leg spotted, and Jacob still wins the fight anyway.
Yeah, nice. Frozen creeping out. Oh, that's a breakdown, isn't it? He might get another one here as well if he checks all his angles. He's not going to do so, but feels like the rest of the team have done enough. Max alone. This could be a huge crumble. Not looking good. 2 really great rounds from Faze. Again, kept simple, but leaning on those individuals who continue to perform despite a long map here.
Yeah, really stepping up when it matters most. And I think it's kind of further dabbing the fact that it's straight off the back of that 9Z timeout, and nothing changes, which is obviously going to hurt even more. Very difficult, to say the least. 17 to 15. Again, you can run us over at stake. Use that code ranked. $10 reload every day for 7 days as Twist finds the opening 2. Bluechov and DGT both to fall. Made him with AWP. He's posted on the angle. And a swing behind will lose Jacob his life, but he can still get out here and take this bottom con control with the numbers advantage.
They could. They could indeed. Ooh, barrel spotted. It's a tag. It's unfortunate for Mayan. What a kill would have done for them here. But he does not get it. Max, meanwhile, in the underpass. Can he cut them off? No, he can't. Brokey.
Ooh.
Again, looking good. An impactful kill. 4 versus 2 now, with those players being trapped in on the A bomb site. So, few options available. I like the idea of going A. And 9Z actually just sticking to their guns here, so it might work out for them. The attempt at the read not going to work out for Faze. Going to be quite low time as they work their way in towards this site.
Seconds. Leaving it late. A2 being low. Twist has got to trade immediately. He doesn't. A2 will find his. That's bomb on the back of Twist now, who's still slightly isolated. Wasso's been spotted. There's obviously a player in towards top stairs. So Brokey, he's got to activate, and he does. Good timing for him. 8 seconds to get that kill, and they will find it. Huge from Faze as they go flawless on their T side.
Yeah, it feels like a really big deal. 9Z as well been relying more on their CT sides. Head in hands moment, never a good sign. As 9Z might just have a run out of gas. Faze looking to close it out in the second bout with a somewhat flawless showing. If everything falls into place nicely for them. 9Z, meanwhile, gonna have to dig deep. They've used their timeout already. And the T sides, as it goes, have not been all that impressive. So, gonna be tough. Gonna be very, very tough for them here.
Start well, Brokey. I'll open up proceedings with that AWP. He's going to be tested further. Does have Frozen in support. And great timing on that molly to try and keep them at bay. Really nice stuff. That molly actually completely foils the plan of 9Z, and I think this map's now done. Faze hit 19 momentarily. It's a 2 versus 4 with Mayan on 37 points of HP. There is surely no chance in hell for 9Z, and they've let this slip at the worst possible time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, we see it happen once in a while, that second overtime.
Yeah, they kills a lot of people, right? I feel like it really gets to a point where you just run out of ideas. Like, the strat book's completely done, and maybe they've even figured out what their default and their timing is.
For sure. I mean, we saw that from their T side especially, right? They were just executing and executing. So it bleeds into their game as a whole. And FaZe go flawless in that second bout of overtime. Well fought by 9Z, certainly looking better. Not quite as disappointing as some of their earlier series, but FaZe might prove to be just too tough of an opponent in general, regardless of how well you are playing. They also are able to find another level there and take that first map.
Yeah, honestly, really, really impressive that they are able to kind of keep that form going and kind of keep that level, I think, really required for FaZe. They'll still be asking questions about themselves, the inability to close in regulation, the times where they're falling a little bit flat as well, but all that really matters, they do lock in a good way. Jacob ends up having a really good performance despite a really quite slow start as well, so fantastic to see from him. On an individual note as well, Frozen was in, but you kind of see across the board with the KDR and even like the KDA and whatnot, you just see that FaZe are sort of dominating a lot of the narrative, which is what we want to be seeing. They've got the firepower to do so. It's just about really essentially kind of twist facilitating them all finding their own individual moments essentially.
Yeah, absolutely, right. Absolutely. And again, able to just remain fresh and play different styles and turn things around. I think it's something that 9Z do indeed struggle with. They did well, though. They did well in regulation, I think, to kind of come back. It felt like after that first half and then feeding into the second where FaZe start building a lead, that it's like, okay, they're just not going to be able to match here on Mirage, but they do a good by Oakland.
Yeah, it is with
okay,
Rez.
bang.
Yeah.
Bang. There you go,
With
guys.
Rez, 2017. 19th of
Wow.
November.
Okay, I mean, to be
2017.
fair, I had Oakland 18 in my head.
Yeah.
So the fact that it's even older than that is kind of wild.
2017.
Yeah, because they retired, then they came back like during the COVID era a little bit with the Dignitas lineup.
Yeah.
But they unfortunately didn't do too much with that lineup.
Yeah.
So much. We got a big game on the cards here, though, of course. 1-for-1 trade out to kick things off. 9Z looking to hopefully get into a good spot to begin with.
All right. Tapping. Jacob. Looking for more than one. He'll get it. Nice work from him. We, for sure have a lot of question marks about 9Z on this map, but it's really how many errors have been plugged by Faze. They lost this map yesterday, of course, to Magic, and it didn't look super comfy. I checked in yesterday after we finished our game because obviously I was kind of like joking with Brandon. We had a very, very long game, and they didn't get a 12-0 like first half start in their match, and it was quite a funny one, and I was like, oh, damn, Magic. It's, my guys, they're falling quite flat. However, their recovery was fantastic, and the overpass actually did look really good from them. So I'm not too sure how much of it was Magic looking really good or also Faze looking really poor, and this will be a really nice sort of nice indicator for me of where they're at. They do Jacob with 3, making sure that the Monster Pop has nothing to go by.
Yeah, simple stuff. The thing for Faze is that I think this second map, you can just relax slightly in the early stages, and play that looser style. It seems to be what Twist is enjoying calling. Trying to maybe keep the spirit of Carrigan alive within the Faze squad, at least for now, right? Are you really going to adjust things too much? Potentially not. But it's tough to say. The Twist Liquid IGL era really one of well, probably the weakest point of his career, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm not a massive fan of him moving into that kind of role. Again, for the time being, what other options do they potentially have? But a map like this, a situation like this, it might just suit the way that he's been playing things out.
Yeah, agreed. So far, so good. 2-0 start on that CT side, exactly what you'd be looking for. Just get a nice bit of early breathing room. Trying to make sure that pressure doesn't kind of get to you by any means. 90 coming in towards their buy. This will be a nice early indicator of what level of 90 we're getting. We've seen them really struggle on their T sides on this map and look very, very flat. And if Faze have done even half the prep required, I feel like it should be enough to really make this first half quite difficult for 9Z.
Yeah. Max is here to find these kills, and he will do just that. Great finds from him, and Frozen deleted. 9Z immediately making themselves known here with an incredible opening rifle round. To be honest with you, it will be a save for the remaining 2. But what a statement. Some great kills. And Faze now realize very, very quickly it's not going to be plain sailing.
Berkey, he should be fine there. Sort of exiting out the other way. Yeah, he'll be okay to keep this M4 alive, but technically speaking, it's a bonus buy towards Faze. I guess, you're not kind of too annoyed in the sense that it's fallen the way that it had here, but you've got to get an immediate response. And we spoke about this a little bit yesterday. It can actually be a bit of a blessing in disguise, dropping around, but then getting an immediate sort of response. It can really actually give you a chance to sort of keep piling pressure on and make life a little uncomfortable, because it just keeps them off that max loss bonus. It sort of breaks them financially again and can give you a bit of a 2-round springboard.
Yeah, we'll see. 90 looking to string them together. Brokey like the idea. He's not able to find the shot, not able to find the favorable fight even. Boost coming in really nicely timed, and just working off of Brokey's information, it's like there's actually quite a lot of presence around Connector. Maybe try and take a fight there. So a good find for Faze.
Going, looking, he's quite imperative to actually connect to control. We saw a lot yesterday, so the way in which he really likes to kind of play around it. Very aggressive, and it can very much make or break around for 9Z. Sometimes he gets away with a lot of space. With Max falling and now having to call from the grave, 9Z, what is the plan? Contact, out B, DGT, gets one. Very quick. He deletes A2 and he just falls away. I kind of respect it. Doesn't overstay his welcome. Lucho going to get one of his own as well, but Frozen quick on the trade.
Into the even situation here. Paso Peak with a lot of space up long. Going to be slightly off kilter with the rest of the team, so depends on how they play this. Frozen does indeed have an eye on it, but something can draw him away. Paso could catch him, and indeed he has to watch a few too many angles. Does get caught. DGT really quite far back. I'm not sure why they left him all the way back there. He gets caught in the end. Bomb plant going to come in. Brokey reveals the location of one. They know vaguely about Huasa, so where's he gone, I suppose, is the question. He's actually not slowed down. Brokey has to take a fight here. Does well, does really well to bait it out. Jacob to find Mayan, and they will indeed mount that retake. Really nicely done. Again, I'm very confused, DGT, why he's not with the team.
Yeah.
But Faze will capitalize all the same.
Very, very big round to be sort of finding in that fashion. The only thing they would have liked is they just could have denied that bomb plant as well. It would have kept 9Z financially a little bit more vulnerable, but nonetheless, it looked very dicey. This shot by Brokey, not easy at all, as he catches Wasso just crossing back, and Jacob in the back lines. Easy run of things. So, turn the lead to 2 once again. Early fight by Twists, fall away from top mid. What he saw to see where for 9Z, they've got these default ideas, and DGT being left on his own, but his Nature's going to spam the smoke. He'll find Max and the bomb, which he doesn't actually have confirm on.
Yeah, could get a little strange. But the bomb going down there does slow 9Z. Makes them rethink their initial plans. And on this orb, trained in. Ready to fight. Nothing going to come his way just yet. Faze, I think, really looking to spread the difference in the early rounds, making sure not to make any mistakes. Boost coming in. Natu had eyes on and takes the initial bullets, but Luchov is still able to find that fight. Twists with a big catch. The bomb no closer to any bomb sites here, so I don't know, this doesn't feel good to me.
I'm with you, DGT. Gonna try and be one to make the move at 25 seconds. There's no room for error here at all. They're off towards Pillar, which is good, but Brokey's here for the cross. Gets one. Looking for a second, and that's with DGT. Does get one of his own alongside Luchov. They've got to clear this orb, and they do. The molly makes it awkward. Doing so actually allows for Twist to get up. He'll find one with the pistol. Looking to deny the plant. He gets him off it, and Twist does so well. Leading by example, that very nearly falls apart as DGT and Luchov give that a really good look in.
Really great finds. It is big. It is another important round. As yet again, they come close, but unfortunately not quite able twists, I think, on that flank was the one that ultimately looks good. Faze happy to come away with it. And of course, breaking that back. Despite a plant, they do indeed take it down a safer route here for 9Z.
Minute 20. Moving up towards party. A lot of pressure on the shoulders of Wasso here. To really try and deliver for them. Brokey, this is pretty good. He's spotted on. And then he sort of jumps out of panic, and that actually cost him his life and gives Wasso the opener.
Yeah, we like that. Really good find. It's going to be the AWP scooped up as well. And able to back away, so a good clean advantage, an upgrade on the weaponry. Meanwhile, out towards B. Is DGT going to be able to get anything done? He's just waiting, biding his time, contacting in as his teammates start to join the party. But the smoke on towards shore. I was going to say, it's going to slow everything down. DGT, though,
Okay.
has ripped 2 heads off. That's exactly what they needed. I don't know that they get into the round without that. Absolutely insane. Just got to be careful not to overface and give the kills back. Frozen takes one. Should be a save now. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. What a find from Nizy. And, of course, DGT himself.
Frozen. Gonna stick around a little bit to see if there's any exits, but I don't think he'll be given that luxury. Great round to find. 9Z still showing there's a little bit about them on this seaside that really worried us. It was actually late into the halves where I kind of generally felt like they fell a little bit flat. But either way, keeping a bit of pressure on up to a second now. They can start continue to scale. This mistake by Brokey is brutal. It's just that jump that it just sort of feels out of nowhere. But with the buy that they had to bring to the table, it's not a great one. They've done so unbelievably well. That's got to be a tilt, I think. Faze to let that one slip away.
Do be sure, of course, as the game starts heating up here, to get on over to Stake and use that code RANKED for the $10 reload every day for 7 days. Ooh, nice flash. Really nice flash. Max is unblinded. DGT has to swap to the secondary. He's lucky to be alive. That was dangerously close for a moment from Faze. Doesn't look set to happen here. Brokey moves on to the USP and will be dealt with. Not fancy his P2K in that situation. Either way, it is a third for 9Z, closing the gap. Faze, it's unfortunate how that round unfolds and it breaks the bank and whatnot. Their 3-round lead has very quickly come under threat now.
Yeah, showed a bit of what the seaside's about, and I think kind of like partly the worrying thing about this is that because this is such a CT-sided map, really building up a solid T-side can be enough for a 9Z team that we've seen them struggle on. Odds are so even between these two as well. Can't blame them, of course, with the scoreline looking the way it is. Twist. And no proceedings that Molly forces Lucia forward. Oh.
All right. Missed shot by Mayon. That's going to be a game changer. Absolutely no chance of getting back in now, you would say. The bomb's so far back as well. I mean, 1:15 minutes on the clock, but for the 9Z boys, they got some cash and whatnot. Might just let this round happen, you know, and maybe give it half a look or whatever. But if no kills present to you in these early extremity positions, it feels like the round is just not going to happen. They will give it a look. Don't want to play the boring game. I can respect that, but it's just not possible. All going to be down to Max. They don't have a good idea of him because of where that bomb was spotted. They definitely know about him now.
Nice find, at least. Give him that, but will he save is another question all to itself. I feel like there's probably a world in which just by virtue of them being not near enough would be fine. It's just NATO, really. They are getting closer to each other. I think Max looks like it'll be okay, but 20 seconds feels like an age as NATO continues to move around. Will he get the right timing on this? Will he even make his move up ladder as well as the other thing? In the end, saved AK. The buy around it is no issue. 49Z, plenty of money. Made an 8.3k, 5.75 as well on DGT. You're chilling, but they just want to continue keeping this pressure on. 90 go in for a timeout for them.
Yeah, difficult again when they're in the position of evening things up. Faze answer back with a really dominant round. As I say, it's one round that comes in. You have to really be careful about thinking, you know, where is the scoreline? Is it close here? And Faze, they have their bank broken. That allows some of the rounds to come back for 9Z. As soon as they're able to get the guns out again, they have a fresh idea and immediately pick up another round. So it's tough. 9Z, I think, have to realize that actually they've not found a great deal of success in the gun rounds.
What changes for 9Z? Off the back of their pause. We saw this happen actually a couple of times for 9Z towards that first map where pause called and nothing really changed for them. Once again, DGT gonna go looking out towards Monster. He's got the space to scale through in towards short. So he can take this like short wall to control this double stack. You got Jacob playing anti-flash, Nate playing contact for swing out. Smoke down, Jacob for two, spamming that smoke, works out brilliantly. Break on the nade, DGT taking a big tag as well. We'll get a kill at the very least, but so much damage dealt towards him and Mayan, and Max isn't super healthy.
Yeah, going to be tough here. I mean, still possible, but the attempt at opening up the round has just not worked there. And now what is their answer? Light flash towards Monster for Mayan to have another look. Waiting for someone to get cheeky in the connector. Meanwhile, got the boost up themselves. Could find Frozen if they fully stood. Yeah, they do indeed. And it's so close, man. No real way of getting it done. Mayan with a missed shot will be punished. 15 seconds, now less. Max does find two heads. Okay, maybe we are on, but there's just surely not enough time. Frozen has to play safe. He takes an early swing, actually drops that bomb. Could potentially argue dangerous, but he capitalizes on the low time and perhaps the panic nature of 9Z. Max will hold on to the AWP, but it's another round for Faze.
I think the quite unfortunate thing is that it comes back to that conversation we're talking about. It's the fact that it's a round that falls flat the way it does. And granted, it starts with this, right? The first is sort of there for Jacob. The second really should be traded out, but it's more a case of that is a pause that is completely unsuccessful and very, very flat. And therefore, ultimately, very, very worrying for 9Z. Whatever they spoke about in that little tactical break, nothing ended up working well. Big fight for Luchov, and he'll win out on towards Twist, but he takes a significant amount of damage before he falls.
Natu up top. Ready and waiting for a fight to come his way. Mayan might give it. If they play this for long enough, it could pay off. Looks like it might be more of an A finish from 9Z, but we're seeing some of these T-side issues really creep in again. They're a man up, and they're playing so slow. The time winding down it gives Faze more and more chances to find the big spray down at the right time. 45 seconds. Slim utility. It's about the bare bones of what you need to get going on A here. Meanwhile, Frozen trying to investigate, trying to find a kill if he can. And he will. Well found, under pressure. It cuts off long, so they know what's going to be up here. Brokey in at Optimus with this orb. He's close on the second, not quite, but third time of asking gets it done. There's a flash over. It's a team flash. It doesn't work for Brokey. It might work for the rest of the team, however, and Faze will get it done. As I said, despite the early kill, that clock being wound down, the uncomfortable nature of 9Z to close out these T-side rounds begins to plague them again.
Yeah, really, really well done. Brokey, when he misses that second shot, I really thought actually he might be in trouble, and it might actually give an opportunity for 9Z to push forward, but now guaranteed lead for Faze, which is what you should be getting on the CT side, and a chance to continue furthering it. In a great spot. And of course, with this lesser buy, a great chance for you to go and check out our partners at Stake. Use that code RANKED, $10 reloads every day, 7 days. You know the drill. This one should be a freebie for Faze to find an 8th here. Should. That's the operative word, because last time 9Z had a bit of a weirder buy, it did work out for them, but that time they did have a hero AK as well.
Brokey looking good. This map is quickly moving away from 9Z. And the overpass continues to be underwhelming, to be honest, but they continue to pick it. I think it's a really dangerous game. Third time of asking, you've had one OT win, one OT loss.
Yeah.
It's a lot of tape for Faze and the gang to go through and figure out what the hell's going wrong, and yet you still try and pick into it. In this particular series, with the way that it leans, why not pick Ancient?
Yes,
why
exactly.
not go that way and then have this as like the decider potentially, or a more middle ground map like Dust 2? It's starting to really become a problem. Faze move up to 8, and they are now threatening the 9th.
It feels very deserved. The way things are panning out right now, Faze starting to look super clean. And 9Z looking very concerning. If they cannot find a 4th at the half, we're in serious trouble. 9-3, yes, it's a CT-sided map, but it's a big ask for 9Z to get a response, where for Faze, they're looking really quite warm now. Brokey's hitting a lot of shots. Jacob's continuing his individual form after a fantastic map number 1. Small moments from Frozen 2, which are proven just his worth. Flash over, up close. Jacob will be the first to fall. DGT, a nice move. He likes going alone here, DGT, and they're leaving him to lurk, and still continue to be quite successful.
Yeah, it is possible. DGT makes the noise. Smoke will come down. Meanwhile, in Con, this feels like the space to battle back. Really got control of it. Now looking to maybe try and group up. In fact, DGT known about another great contact flash, but able to do anything with it. Not ready for Brokey at all. So it's even back up. It's that A bomb site that's super vulnerable as the bomb now starts to scale up long. Faze have to get this right. They might just get there in time.
Watch making this move. They shift as well as they get towards the top of the stairs, but flash over, ineffective on towards Wassa, but Frozen Speak is fantastic. He'll get caught by Luchov in towards Truck. Second molly, which actually gets extinguished by the smoke regardless. Bomb goes down. Nades over by Twist. He's trying to allow for them to get out here from Bank. And Dumpton is pretty awkward. Twist has got to hit a nice shot. He does. Luchov will fall, but Natu gets caught by Max. He's 2 points of HP, and Twist's pistol will catch him. Brokey will fall to May, and they know where the last guy is. They know of each other. Smoke down, and May, and will close it. So 9Z by the skin of their teeth survive with a 4th at the half, but it's still fantastic from Faze. We'll see after the break. Welcome back. It's a very good half by Faze. 8-4 is where they find themselves, but 9Z do get a fourth right at the tail end, and potentially that might start to open a door or two. We'll have to see, but a pistol round here by 9Z feels pretty imperative. The match winner prediction is still favorable for Faze over there on stake. And now I'm going to agree with them, like we were going to talk about. A lot of tape and Frozen. What a way to start. He'll see off Mayan with an incredible shot at range.
Yeah, really nice. Really, really nice, and a good way for Faze to just ignore what happened at the end there. Luchov pushing in. He's got some support as well. Blast comes round. Could be big here. Good for one. Good for two. Can he find another? He doesn't want to go for it. He doesn't want to go for it. They'll take the even numbers, supposedly, and the information as well to work with. However, if they can get out safely, Frozen finds himself in the back lines. It's difficult, though, yeah. Can you necessarily join with him? Probably not. So I think they're playing it well here. He turns into a flank. It's being kind of thought of. You can see DGT is checking. It could still be big. Frozen, right place. Right time is the question, though. Yeah, the answer given to us. He doesn't find the kill. Max does get one, and there was a fight happening there. He unfortunately loses it. It's going to be down to Luchov on those dualies. And there's no wasting of time here as Faze looking to abandon and go towards a great move.
Yeah, the thing with Luchov, he's actually got to take a fair decent amount of time here, clearing every cubby. Where's he playing from? He steps back on towards side. The bomb will go down. The dualies swing. But it's two fights and two different angles, and Frozen will see it off. He starts the round and he closes it. Really, really nicely done by him. And without Frozen, Faze don't take that pistol. Imperative to the success of a massive triple kill. And Faze can extend that lead and get closer and closer now to taking this within two.
Yeah, looking good to do so. Just got to see these rounds off, and they have opted to force here, 9Z, so gonna have to make this work. And they are potentially handing you a gift. Walking into your stack while you are on the strong weapons could be really good. Oh no. It's down to just Brokey, 1 versus 2, and he is dealt with. Faze with a highly risky call, and it does not pay off. It works for 9Z. They might just have been given that lifeline that they were looking for.
Yeah, it's a bold move. It definitely feels unnecessary, right? And I think it's just one of those for Faze that's a tilter. It really is. Like, you got such an advantage, and I think it's one of those where for Twist, it's a learning curve as an IGL. Those are the sort of rounds that, when they go wrong, and they obviously kind of mentally can quite destroy you, horrible spot to be in. And you have to try and not linger on that thought process. Like, if I just call a default, we probably win that by virtue of figuring out the information. They do go for an eco rather than matching the force buy, which is actually sort of against the grain, against the meta of what a lot of teams do at the moment. But they've got money to buy AKs and tools and X, so I can understand why they go for that.
Shot to open. Does get another as well. Traded out by the pistols. Man in the open. Okay. Looking pretty good, even if they are unarmored. Be able to see Brokey off here. Make sure he doesn't make any money. And indeed, that is the case. 9Z. Still a long road. And Faze take it in their stride. They look to get the guns out. And they look to just shut this down before the comeback even gets going. But 9Z building up some money, building up some confidence.
Okay. 3-round game now. Faze. It's reinvestment. Massively important. Lucia's gonna get very aggro here. I mean, here's all these steps, but they clear this close right. Frozen to find the first. He doesn't check the second. Luchov's gonna go for 2. He knows the steps of another player here, but Brokey. Quick trade, but still back into a 3 versus 3, and that is obviously bomb spotted as well. So how did I reset this? Brokey, Twist, and Jacob to try and save Faze.
Is it an open angle? DGT? No, he's hidden around the corner. Brokey's got a molly. Jacob's got a flash. I think if you play this well, you can actually destroy their setup. Depends on what they want to do. They're going to hard contact, though. Works into the hands of the CTs. So they swing round off of DGT's find. Brokey... Ooh, even the bomb plan isn't super likely. Molotov forces the player forwards. He is going to go straight in for the plant, and Max makes it look easy there. I think there's a set of parameters, if they'd played it slightly differently, could have worked for them. Not the way that they go, and they do get beaten out. So, big find for 9Z.
Yeah, they're trying over that contact play, which is killer, but it's this move by Luchov. Just even getting 2 from there is absolutely huge. Sure, he falls just after it, but it's, again, small things that are too easy. But for Faze, it's a bad round to lose at this sort of a time. 9Z can now really get very close to tying this up, and it puts so much pressure on your next gun round into what we expect to be a 9-8 scoreline. So a difficult one to predict, but 9Z are scaling quite well at the moment, and that's where that real worry is starting to set in place for me. For Faze, we need something masterful from the Deagles, most likely, of Twist and Frozen, to get anything out of this, and it's very unlikely.
Twists and Frozen, we look to them. But yeah, not expecting too much. Starting to get into the scary territory. I'd like to see a timeout. Faze certainly struggling as this T-side's gotten going. I mean, they were in the perfect spot. They could have moved up to 11 and then very little work required to take it over the line. But yeah, that rush call was certainly a mad one. They are going to get a couple of kills in here. I mean, up against the AWP as well. Pistols sometimes can be problematic to deal with. M4 retrieved. Nade 2 finds DGT. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Mayan left low. He moves on to the USP. Feels a bit more comfortable with that. And Twist does get overwhelmed. Goodness me, that is far too close for comfort, though.
Yeah. Really, really not comfy. The fact that we can even make rounds like that, still a little bit, you know, up in the air, and I guess, you know, really kind of keeping it quite expensive, I think it's still somewhat of a silver lining in the end. Man, you know, doing quite a good job of just bailing them out with that pistol. One round game. So the pressure on Faze here. They buy back in. He's got his AWP out. He goes alongside. Ultra Utils, they're actually moving their way up connector. They've got short water control, they've got a deep monster player, and now with connector, it gives them this sort of ease of rotation so they can start going to look for information phase of how 9Z are playing at the moment.
Tense round. Faze generally playing pretty far back. Frozen, though, does work himself slightly further forward than the rest of the team. Oh, Twist, perfect spot. It's worked out very nicely. Here's the footsteps. Can't find the next player, but does dish out the damage. They've lost one to Mayan. It's a lot of damage done to the 9Z squad, though. This doesn't look bad for Faze.
No, not at all. Jacob waiting. One overextension, but that isn't going to come for now. Under 30 seconds, are starting to move their way in. Twist trying to lead the charge. It's Jacob that first to fall, though. Twist is spending a lot of time clearing these positions. He's really feeling quite unconfident, but that's a nice shot from him. Break on the smoke. He's just unawares to the CT angle. That's it. The round's done. Frozen's not nearby. All he can do is save as he picks that all back up. And 9Z will tie this game up. Faze looking pretty flat in these T-side rounds now.
Yeah, I mean, again, the T-sides, the overpass T-side in particular, right? Really, really difficult to get going. Now that it is just down to that rush call once again, getting under their skin. Gonna take a timeout here. Fair enough. I don't want to say anything about it necessarily being too late, but they, at the very least, get it out when it matters. And now just wondering if they can break the deadlock or if 9Z are going to keep this rolling. Their map pick, of course, they're getting a little taste of that medicine that Faze might have had on their map pick, you know, just slightly more comfortable to keep it going, to pull it back, to come up with fresh ideas, and it's Faze who are now stuck.
Yeah, let's see. I don't know. I feel like for Faze, they really look quite checked out at the moment. Look pretty tilted, so you can kind of see the reaction. So they are back in 9Z ever so slightly. Fine margins over there, 1.8 to 1.9. Can Faze go against those odds that try and settle this in 2? It looks so good at the half, but since they're only that one round, and you really feel like 9Z are in a fantastic spot if they just play the sides. Jacob trying to give them some room out in towards Monster. With a deep smoke in front barrels, though, doesn't want to overextend.
I'm thinking about B, though. Trying to keep it simple. Frozen continues to get this space time and time again. And perhaps looking to be a late lurk or an annoyance for the A players. Faze are winding it down. And then a slow contact B move, I suppose. They've got 0 utility. 1 smoke just retrieved there, I think, as it changes hands. And it does seem like Twist is going to go and use that over on A. Natu's found a flash. They're looking for a super late fake out and then to just walk into B. This is dangerous, to say the least. 9Z not really biting. Oh, but the 1 kill. The 1 kill, they're debating. They get caught in rotation, or do they? Lasso peak with the triple kill despite being out of position. It nearly looks great from Faze. Unfortunately, egg all over their face.
Yeah, they were very close to getting a small window.
Counter-terrorists win.
Lasso, that's fantastic for him. He's had a very quiet game. What a time for him to step up. 3 massive kills for him. And with that being said, now it's 9Z who are pulling away. I mean, to a point now where I don't know if we are going to be able to see a response from Faze. They've really dropped off the face of the earth here. Busted us so well, though. Double digits for 9Z. I mean, 8-4 down. What a recovery from them. And what a concern that we're having at the moment for Faze, who have just fallen off the face of the earth. They've got no money to work with towards this one, so it should be a bit of a freebie of a round.
Yeah, it should be. Man alive. What has happened? Faze watching their chances at the 2-0 slip away from them in real time. Probably feels more like slow motion, to be honest. And everything gets thrown back up in the air if it goes to Ancient, because it's another unfavorable map for Faze. Deagle lands a shot, AK does the same. Luchov, this is dangerous, man. Taking the peak. They want him to do this. We'll find one. Double, triple spray down. Maybe not as dangerous as first thought, because Luchov has been working on his spray control. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I can't believe he gets away with more than 1 there. And actually, he's going to get a 4th to seal the deal as Mayan gets one in between. Luch was on a fantastic round. How he gets away with more than 1 there, I do not know, but credit to him. Fantastic work. 9Z, 2 ahead, 2 away. And taking us to that decider, which we've already spoken about, really does favor. And for 9Z, that Ancient, that looms, we even question why they're not picking into it. But if they end on such a high note like this, and what we've seen from them at the moment, I think this one all feels like the series could be up in the air now for FaZe, and they could be in real trouble.
Yeah, and just not a conversation that you want to have, especially with the way that this game looked. And they will be very, very disappointed. They managed to, you know, find a second wind on Mirage. Again, we put it down to being their map and whatnot, but, you know, we do have a look. We do have a look at that experience if they're able to do it again.
Off thirds. That's a little bit of a tilter. And the FaZe are going to win this. It'll be full buys all the way for 90 who have plenty of cash. So it still really feels like 90's map to lose, but we've also seen them really struggle from these sort of spots. So I'm not going to be fully secured in making my assumption that they'll close this just yet. We've already seen the real struggles they've had. They love an OT on this map, and they love an OT in general.
Indeed. Wild stuff. Shots ring out. Nothing landing just yet. 9Z fully dropping back. FaZe perhaps gifted around in a couple different places. Do they have what it takes to pick up another? It seems like they are going for another fake out towards A and a late B move. Really struggled to break apart some of these B setups, and they are again lacking that utility. 20 seconds here.
Yeah.
Lasso peaks in the perfect spot. They're waiting for the smoke to go down before they move. DGT just goes spraying in, though. And it's totally lost. The bomb falling too far back. Still got Max on the site itself. And he just can't plant. Here's that. Oh, no, he doesn't. Okay. I thought you heard a footstep, but not the case. Brokey gets caught. I don't know, Faze. That's just so wild on the calling department.
Yeah, it's a bad round. There's no two ways about it. And obviously, it puts you into a horrible spot now. They use their third and final timeout. But you look at what their buy is going to be. It's not going to be pretty. Brokey's got an AK. But even getting a second one, it's only really Twist who can get a kind of a second AK. If he wanted to, he's going to offer the Galil because he prioritizes the utility. So, it tells me this map is done here, and we will be heading towards that decider. 9Z, what a lock-in they've had for their CT side. Still the same woes of, yes, the T side is rough, but can't complain about the CT side. It continues to be actually pretty excellent.
No, yeah, it's true. It is true. They have looked good in their own way. Faze, a great round when the pressure was on. Not so great on the follow-up. Do they have two more left in them? I'm not super convinced the way this has been panning out. 9Z have pretty much made it all about them. They do really well. You know, they lose out the round. It's a tough clutch. It's a fair number of teams that would crumble there. One last chance to get in there, perhaps, with code rank for that $10 reload every day for 7 days. And you might just be the genius if you're able to get in before this map finishes and Faze take it to the OT.
So it's waiting for an overextension out of Monster with under a minute. We've already seen when Faze leave things late how worryingly costly it can be. Jacob trying to get an angle here. 35 seconds. This is not exactly looking confident from Faze. Looks like a finish towards A is where they're set up for. Baluchov, you can catch them in transition. Thankfully, Twist is keeping eyes trained on it. And now they'll start diving in towards A side nice and quickly. And you can leave Jacob there, essentially the guy to catch rotations. Mayan needed that shot. He misses it. Same for Wasso and Max. So Faze is going to stay alive.
For now, the one-round shootout. All to play for in 9Z. That classic demon lets them down. Closing games out continues to be a problem for 9Z. It might be a problem once again here as they all fall. They'll just about be able to squeeze together a buy. They're very lucky the money's worked in that way. It's only one kit, so that could become dangerous later on. But here we are, one round in it. Faze have struggled. Would be a classic for them to close the gap at the very last second.
Shot nearly used up by him. Here's that contact. Doesn't want to stick around for the fight. Do Faze have it in them? Take it to this OT. Another very slow round by them as we get towards the minute mark, and all we've really had is a bit of spam in this round.
Yeah, it's a quiet one. Faze again looking to wind the clock down. Often speaks to a lack of a plan for an overpass T side. Jacob, I would have loved to see him do something with that. He got out Monster there, takes the info, but trying not to go down, unfortunately. Doesn't give us an exciting close, or does he? Double kill for Jacob as they push round short. He's found the perfect timing. And overtime surely locked in. 20 seconds. They're going to look to bail on A. Oh, it's still a bit messy. Frozen finds his kill. Not loads of time for it. It's all on Max. It's all on Max. Oh, he can't drop the bomb. He can't drop the bomb. A dangerous, perilous journey from Twist to get round. Can he still do something here? No, he can't, and it's overtime required.
Wow. Faze. A bit of magic in what they do best. That Faze magic that bails them out here, and getting that reset into an OT. Now, for 9Z, how much is pressure going to get to them? Must be really annoyed to have let that one slip from what felt like a good lead and a fantastic CT showing as well. And it's right at the tail end. Couple of mistakes that just slot into place for Faze. Go again in the OT. He's won it out first time in map number 1. Stay still backing 9Z by the finest of margins. Well, this is anybody's game.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, the power is with Faze at the moment. 9Z, it's a question of whether they're going to crumble under the pressure. I feel like they've maybe already started to do so. Really worrisome, really difficult to say, but Faze might just be back. Been begging for that Molotov for such a long time. 9Z have been playing wood, very little punishment for doing so, and Faze have just not mollied it out like ever. As an idea, it's not bad, but he will just go right back towards wood. Man, going to find Frozen on that lurk. Man advantage, 9Z.
Jacob looking for a bit of a magic, or a bit of that magic that he tapped into in that previous round. Him and Natu. He settled forward here. The flash is fantastic over towards DGT. He's very blind. Natu's around that corner. Should get traded. Does as Wasso gets to Brokey. Quick swing and a find. He just doesn't expect 9Z to play through that heaven smoke. A find the all-elusive 13th, but into OT. And looking to try and build upon it again.
Timeout immediately from 9Z, in fact. As they look to get it used, it seems a bit of a trend, as this would be our 3rd overtime of this series. They've enjoyed the early timeout in an OT. I think every single time getting it used, getting it used, getting it used. Maybe it will work out, but we'll find if there is anything fresher for Faze. It's been some winding the clock down rounds. They got to come up with something a bit different. Maybe this timeout benefits them as well.
True. Just getting a brief moment to have a discussion. Bring AKJ back into it. Faze. It feels unlikely, of course, to need both of them, but if they can get 2 rounds on their T side, I feel like 9Z are really in trouble. Faze's CT look very good in its own regard.
Searching here is Brokey. He's on the right lines. There is potentially a boost on the way. I think it's DGT on the lighter information play rather than fully stacked up. Nothing presenting just yet. Brokey remaining patient. Again, though. He's on the right lines. He knows where that spray is coming from. Not necessarily able to do anything with it at the moment. It's another slow round from Faze, trying to force out the first kill. They are looking to create them a little better. But nothing happening yet.
Yeah, for the time being. Slow and steady as Faze are trying to scale their way forward. Let me offer up Jacob. He played this angle a few times. The flash is good. Full blind. He'll get DGT. He's very fortunate to get away with that one. Lucian's position here is huge. Twist is the bomb. But Twist is going to win the fight. Oh, that's a tough one to lose, same for Max. And that'll probably lose them the round. And Jacob's got a good timing on the flank.
Looking good, in all honesty. I think you might just drop and save that AWP in particular. They are on a light saving situation. They just don't know where to go. They're a little hemmed in. Mayan will go down, as will Wasau Peak. It's lovely from Brokey to close it out. It's a great round from Faze. It's flawless. And it's a slight change up. It's a slight move up in the right direction. Really, really nice round from Faze, and good to see them going for something slightly different. Just looking for some earlier kills within the round rather than all grouping on top of each other.
Yeah. Big for Faze. Like I said, 2T side, and it will be really kind of interesting. Offer two very slow rounds to start. They're maybe trying to step up the pace here for Faze, but pace has really actually killed them a couple of times already, which is a real worry for us. Flash down Jacob, behind a smoke as well, force out a monster. Tried to go searching, which he's actually had good efficacy with, but this time kept the bait.
Up long here. And no, it's not going to be heavy presence from 9Z, just playing the sites at the moment. Faze liking the feel of the A-bomb site, it would seem. Jacob left on a lurk. Try and grab those entries once again. Jacob. Smoke comes in, and now a decision. Doesn't want to go through it. It will be a heavy group up towards long. And back to winding that clock down, just in a slightly different area at the moment. The AWP's going to have a look. He's not going to see anything. And it could be the worst possible timing for him. He's going to have to keep eyes on it. Great Molotov. That makes it hard for him to respond. Jacob goes down, but doesn't look too bad for the long players. Again, so many of them. Mayan, however, the Molotov goes down. He's only able to get one. Plant's got to be right here, otherwise Luchov is going to cancel it. They go looking for him. They've discovered him. So they will get the plant about right, if they can even get it down, though, because the rotators are here, and Faze, again, has just not given themselves enough time. 9Z to take it. I think Faze will be happy to see the back of that T side.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they're really hoping that it's their CT side that can carry them through, because their T side really looks worse for wear. Same issues have obviously plagued 9Z, but it doesn't feel to that sort of level. That running down the clock and leaving things as late as they were. Difficult to watch. You can just sort of see it in real time that they were very quickly running out of ideas. Still, the vibes don't seem great over towards Faze, as 9Z are really making them work for this map. Nonetheless, odds still remain very even. They've remained ever so slightly favoured towards 9Z, which of course feels like the right call at the moment at 14-13. Let's see how their T side looks after having plenty of issues themselves.
Oh, DGT gets distracted at the worst possible moment, and Jacob going to find another. Immediately, Faze are more comfortable on this CT side, aren't they? Coordinated aggression up short. An absolute classic. And an absolute perfection coming through will give them, you would assume, enough of an advantage to close this one out.
Grouping up towards B seems to be the play. Hands up, smoked out. Can't even try and get a hopeful shot over towards Dice. Minute to work with. No legs behind this. Max is going to go for a long rotate as he goes to pick up the bomb. I wonder whether he continues going in that direction to join Main in this AWP. We'll he double back? He's going to double back, but Mayer gets a nice opener. And actually, that'll quite quickly draw Max and that C4 towards A. There's numbers here for Faze, though, so I'm not too worried about the situation at the moment. The angling towards bank is very often overlooked. Quite a deep position by Twist, but they can still plant in front of Dice. That's where Twist makes his move. He gets 2 for it as well, looking for the third, and Twists lines them up brilliantly. Fantastic work by the new look IGL.
A machine, an absolute machine. Big round from Faze, big confirmation as well, not letting it get silly. Second from Jacob is ridiculous, isn't it? These from Twist as well. Lovely round for Faze, great way to kick off their CT side. And as I said, I think they've been longing to get here for a while now. And immediately proving that it is about the CT-sidedness. Still, it's tough. OT, awfully close. Difficult to split these two teams as we've gotten into it. Faze looking to hit 15 first, but 9Z certainly capable.
Yeah, don't count him out. Nice shot. Jacob, Natu kills a P. Spot May don't get all back in response. So numbers remain in favor of Faze, and 90 did try and step up the pace a little bit. Doesn't work for them, and this is kind of where this, I guess, desperation in a sense can slip in. Max. Surely deads to Brokey in a second, and he is. Walks straight in towards the orb, and the orb given the opportunity to cross. I mean, noted, bomb spot on the back of Wasso, 2 remaining for 9Z. It looks like Faze are about to find series point.
Yeah, just hammering it in. See it over the line. Again, try and make sure there's no silliness, which I think they should be able to do from here. 25 seconds left on that clock. Creeping in, feels like the A players are in a good enough spot to deal with this, especially with that low time. Attempting the bomb plant, going to be denied. I think that will be that. Oh, and the knife out for Frozen. The knife out for Frozen. Absolutely ridiculous. Got to be done. Little eyebrow raise there from Twist. He enjoyed that one too, but Faze looking good as they hit 15.
Yeah, this CT side is where, of course, they're putting a lot of stock in, and rightfully so, because it is looking very clean. It's looking very comfy. And 9Z, as we've seen plenty of times, are struggling to find consistency on their rounds. So, map and series point Faze. 9Z on that back foot. They're desperately looking to extend this to another double OT. Boost by Faze. Frozen looking towards short water, nothing off it up, which is kind of rare because we've seen DGT is very commonly be taking that short water control nice and early. This time, much more passer approach by him.
Yeah. It's tense, you know? I think you can really feel that nobody wants to make the wrong step. Re-smoke coming in. 9Z taking a leaf out of the Faze book, who might have been taking a leaf out of the 9Z book, really, and winding things all the way down with very little map presence shown. They do make their way up long, leaving Quasso to lurk around, but this is a really familiar round. Very, very common for what Faze were doing. Quasso gives himself away. Twist takes the dry peek. He wins it as well. They prepare for the B hit.
Oh my.
Nato is insanely blind. Jacob gets caught. Yeah, it felt like a bit of a team flash because he was trying to move in for the play. Oh man, a mare from the B holders might just have cost them here. Frozen Twist, Brokey, the call that remains. Got to get it done. Max with a big find. It's all on Frozen in the clutch, and he can't get it done. We go again.
Just cannot play a quick map, can they? 9Z every single time. But they never give up. I mean, absolute credit to them. It felt like they'd really lost so much traction. And you see the vibes are, you know, vastly different here. For Faze, it's real pressure. For 9Z, joy for keeping it alive. An immediate timeout taken by Bit as 9Z look to converse. Man, what a wild series we're getting here between these two sides. There's just absolutely no give.
Yeah, it's crazy. It really is. Faze will be annoyed not to close that one out. It felt like they had everything going for them. The read, the initial kill. It didn't work out. It did not work out in the end. As you can see, difficult to split the difference as Luchov sits at the top alongside Jacob. Got twists on the same amount of kills as well. So battling for the top spot is pretty prevalent. So again, the odds are still in favor of Faze. We do have to bet on them, as they do have all that experience, aggression to open up here from both sides. Finally a pacey round, it would seem. 1-for-1 thus far. And again, Brokey takes his time, misses the shot. Lasso trying to track him down. The no-scope lands, and he's bailed out by Natu. My goodness. Only Brokey could do that, I tell you what.
Yeah. Absolutely crazy. Max. Back over. Brokey trained on the angle. Oh, and he's going to get both. There we go. Faze. Find that 16th that was eluding them. With that being said, start well. They're looking to go flawless on their CT side because we know that their T side is really less than adequate.
It is a good time. We get it rolling once again, of course, to join up on stake with that code ranked for the $10 reload every day for 7 days. The second OT and an opening kill for DGT makes you think that this could indeed flip the other way. Of course, still got 3 series coming up as well. You maybe want to split that $10. So yeah, this is just our opening game of the day. There is potential for a third map, so looking to be another stormer here now.
Seems to be the case. Really does. Frozen. Regress. Nice find. Shuffle fall. DGT is one tap ball as well. Noise being made of very loud. Of their drop down. 2 known. Molly behind. Frozen just missed the window briefly. And he cannot confirm the kill. Oh, yikes. Frozen should have had at least one more dead to right state, if not another. But they're doubling back straight into Twist. He spotted the bomb as well. Needs to be careful. He's an AWP on that angle. 30 seconds, and it will just round the corner in towards Banana. So they're going towards A quick. DGT is here to hold for the flank. Frozen's knife out and dead. A little labored, but gets it nonetheless. Despite it being a 3 versus 2, this surely should be won by 9Z, but they walk into Twist. They give him a chance. Wasso's got other ideas. They'll then find Brokey, and the nade softens up Twist. Surely makes this impossible for the IGL. 1 versus 2 now for him. Needing a quad clutch in total. DGT showing his head ever so slightly. Cannot capitalize. Wasso up towards Truck.
Oh! Twist gonna find it. Wait a minute. DGT, low HP, goes down.
I don't think he has it.
Oh,
does he have
close.
it? It's close.
Oh,
I don't think he does.
Goodness.
Yeah.
That is as close as it comes. It really is. Twist, it's unlucky. It's very, very unfortunate. He does everything right, but he can't get it done. Man alive. 90, count their lucky stars for that one.
Yeah, that is ridiculously close. It really felt like a chance as well. But in the end, Twist, he does so well. He just needed to get on it. Honestly, literally half a second earlier. And it might have been enough. Not this time. Tied again. In this never-ending map here on Overpass. It's still far from comfortable. And for 90, if they want to be picking into this, I think, you know, for their major cycle or whatnot, they're still going to find better ways to close it and really shore it up. It's always left a lot to be wanted, but I guess probably partly the way they look at it is as long as they get wins, and that's all they really care about.
How have we gotten this deep in towards A? What is going on? Frozen dropped.
Wow.
Plays with a gamble, and it has not paid off at all, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know how you win from here, honestly. You've lost so much control, you got no info. 2 players still hanging around at Fountain as well is probably going to be unexpected. Lasso peak, let's go down. It's just a time factor. You've got to get a step on. You've got to be rushing straight in here. Can't waste any time. And unfortunately, with no information, it surely is too much. They've got the man advantage back. But it's playing around the bomb that's going to be the problem here. These last 2 players just have to take it a bit more patiently. It's going to be close again. Brokey with a team kill. Oh my goodness. Faze falling apart here in the second bout of the OT. They will move into the second half, a round down. It's not looking good.
Yeah, it really isn't. It's getting to this position of Faze getting quite desperate for rounds and 9Z capitalizing upon it. They're just struggling now to overwhelm a 9Z side who things are slotting into place for them quite nicely. I mean, man, it must be so tilting for Faze. We can already sort of see it. Swiss and NKJ, deep discussion for them, but Faze's T sides have really left a lot to be wanted from it. I feel like the way things have at least ran up until this point, I feel like a third map is going to be required.
Yeah, honestly. Faze, I think, are the ones this time around. You know, it was maybe 9Z last time. They're maybe the ones that have run out of steam here. But we'll see. Stranger things have happened in this series already. Super, super long game so far, and it looks set to continue. Nice little touch of the utility there. I don't think it actually made it. Looking at the minimap, to be honest. Either way, no one around, so it doesn't matter too much. Faze looking, I think, to find this first round, keep them off of 18 as long as you can.
That's it. Brokey. Nice find to start things off. Oh, and that's a risky jump up there by Wasso. Nearly gets caught, but U2 will force them back. You've got Brokey and Natu who are both pretty tagged, so this could still be slightly problematic. And Brokey might be given a fight here. They pulled themselves away. That's a smart call.
Luchov on high, waiting for something to walk into his crosshair. Natu's on the way. Give it a check by the looks, but yeah, I mean, they were ready for him. Very ready indeed. Unfortunately, no one around to trade that. Could have been a great spot. Brokey. Oh, lines them up. He needed both. He does get both. Keeps them alive in it. Luchov's already here. Brokey goes early. Is that needed necessarily? Frozen forced out. And Faze, despite a good start, despite getting back into it, still looking broken around the edges, man. The cracks beginning to show.
Yeah. They've fallen very, very flat. I wonder how much of an effect this, of course, will end up having on what feels like the sort of now guaranteed map number 3. We've already built a bit of an unpleasant picture for FaZe on that map. It's one that statistically they really do struggle on. That's where our worry sort of sets in for us. At Ancients with FaZe only winning 2 out of the last 7. Going to a lot of these at that sort of top level, and some of them are coming a little bit close, but losses all the same. And now the new look team, obviously a vastly different looking FaZe too.
Good. Again, looking out on B. Gets a lot of space, and they just give it up, you know? I'm not a big fan. There's a couple times that he's managed to make it out. It'd be really great if they just kept a hold of it. But not the way that FaZe like doing things, I suppose. Up on the crack angle here. Brokey round that corner. Could be a key fight. Looks like they do want to go towards A. Flash comes out at B. Wow, and 9Z gonna pretty heavily rotate around off of one flash. Smoke now coming in, starts to sell it, so could be a big deal. Jacob stepping up, really selling the factor. Is it gonna buy any more rotations here? 25 seconds left. FaZe with the classic. Twists goes down. They're still very ready for the A hit, and they're so damn ready. Mowing them down. Natu caught in a fight at the back there. He's left incredibly low, and they know to play the time. The nade might find him, not quite deep enough, but it is over here. It is over.
Yeah.
No way. 9Z take us to a third. FaZe couldn't close it in the first overtime, and they ran out of energy, looking really disjointed, really dejected in the end. And another map required here to find out who's going to be going home.
Yeah, I think for FaZe, that is really unfortunate. They fall flat at a horrible time in towards this map, and very similar to actually what 90 did towards map number 1. And now we look towards that decider, and again, it's one of those quite interesting conversations about the decider. It's not been a good map for FaZe historically, but this is a new look FaZe, so it's hard to make predictions about what we get from them. We've not seen them play at this tournament, I think probably rightfully so, because it has always been a bit of a punish pick against them. But despite Twist's sort of individual heroics and Brokey having a nice moment too, even Jacob not looking too bad, it still wasn't enough. The game plan wasn't good enough for FaZe, and that's the thing that really did kill them. A lot of calls, especially when they're on their T side, leaving the rounds incredibly late, and by the time they figured out what they could do, there was barely any time on the clock, and 90 just had to drop the bomb.
Yeah, I don't really know what to kind of say about it, you know. I think that both teams showing again the best and worst of themselves. But yeah. FaZe in particular, I think they know multiple opportunities really to close that out, to make it a somewhat dominant affair. So yeah, really, really questionable stuff. And once again, unpredictable going into map number 3. We're going to have to take a break before we get there. We'll see you in a few.
Get ready for episode 3. And the stage is bigger than ever.
Dodge, bullet.
You've been watching. You've been waiting. Now it's your turn to show what you're made of. Your moment is right here. Top 4 teams from open qualifiers advance to closed qualifier. Compete for your share of $100,000. Lock in your place and make it count. Register now.
Welcome back in one and all. Third map required here. 2 double overtime maps. They both take their own picks, but only just. And now we move on to Ancient, a great playground, I suppose, to close this one out, as it again feels difficult for Faze. They really should have closed things out 2-0. I think they will also be feeling that. It does not happen for them. Now we move on to Ancient, another weak map for them, generally speaking. So there are expectations, there are considerations, and 9Z might be thinking about the fact that they could close this one out and stay alive.
Yeah, and it doesn't just the fact that, you know, it's not a great map for Faze. We've got to touch on this. They've won 2 from 7 on this, where the flip side for 9Z, there's been some really good wins they've got. Like at Astana, you know, they lose to Magic 13-11, but before that, it's Mouse and Paravision. They beat both of them, single-digit rounds. It is all that Mouse and Paravision respectively get. Legacy before that as well, which is pretty impressive. Odic 13-2. Like, they are really scalping some pretty big names, pretty scary teams on this map. It's become a real kind of positive pick for this side. And yeah, unfortunately, we're in kind of a spot for Faze where they're pretty tilted at that tail end, and I think also in a position where I think it's going to be difficult for them on towards this map. It's not a positive one for them. It's one they've really struggled with, and they've just lost a really close map number 2 where they will believe that they should have been able to do it, right? They should have been able to close it out, maybe even in that first OT, and they let it slip, and it's hard to forget it.
It is. It really, really is. I think it's going to be a difficult run back, but again, moving on to Ancients, completely different kind of map, I think, from the other 2 that we've seen so far. It will play a bit pacier. It will play into those individuals. Hard to say which way they lean, but I think there is certainly a world in which Faze, again, lacking some tactical depth to the overpass. You maybe don't need as much available here on Ancient. We are missing a key piece, it would seem. There he is.
Hey, I gotta say, where's he been?
Welcome. Yeah, just to remind you guys, of course, got that PC giveaway going on. There's the banner down below where you can get all linked up and everything, and just use those hours to your advantage while you're watching and enter into the giveaway. I mean, why not? Either way, hopefully getting into the action soon. We got a few headsets off. It does seem like after a long one, we might have a few human tech pauses, as it were. Some people needing the bathroom and stuff. It does make sense. Yeah.
Admin's got to say to them, though, you know, crack on. We've got a game to play here. We've got a best of 1 brawl on this Ancient to decide. And now, let's see how it looks, really, for Faze in terms of the response. I'm very worried that they could crumble and sort of be their own worst enemy. This is a match and this is a tournament that they would have expected to win, but of course they're also probably part of it is sort of slightly annoyed that 9Z are also down here in the lower bracket with them. You know, we kind of had one of these where for 9Z they got upset by their sort of South American brethren of Sharks in a 3-mapper. They only squeaked by a Heroic too with a really hard fought series. Headsets are on, and it looks like just about we should be getting everybody into the server and hopefully ready to get this one on the way in just a second.
Yeah, indeed. Looking good, just getting it rolling. But yeah, like you say, some difficult stories for both of these teams, I think. 9Z especially would have really liked to ride that high off of Astana. A fantastic tournament from them, it really has to be said. Some great scalps taken. They were unfortunately stopped by maybe being the hot name by the other hot name, which was Magic. And now at the stake ranked, not looking too hot. One more map to decide who is going to be going home here, who will move forward. Still a long road for that winning team, but it gets a little shorter if you win this one, of course. We are about ready to get into this Ancient.
There we go. Let's get it started. 9Z on that CT side. Faze on the T side here on Ancient. And 9Z looking to continue their run of form of what netted them a very nice ending towards Overpass, but it's Twist. He'll start well. Individual looks so sharp in map number 2. Luchov diving through the doorlies. He nearly gets a second. Mayan will be the one to confirm it. 3 versus 3 as the bomb looking to go down, and Mayan still trying to make this a bit more problematic, which he will. He knows where both of them are. The rotate's coming through. They should know where this last guy is. Rotating forward. Brokey missing his opportunity. So much damage, but it will not matter. 9Z are going to win it by virtue of just that 1 versus 3, but it is so close.
Yeah, I mean, a really big round, right? Faze, one of the important things to consider. It looked a bit tilting towards the tail end of that second OT in particular. You know, the missed timings, the overswings, things like this, really getting the better of them. Not tightening up, not staying disciplined. And I think starting Ancient off in a bad way might end up in the same kind of result if they're not careful, or at the very least make it harder. You know, they have all the room in the world to work with at this stage, but yeah, they've got to be very, very careful.
You're so right. And I think that's the one thing that I was keeping an eye on. It really looked quite dejected. Obviously, you're never going to be happy when losing a map, but there was a lot of tilt that started to creep in, especially in this last second OT where it really felt like it became quite overwhelming. That's bomb spotted and dropped by DGT, and Wasso will close it with a kill of his own. Only the one casualty on towards Luchov. You don't mind too much, though. It's fine. That's a kind of a manageable expense to be rebuy back in, as Faze will come through into a buy now for them. And a bonus buy for 9Z. If 9Z convert a bonus buy, Faze are really in trouble.
Yeah, it's moving fast here as well, right? This is the one thing. Ancient might be cool and fresh and a bit more exciting for us than the previous map that, you know, was just winding everything down. But it does mean that the rounds and the score can get out of hand if you're not careful. Huge nade damage, but no kill for Mayan. Yeah, I was going to say a random stray bullet could be truly devastating. Bomb going to go down. Luchov's like, get out of the way, I'm getting in there. It may well be a good idea. There's a couple kits available. They're a little late to the party. Luchov goes crazy. North in presenting itself, so he will back off, and now they look for a fully fledged A retake here.
Hey, that's Molly. Not what you want. Leaving this very late as well. Gonna go, Luchov. Good find for 2. Oh, make that 3 for Luchov. Wasso will close it. What a retake coming through for 9Z. On the bonus buy as well, but Luchov has done fantastic there. 3 absolutely massive kills. He has his moments, Luchov. He really does. And another high impact one from him, as Faze just cannot hold that A site.
Z looking good. Luchov in particular, after a pretty stellar performance on map number 2, looks to pick it up where he left off. Could be time for you to put your money where your mouth is with that code ranked as you join stake for the $10 reload all week long. Going to be a tough one to predict here, but 9Z looking like a different beast, I have to say.
Yeah, really looking quite clean. Mid, and now shelf control taken. Not a lot on offer. Faze really playing quite slow here. They've forced what back in around the kills and that bomb plant of the previous round, but it's not the most confident, especially in terms of what usual they got to work with as well. Double Galil, Natu and Swiss, Brokey on towards that Tech 9. And they've got 2 smokes and a molly. It's all they've got for Util left for the remainder of this 50 seconds.
Luchov tapping away. And Faze. Difficult. They're going back to the overpass. They're going back to what seems to be their baseline. 30 seconds left. They'll take some mid-control here. The thing I do like about Ancient is that it can change on a dime, and as you see, they're going for the fake out again, and it's going to work. They pull attention away from B. They also have the advantage now, so 9Z have taken this one hook, line, and sinker. I think this rotation quickly becomes a save when the bomb goes down.
Yeah, falling for the all bait and switch. Because that move that gets made from shelf back in towards mid, they're so kind of concerned in a way of a late pop to come through. Only one that needs to be worried about exits is Jacob. Luchov is holding for him, and the shadow on Red Room wall can often betray. Yeah, with that being said, it's Faze who find there first.
Terrorists win.
For a force buy back in. And 9Z, they just shelled up towards the spawn and saved. Still plenty of money to work with, and still not too much to worry about. Just an ever so slight over-rotation, and by the time they figured out what was going on, it was too little too late.
Yeah, it's tough. It is a weird round to deal with. It's good that it happens to you early, I suppose. I think Faze might have traded that one in. And not going to be able to use the same kind of fake out again, you would assume. But there is some conditioning around it that can work in your favor if you play it well. But yeah, that early on is maybe the silver lining. For 9Z is that they perhaps can just tighten up on those over rotations, at least leave one player ready to fight on the other bomb site. Tech pause coming in here.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, we got Frozen.
and then Jacob both taking headsets off as well.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Could be. I would say on something like that, any opportunity to just sort of, you know, get the headphones off that
Yeah.
can be a little tight at times, especially in a long series like this.
A thumbs up from Frozen. Looks like a good sign. Hopefully, that is. Game as Max has sat there thinking. Really needs to respond quite well here, Max.
Waiting to get going again. It's a little difficult to have the early timeout, of course. I think both teams just really wanting to get going, get a good feel for this map. Certainly difficult.
A mouse
to
issue is blowing
deal
the
with.
center of his mouse.
Does seem that way. I'm not really sure what continually wiggling it is gonna do for you, you know? Like, I don't know rightly what the issue
NKJ's
is.
passed out.
Yeah, he's like, okay, nap time, great. It has been a long series, and by all accounts, it's pretty warm in the LAN hall. So why not get a nap in?
Yeah, and being as it's a Tech pause, of course. He can't talk. Damn, we don't have an update for you. We don't really know what is going on. Cool. It looks like this might take a little bit longer, so we are going to throw it to a break. Sit tight. Hopefully see you soon.
Okay, we are back in. Thank you for your patience on that one. Oh, yeah, you know it's serious. NKJ stood up now. About 2 minutes ago, he was lying down, so he went from sitting back up to now being stood up, getting the fist bumps going, getting the energy back up as a bit of an extended one there, while Frozen in particular was just sorting things out. Nonetheless, still really early on in this game. Looking forward to getting back into it, as I'm sure everybody is. But we're about to find out. We're about to see how this is going to pan out. A big old game, a big old map for both of these teams. Stake Ranked fits in to a very important place in terms of netting all that VRS ahead of next season.
Yeah.
So we're going to find out.
And for a lot of teams as well, you know, the big thing about this tournament is that I can actually give them, if they perform well, direct invite to EWC, right? And that's obviously sort of one of the main things that they're really gunning for. Staying alive here is imperative, but it looks like, we're hoping so, that issues have been fixed. Everyone's sat up.
Might be a round restart on the cards. I would have thought. I mean, looks good. But yeah, I think...
It looks like they're in round. Like, Max sat forward.
Yeah, he's kind of locked in. But we'll see. Might be just waiting to get things fully underway. It does feel like they're a little bit into the action, but maybe not.
Less so on the face side.
Hand on face instead of mouse. So yeah, maybe just playing around, seeing how it feels. I think there was a bit of a server change in there with our tech issue and whatnot. So Might just be playing around. That being said, are we getting live, or is that a round that they've just won? It's tough to say.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right. Okie dokie.
Ah.
So we are just getting informed. As we could kind of tell by the body language, I think that was a round played out and won by Faze. But we have not received the new server to get in there. So trying to keep you updated on the cameras here.
I just felt like Max was like really locked in.
Yeah. I was like, just to be waiting, you know, it's got to hurt your back doing that for extended periods of time.
Yeah.
So he's only going to do it when it really matters. Might have been able to get a little pause in while we wait to just reconnect ourselves now, but I think that was just sort of missed out on a little bit while we are waiting to get in there. It does seem, once again, we've got hands off of mouse and whatnot for quite a few players, in fact. So hopefully back into the server itself. Game is live, but we are not so much. What's the technicalities on getting the cameraman to just sit behind and like film the screens?
Just some one person's POV, just from like see what he's got cooking up there, really. Ah, there we go.
Cool.
Finally.
So it looks like it was 9Z actually that won the round.
Yeah.
Felt like immediate fist bumps and stuff would be like a Faze win, but not the case. So that's difficult. Faze still struggling to get on the board, it would seem.
Let's see. Back in the way. DGT. One. Max, one of his own as well. He's looking for two. Can't quite get it, but just get mighty close to DGT with the trade. Wasso for a double to close. Wow, that was quite quick. That round gets put to bed nice and simply. Straight off the back of the, well, I guess, second round after the tech pause, but first for us that we can see.
Yep, we are back into it. Hopefully, touch wood, as we would say in the UK, is good luck for the foreseeable future. But we do have a tack coming in as they look to talk things over. So that makes me a little worried. Hopefully it doesn't evolve into a technical pause, as it can at times. But yeah, just looking to keep things going. I mean, 9Z, it's more of the same. Don't change it up. This map seems to be really, really suiting them at the moment.
Yeah.
I think they do have to be considerate of that fact. But we'll find out as things get going. 5-1 now for them is a really scary scoreline this early on.
It is. Faze are really not getting going. That's that big concern for us. Back into a lesser buy for Faze. And 9Z should be taking a 6th here. Faze want to change sort of the narrative around this. They need to win a round sort of like this one, which kind of feels like it is out of nowhere. DGT and Wasso, easy kills for them two to shut down the elbow pop. They go dry. So way too simple for 9Z.
Yeah, for sure. Not looking good for Faze, is it? Really not looking good. I think the head's stuck on overpass. And even a lot of the calling on overpass was really just not good enough. So it seems like it's crept into the Ancient and things are going to go from bad to potentially worse if this continues. And they are yet to figure it out.
Yeah, this is a Faze side that are very rapidly losing their contention. Within this series, it's getting dire, it's getting damning. Double volley down. They might go quicker towards B. That flash is sort of fantastic. As I would just try and keep Nate to a bay. He's caught by a second flash, but he just goes unchecked by Max. Doesn't even consider that. And actually, could go for more here because Luchov pulls out his knife.
Yeah, not sure about that. Maybe a slightly panicked move. A2. Oh, I think he's puts it there. Sure of this fight. Doesn't win it. Doesn't win it. And Faze on really close to a bomb site. with the bomb, you know, the most important thing you might argue for a T side. So I don't know, it's not over yet. It really isn't. This could still swing back in 9Z's favor if played correctly.
50 seconds. Gambling towards A. Faze make the wrong mid to late round call. And it really could be, but a lot of youth have been expended towards B, and surely that should be the sign of where this bomb wants to head. Twisted Frozen, clearing out the site. They'll spot nothing here now. Jacob will come and join them with Brokey taking the safe route as they know now the B side is open. And I think as it gets taken for 9Z, you might just call for a save. They have loads of money, which is one thing. But also, like, I just don't think you want to drop the AWP over. You know that FaZe are not in a financial state where they can buy it. So I think for, you know, something like DGC on 5 points of HP, you don't want to die. Mayhem can go in, to be fair. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. DD can make it a little bit expensive with Wasso. Just get himself one. Mayan, same can't be said for him. DGC there's AWP, he should be dead to rights in a second. He gets the kill on Twist. And giving it a loose look in, but as Brokey finds Wasso and DGT is single-digit HP, that'll be that. So save will come forward. AWP staying afloat. Made it a little bit expensive towards FaZe, but it is so that T-side getting their second round.
Yeah, I think that was maybe the goal, though. Not necessarily going for it, but making it expensive, right? 9Z. You're still in the realms of very, very one-sided. So anything you can do to help that is going to be good, and they don't necessarily have to think too deep about giving guns away and losing econ themselves, so on and so on. Plenty of opportunities to get it going. Still got things favoring FaZe here. And the name value carrying a lot of weight, despite 9Z's strong scoreline.
Yeah, exactly that. Bit slower by FaZe. They're moving in towards mid. This time not as much presence by 9Z, changing up their CT side. Deep nade could be good, and it is. Jacob taking quite a significant amount of damage as he'll respond with a molly of his own. Boost up, risky. Max drops the smoke, doesn't want to take that fight.
Grouping up outside of B here. And 9Z are very ready because they've got this deep push in behind Huaso Peak. Absolutely magical. Really could be devastating in its own right, but also just confirming the fact that it is likely to be B. They've got an eye on middle to make sure there's nothing going on there. Big spam from DGT. It's good damage. Cave is a lockout. They will take DGT, but not before he drops one. There's no need to rush this for 9Z. Bomb going to go down. They look to try and deny. Now the flank is activated at the perfect time. And you just see it's all over the place from FaZe. Nothing they can do. 9Z answer back immediately.
Really nice move. Really is. Big for 9Z. Continues to extend this lead. They guarantee that lead at the half as well now. And for FaZe, nice to get a plant out of it, but I don't think the feeling here is really going to be all positive for a side who you can just tell by the cameras do look quite checked out of this game. They're a little bit tilted. Things aren't clicking the way they were hoping for, and 9Z are starting to bridge a really quite serious gap now. Buy isn't exactly great. Brokey's got an AWP. A few great pistols around it, and that is about it. All assumptions that 9Z should be getting a pretty simple 8th here.
Indeed. Brokey. Trained in. Their only hope. He's going to get swung by many. Takes the first. Oh, and the second. And he's got a chance at the third, you know. They will back him up. He was their only hope. He still remains their only hope and might just have given them a round here. We'll see. It's now potentially on the rest of the Faze squad to convert this one. Max on the site. Will he be able to deny the bomb plant? Will he be able to take any kills with him? Trying to turn away from flashes. He goes down all too easily. Oh, it's a double nade, though. Wait a second. What a find. Mayan chiming in. Brokey will trade him out. Thank goodness for the AWP once again. It's all on DGT. Low HP for everybody here. He takes his sweet time. He knows that this is a default plan. No peek coming for him. Got a kit. Trying to play it patiently. Brokey at the bottom of the ramp. Trained in and drops him. It's a 4-piece on the AWP. Great round from Brokey.
Yeah, he does so well. It's a hero AWP round as well, right? You know, they're coming in towards that with really nothing sort of around that investment, and they rely on him to do so well to isolate fights. And 90 do make it a little bit too easy. It's something that they've really been kind of, or has been quite a problem for this 90 side. They allow for a lot of these fights to be isolated. When Brokey's hitting shots like that, you just can't afford to do it. Gives Faze Clan the scope to ever so slightly start getting this recovery. 4 rounds of difference, but could very easily make something out of these final 2.
Big rounds on the cards. Faze looking to salvage the half. 90 looking to still find a very dominant scoreline. They've done well at answering back, not allowing Faze to fully streak together. That's a ridiculous find from Wasau Peak, honestly. What can you do about that? Absolutely blasted, and it will be advantage 90.
Max. Oh, he should have got one, and Lucio definitely should have got a trade. So Faze have flipped it and brought it back in their favor. Uh-oh. This now gets a little weird. How things have changed. And actually 9Z, the onus is on them to kind of try and go looking for a bit of info. Aim with this AWP. Doesn't want to be caught in the side.
Fake out here from Twists. Trained in. Oh, misses with the shot. He will move towards A. There's still a player here, but Frozen takes him. Faze looking good. They have potentially broken them right at the tail end. I think you might even argue for these couple players to save. Honestly, throwing yourself in there might have been a good idea, but they play it safer. It doesn't work. Mayer known about, and his days are surely numbered. Finds the only route that is safe. But even then, eyes on. They're after him. They're in behind, and Day 2 makes it look easy. Faze move up to 4. The gap close continues.
Faze doing well. To start biting back a little bit. If they can make it a 7-5, I think I will start to have a bit of belief. Just for 9Z, we've obviously seen so many issues on their T sides, and it could just start to play back in. If they can't make it at 8-4, I'm still going to actually favoring Faze in this.
I think that's fair. Jacob leading things here as he looks to try and entry in. Not happening just yet, but they've got good mid control, trying to pivot that towards B control. Gonna be a bloodbath, one would assume. Need to find Max on a spam. That is a gift. DGT falls easily. Hwasao Peak continues being consistent here, but we need a few more men chiming in. The MP9 very late, but gets that trade at shelf. 3-on-2 with a trapped Faze clan. Players all over the place. Hard to work from. Jacob looks clean. Twist does damage. Maybe we are back on. He's trying to escape. He's trying to escape as they're chasing him down. Bomb in hand. That's kind of funny, but he will make it away.
Yeah, he does get out, and now they can plot towards A. Doubling back over pretty quick here. Luchov, he's a little nervy. Doesn't have confirmation of really how far they could have gone in towards the A site. So plant goes through. Jacob gonna set up close. B9 for Luchov with Flash, Mayan, and AK both have kits. And Twist's wielding the AWP. Honestly, a rifle would probably be slightly more beneficial here, but let's see what Twist can do it in his hands. Tap on towards the bomb. The AWP will find the big shot, and at the same time, they might overlook Jacob's position. Every angle being accounted for, and Jacob will see it off. That's a really nice recovery by Faze. 7-5 at the half. Let's see if they can continue this run after the break.
Welcome back in, folks. Excited to see how this is going to go. Slight resurgence from the FaZe clan. And you said if they were able to better up their scoreline, maybe you'd lean their way. And I think certainly 7-5, you've got to start believing in them if they can pick up the pistol. It's their game to lose, you might argue. So 9Z, yet again, struggling to really capitalize on a strong position. It just continues being the trend for them.
And the odds do favour FaZe. And I have to agree, even despite the round not going the way, or the half not going the way it was intended, I just feel like I've seen these worries from 9Z too many times already. Natu, first fight for him, he's desperately trying, but he can't quite find it. Frozen, only good for one, and Natu just cannot deliver. See the disappointment on his face.
Yeah, difficult. DGT on the Julies. Awkward fight. Brokey abandons it as he looks to try and join his teammates more than anything. Uh-oh. Seems like we might have had a server death.
Uh-oh.
In the middle, looking at Brokey as well in the reaction. Yeah, it looks that way. That's tough in the middle of the round. Very, very tough indeed. No one going to be happy with that one. Us least of all. So not quite sure what you do from there. Maybe a replay of the round, unfortunately. Might be your only option, but yeah, it does seem everything dropped down. The server's probably running a little hot at this time.
Head and hands. For Max. Yeah, that's pretty tilting because obviously they're in a post plant. We've had a server crash though, as you can see. We're going to throw this one to a little bit of a break and hopefully get this one sorted as soon as possible.
right, welcome back and thank you for your patience on that one, folks. We are just about ready to get into things, of course. We'll also see in due course what the kind of protocol is here. I think, indeed, it just has to be. It's a round reset. Both teams were a bit even. We're in the post plan. Tough to know where it's going to go, but basically just a fresh start to the half. So ignore what you saw. And we're now back into it. 9Z on this T side, and of course opting for more of a B play this time around.
Yeah, changing it up after an extended pause there. Stuff, it just kills all the momentum. Not obviously start of half, so momentum is very different, but either way for 9Z, they were in a post plant and they might not get that far here as Jacob's got 2 to start things off. They're looking in towards B and they should be able to get this bomb planted as it crosses. Max takes a lot of damage and he will actually die. So bomb doesn't go down. Worst case scenario for 9Z.
Yeah. Faze looking good. An attempt to the bomb plant is denied as Twist will close it out. Faze, as we talked about, if they were going to pick up that pistol, it puts them in very, very good stead here. And that looks to continue being the case. Really nice finds. As they want to do it again, they want to close the gap. They want to take control, as they did at the tail end of that first half. 9Z, not even a bomb plant, makes life very, very difficult for them indeed.
Yeah, obviously it's a vast difference to what it was like prior to the tech pause as well, because bomb plant at least gives you a bite on that T side. And the fact that they didn't get it this time means that, well, they can't. So FaZe should naturally tie this game up 7 apiece pretty simply. It's a difficult, very, very difficult. And 9Z got to make sure that they kind of keep checking themselves a little bit, just trying not to get too tilted. Cap the situation. Mayan, consolation kill. That'll be all it is, though. Nice easy shutdown on that eco. Full phase.
Yeah, simple stuff. So they are going to get things going again. Big round on the cards, though. 90 have got to make sure that they put a stop to Faze as quickly as possible, keep that competition going, but yeah, everything is kind of in favor of Faze, you might say, in terms of where the rounds have gone. Obviously, we have this blip in there that just certainly casts a shadow, but Faze still been winning a lot of rounds in recent memory, evening things up, looking really, really good. And 9Z perhaps have forgotten what it's like to win. It was a long time ago now, so
yeah, it's true.
Gonna have to hopefully get this gun round in their favor.
True. Frozen will start well as Luchov. Out he falls. Jacob will move back on towards sort of the deeper angle towards B. Got the spot, the swing out. It's Wasso. Big work from him and Brokey's orb. Damage dealt, but not for the kill. And that's where DGT can step up or not.
Oh, Brokey. Good find from him as they try and get aggressive. It's looking good for Faze as all their shots are landing. Frozen with the final. Faze with another find on a retake this time and only losing 1 player. It's getting more and more convincing as it goes on here now.
Counter-terrorists win.
Yeah, 9Z getting to a position now where actually things start to become a little bit problematic. And another time I've taken forward, I think they realize that this is quite quickly drifting away. What's the buy gonna look like? I think with DGT going in towards a Mach 10, that might even indicate half buy investment here. Mach 10 upgraded to an MP7, but all the same. Yeah, it might indicate a bit more of a half buy for 9Z rather than the full investment and try and see what they can do with that. But FaZe, in the position they're in, they're getting quite dangerously close to where they can continue just extending this lead. And I don't know, I'm getting really worried for 9Z. I feel like there's an air of desperation in some of these rounds for them, and it's not clicking.
Yeah. Yeah, really getting worrying. But more responses Still going to be available, of course, and we are awfully close, neck and neck. Been a wild series, super long. Could go either way still. We got code ranked over at stake for the $10 reload. Every day for 7 days. Looking good for Jacob here as he holds that line in the cave for that first and the second as well. Brokey going to fall to a molly. Not quite sure what's unfolded there. Twist, meanwhile, is nice and close to the action. Wow, Faze, it's looking like a totally different team here. So prepared and comfortable and just happy to be on the CT side. The action coming to them, and they keep landing these dominant rounds. Yeah, I mean, honestly, since we've come back out of that tech pause, they're really rolling with the punches so well. And 9Z, it's rounds like that, especially these sort of like half by investments, that if you want to change the tides of momentum, you've got to be stealing those away, right? Or at least make them really contendable. But they can't even get close to like in a post plan and making life difficult. And that's the real worry that we're having. Spam is so good. DGT is incredibly fortunate to still be alive. Everyone's blind as Natu, Frozen, and Jacob all combine. Max is half HP, even lower now. Due to that HE, Jacob might overlook the angle. He will. But still a 2 versus 4 now. Yeah, difficult. Very difficult indeed, with little map control not together either. Yeah, so everything against 9Z in this one. Max tagged down to 8 HP now. Man, creeping out middle. Maybe he's going to get something done. What do we want here? I mean, a bomb plant. It's your first goal. Going to help with that follow-up round, but I don't think he's going to be able to get anything more than that. Frozen nice and confident. Wins the fight. And it's the IGL without the bomb, without HP, without any friends left to find 4. And I don't think he's necessarily going to give this a go. It is absolutely over. He will move to save.
Yikes. Looks like he will save, though, the release. They're not looking forward down ramp. And with 15 seconds to go, I maybe speak too soon. Because now he's been spotted. He cannot afford to take a single point of damage. He's also being flanked as well. Yeah, he's definitely not surviving here. He might have been going on half the time. Down he falls. I think it was just before time. But another fantastic round from Faze. And you can just see 9Z look dejected. They look tilted. They take another attack timeout to try and rectify this. But Faze are flawless here on this CT.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's working, really. They also do just seem to have a bit of a flat approach. And it's just getting the better of them in the worst possible way. So, yeah, really got to be careful on that 9Z side, but I just don't rightly know what you would change up here. Again, they don't throw a lot of the rush rounds and conditioning type rounds in the mix, and I think that kind of gets the better of them because their style becomes just highly predictable and difficult to beat. Against Faze, really not doing well. But we're going to find out if they do have what it takes. Another timeout taken.
Yeah.
As things are slowly slipping away from them.
Yeah, definitely getting to the point of being problematic, that's for sure. Nature playing the crack angle for the cross. He spots the information. Needed a molly. That combination should be deadly. He only gets 1, but Brokey's here for only 1 of his own 2. A lot of damage dealt towards Wasso, who's barely alive. Being alive is still the big thing because he had the bomb on his back, but he's now fallen. Break on the smoke. Max has got a flank. It's all on Twist, who has to step up, but the spam on the smoke by Max will give 9Z their first.
Well, finally the timeouts start working for them. Still plenty of time, still plenty of runway for them to close the gap, of course. Faze have not necessarily closed it up just yet. So they have to answer back really well here. Make sure that there is no gap close. Because this is still very, very doable for 9Z. Despite the way things have been looking, it doesn't necessarily matter. If you win it, you take it, you're going to be happy. Staying alive in the tournament, of course. Great flash out, and Luchov is going to get both. It was really quite close from Frozen, to be fair to him, but not close enough. Down to just 2 now for Faze. Sort of soft saving on B here. The bomb's going A. It'll be another round for 9Z.
Yeah, it will. Nothing that really can be done to change here for Brokey and Twist. Oh, Brokey will get 1 though. So that slight kind of lurk / hunt move there, but I think GT falls flat. Just about keeping guns in play as well. Twist, not a lot of money for him. Left over, same for Jacob as well. They're going to be able to buy back in towards the next round, no issues. But it's more a case of the fact that they want to keep as much of that residual cash over as they can. So just one thing they don't have to worry about. But it's a 1-round game. We've already had 2 insanely close maps. And I don't know, maybe this one might be more of the same.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, well, when it's sprinkled into the series, as we've said, we have jokingly, I think, had all the overtimes attached to us. Absolutely wild. To be fair, over the past couple of days, very, very long series in general.
Yeah.
It looks like this one might just be going there again. FaZe do have money to reinvest as they look to lock back in and stop 9Z from mounting yet another long map for them. How many more times, you know, can these teams do it, really, is what becomes the question. We've seen both of them, especially into the second OT, just like completely crumble, let things slip through their fingers. You don't want to tempt fate again with a game like that.
Mid, Luchov. Spots the information, deep red room. Frozen's position. He's just trying to get information about where they're setting up, whether they're trying to move forward in towards Donut or cross back over towards Shelf. Brokey trained on the angle with the orb. Really important round, I think, especially for FaZe, for their own sort of momentum. If 9Z find it, I think they can actually run away with this T-side, despite us being quite critical of it in the past. But back, so fall here, and that'll be the opener for FaZe.
Yeah, big find. 45 seconds left on the clock, so not a lot of space for 9Z. Looking to hit the A-bomb site. Frozen's got the right idea. It will soften it up. Brokey, meanwhile, going to take out DGT on the lurking position, but FaZe is still pretty ready. They've got a lot of lane control to work with. Frozen kind of knows what's up, checks all his angles. Wow, 9Z, totally nothing happening. That is almost perfect from FaZe. 11th round comes in, keeping that even up at bay. Really big round.
Yeah. It's huge for FaZe. They really needed to make that one stick. If they don't, 90 tie it up. We can see that tilt really start to, yeah, I mean, creep in again. But it's a fantastic round. They just don't give 90 any opportunities. 2 rounds of difference, 2 rounds away now from closing it. In regulation. That's something that feels unlikely. We've had OTs all the way. Jacob for 2 big kills.
Could be enough. Could be enough. Plenty of time for 9Z to get back in. Plenty of time for FaZe to find the all-important kill. It's a complete freeze up here from 9Z. Brokey just checking an angle, checking an angle. Not pushing in just yet, but he fancies it. They've called it right as well here, FaZe. Stacking up that B-bomb site. Oh, doesn't... Well, maybe it does land, actually. Yeah, he gets the assist. Doesn't find the kill. Doesn't matter, because Frozen just takes Maz into his own hands.
That's huge.
12th round for FaZe.
Look at the reaction from Twist as well. emphatic. They get so fired up because they know the importance of it. Map and series point, FaZe Clan now 90 on the brink of elimination here. And it's back-to-back rounds where individual brilliance really takes over, and in particular, of course, that of Frozen, that reaction for the Kilo towards DGT is something quite special. But look at the buy for 9Z. We've seen them convert rounds like this, but it doesn't fill me with confidence. Really feels like something quite special's got to lock in, like over fighting by Natu potentially to give 9Z the numbers advantage, potentially even recover a gun.
Uh-oh, big finds, yeah. Brokey, famous spot, does get one. It's Twitch who comes round for the hero moment here, though. Brokey playing close, gonna drop another, and they've managed to just about hold on. Right at that turning point of, oh my goodness, we've got a silly round, and 9Z against the odds are going to keep it going. FaZe this time deny it away, and Brokey will close it out. 13-9, a conventional map finally in this series. It goes the way of FaZe. They will stay alive. I mean, do they deserve to? That's unfortunately for somebody else to talk about. I think FaZe will be happy about the fact that they're able to take it. And 9Z will indeed be knocked out here at the Stake Ranked Episode 2.
Yeah, quite tilting for them. But, you know, we've been saying it all tournament long for 9Z. Like, these have been bad performances. The wins have not been good, right? There's no two ways about it. Some really, really ugly Counter-Strike coming through from this side. And I think they'll know it better than most of just how sloppy and scrappy it's really felt. So that's where I'm sort of leaning in this one. It's like, yes, FaZe, they had some moments where they definitely looked worse for wear, and they definitely have a lot to improve on themselves. But man, 9Z this tournament, we've caught them in all the games, and we've been less than impressed from a side who, off the back of Astana, we were kind of coming towards the tournament saying, okay, there's maybe a chance here for this side to really do something quite special. Like, you know, they scalped some really big teams there, you know, Falcons, Mouse, Paravision. We're thinking, is this the start of 9Z? Now we can safely say, no, it's not. Lost to Sharks, and now a loss to FaZe as well to close out their tournament. Definitely not to be a winner of a heroic, you know, basically a bit of a dead team. It's not exactly a tournament that they're going to remember for, and we're going to look back at that in quite a negative light. I'm just hoping that we've been saying all the way throughout that this is them they're saving strats, because it's really looked pretty horrible.
Yeah, I mean, potentially, right? Perhaps worried a little bit after a good performance at Astana. If they had too good of a performance here, they're going to have, you know, everybody watching them. I don't know, though. It's still tough because I think it does feel a little bit weaker. I do believe we've got Stiko standing by for an interview.
NKJ here with me, the coach of FaZe. Obviously, congratulations. First question, I have to ask this. How's the voice? I think 4 hours of best of 3 like this, hyping up the team. What's the secret here?
There's no secret. The voice is slowly dying. Unfortunately, we do have another best of 3 later today, so it's not going to be beneficial for the voice, right? But yeah, and like I said, there's no secret. Just enjoying the moment, trying to give the boys some extra energy. You know, that sometimes desperately needed. But yeah, just happy that we won.
It's funny how you say, unfortunately, we have another best of 3 later. It's fortunately, right?
I mean, you nailed it. Yeah, I mean, fortunately, we do have another best of 3. Unfortunately for my voice, however, you know, like, I mean, you get the point there. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love playing Counter-Strike or being involved in Counter-Strike matches. Just looking forward now to the next best of 3. And now we're just going to get some good food, rest a little bit, and then attack later again.
There was some serious situation in the Ancient with a replay of the best round, and that quite affected, I think, the whole second half of the Ancient. It was restarted in a position where it was after plan, it was 3v3. Can you tell us a little bit what happened, maybe inside of your brain or inside the mood of the players? Because when I saw the cameras, they were kind of smiling and they were like, not a big deal, but what was truly happening inside of the team right there?
I honestly cannot tell you what happened because TeamSpeak is going to get muted or is muted during those technical pauses. I think everybody was just trying to just take some deep breaths, try to reset, cool down. If that pistol, the first iteration of the T pistol, if it had played out, we very likely would have lost it. And then you might be interviewing somebody else here right now, because let's be honest, like with multiple overtimes on the first 2 maps, technical pauses as well, everybody is just physically drained. So I don't know how this would actually have paid out. I mean, luckily CSGOs were on our side, I guess, today, that this was actually crashing, or the server was crashing. So yeah, just happy that for once we're a bit lucky.
You get a taste of that Faze magic a little bit there, but we will see that in the match later on today as well. So congratulations and good luck moving forward. And yeah, this was NKJ. Team Faze are making it through. See you soon.
Always good to check in. And you know what? Kind of credit to NKJ for being quite honest there. I think he's spot on. Like, you know, that pistol, a 3v2 in the post plan, I think percentage-wise, like 70%, 90 are taking that, right? And I think it's, you know, a very honest thing from him saying, you know, it could have been a different person that we're interviewing here, but unfortunately, the luck of the draw goes the way of FaZe, I guess, if you are 9Z, who now get eliminated. And they'll definitely look back and that'd be quite tilted. One little small thing like that. But however, you also have to factor into the account that they really did struggle in that second half regardless. We saw a little bit of a soft cosmetic comeback, but it still took a long time to get going. A marathon of a series, but we've got another one to bring you very, very soon. We've got Alliance taking on Sharks coming up next, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this one pans out because we've seen some really high moments from Sharks and some lows from Alliance too.
No, it is true. Alliance, though, I think it is kind of safe to say they've maybe had one of the tougher runs. They actually did pretty well against 3D Max, right? I think that is a fair scalp for them to be taking, even with 3D Max on the downturn. So, yeah, excited to get into it. Really looking forward to seeing what these two teams can deliver for us. We're going to take a little break while we get everything set up. Make sure you stick around. We'll see you soon.
Get ready for episode 3. And the stage is bigger than ever.
Dodge, bullet.
You've been watching. You've been waiting. Now it's your turn to show what you're made of. Your moment is right here. Top 4 teams from open qualifiers advance to closed qualifier. Compete for your share of $100,000. Lock in your place and make it count. Register now.
Here we are, back in again for more Counter-Strike, of course. Quick break in between. I think these players have been waiting for about an hour and a half, nearly 2 hours to get going into their game, probably.
It is literally just 10 minutes shy of 2 hours.
Yeah. So they are very much ready to get going, I am sure. But our next game, of course, continues on in the lower bracket. So more and more heartbreak as the day goes on. It is Alliance taking on Sharks, and they will be playing off against Faze later today. So really is going to be a long day for the Faze boys, I'm sure, but we'll see. It might be a long day for everybody involved if we get more of these overtimes. It seems we are a little cursed in it.
Yeah, I mean, we've just never had a quick game, it feels, and who knows if that will change here in this one. Alliance taking on Sharks. I think both of these sides have the ability to be really quite special, but also they have a real kind of distinct flaw about them too. There's certain individuals that are definitely worth keeping an eye out for. For Alliance, mentioned it on kind of day one where it was Error and Male, right? Male 09, but both of them actually have not looked super sharp all the way through, or consistently sharp. Errors are some nice moments, but for me, it's Twist and Arvid who have been really being kind of like the shining lights for Alliance, and we've caught them, and I see some nice moments from them. Sharks on the flip side, a bunch of different people you can talk about with this side. I think Koala, that newer kind of entry in towards this team, looks really good. I think Arda Enisal brings a hell of a lot to the table too when he really gets going. And I think Doc can be really quite consistent as well. So those three, definitely worth keeping an eye out for. But Koala in particular, especially on those T sides, he's going to be quite imperative.
Yeah, it is true. It is very, very true. I think a real interesting sort of story here between these two teams, because it's like, how are they going to match off against each other? You know, two squads that have never met. Alliance as well. How much experience do they have against classical South American Counter-Strike? Not a lot by the looks of it. So, you know, I think that this could be a real clash ultimately of the two styles. I don't know. Sharks, it's tough. Like, they are this team that for a while you just wouldn't really be all that bothered about. You know, they make a few changes, but ultimately as a core, been together for a long time now. And it does seem like things have just really started to look up for them into 2026, right? A little bit of 2025, I suppose, when they come over. Domestically looking really good, but also the fact that they are taking the odd game, the odd map here or there against some international opposition, and of course at the major as well, which is a really big deal for this org.
Yes, yeah, exactly that. Kickstarting things on towards Nuke, of course, is the pick of Sharks. A map on which they're pretty solid on. Wins of Anansi and 100 Thieves, but losses to NIP Focus and BetClick Apogee. And then on the flip side for Alliance, they just kind of got owned by Faze. I think that's going to be something in the back of our minds a little bit. And they've had struggling losses to sides around those, or Eyeballers being one of them. They got that Anubis to follow it up. It's a very good map for Alliance. And then if we need it at the cider, is Ancient. The way I'm looking at this, though, at least by virtue of the veto, I think this is going to have to go all three maps.
Yeah, for sure. It would make sense. It would indeed make sense. So I think certainly does have 3 written all over it. I'm not sure. You know, there's been missing parts for both of these teams, though, if I'm being honest with you. When you try and lean their way, when you try and have them as the favorite, they sort of disappoint you, or when it looks like they've been good on a map, they disappoint a little. Alliance did look better against 3D Max, I think, to be fair to them, to give them their credit. A hard-fought battle on the Inferno, but their Anubis looked a lot better than it did on day one against Faze. So, yeah, we'll shape up in that factor, and as it goes on, I suppose we will indeed get a good idea of how Sharks in particular are going to play into this one. They match off against 9Z in an absolutely crazy series. We have just had a long one. That was so mind-numbing at times, to be perfectly honest with you. There's no way of beating around the bush. Sometimes you're able to sugarcoat it a little bit as a commentator, and then they don't really look good against NIP, like, at all. So it's hard to know what Sharks are going to bring here. I think they're quite lucky in a sense to take down 9Z in the opening game. Maybe if it was the team that they weren't as familiar with, they wouldn't have had the same kind of success, but the domestic derby benefits them there. I think Alliance, they might have the chance at taking them in pretty quick fashion as well if Sharks continue to struggle on the matchup.
Yeah. Well, the change of the music means that we should be getting back on the way, but I do just, or should be getting finally on the way. I do see an admin though talking to someone. We've been given the confirm that there is a bit of tech pause before this one gets started. We've been plagued with them a little bit, it feels. So let's see. All right, it feels like just a tech issue on the Alliance side. I think it is Twist as well, who's having some sort of issue. So hopefully only a brief one.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, it looks relatively good. No emergencies with the headsets off. And we are indeed into Nuke here. So kicking things off as another battle to stay alive at Stake Ranked Episode 2 here. Very, very important game for both of these squads, as Sharks in particular looking to try and push their ranking up as much as possible. Starting to be revealed that perhaps those earlier VRS rankings for them kind of overinflated. Arvid opening up with a ridiculous find through the smoke.
Late move towards ramp. Gonna dive on through here. Twist. Damage down towards Gafolo, but all four will make it down.
Oh, Hera. What a find. Usually doesn't happen that quickly through the glass. 4 on 3 does go down. Should be a bomb plan for Sharks to contend with. It's an easy. It's just all about holding on to the site now. Alliance, of course, no kit available, but plenty of utility to make things a bit easier. Twist taking another and another. It's all on ERN Azal here as he's left. In the 1 versus 4, maybe a kill for him. For the round itself, surely not going to happen. Player already on the bomb. Full hold coming in, and down he will go, peeking into 3. It's Twist looking very, very good.
Yeah, unfortunately, kind of an impossible situation there for Arden Azal. Like, he just can't really... There's no way of isolating those fights, especially that bomb plant too of where it is. He was sort of so pincered in. Nice work. I think, also, honestly, to get a bomb plant like that is still relatively impressive. You know, Arvid started well. They go back into kind of a 4 versus 5. They get completely spotted going down. Even with Era's opener as well, as they're moving in towards B, it looks like the plan is completely foiled. So the fact that they get a plant out of that is a bit of a silver lining. Of course, does allow them to buy in here. Not that it's super great by any means, like double Mac 10, triple Tech 9, but one of them. Mac 10's going to start really well. Need to be careful here. Era's being met with a lot of utility and forced out of heaven.
Yeah, Alliance getting their taste of the South American Counter-Strike, it would seem, as Sharks pick up that pace and look to brute force their way in with the individuals. I think they're moving to save here now. Wow, okay. I mean, fair enough if they're not feeling confident for it. No kit. Their whole setup, I think, was just countered by this play. So they will take the save. It feels awkward and not nice to look at, but we'll find out how they are able to respond in the following round here. Alliance, I think, going to be a little disappointed, but like I say, it just sort of counters them in a big way.
Yeah. Also one of those with that kind of save call that gets made, I can sort of understand it a little bit for Alliance. Like getting back in towards that top side is so difficult. It's quite rare that we see those top side retakes. I think the teams are a little bit more favorable about the B site and retaking that. There's a few more angles you can fight from. You get pincered in so much. But Sharks do well. It's, you know, a force by backing off the back of the bomb plot in the previous round. And it's just a really pacey round. They just fly in towards the A side. They overwhelm. And Alliance should have done better to have expected that, and they don't.
Outside execute. Sharks will get docked down incredibly quick. So Alliance need to recover things and adapt. Just spamming away early on here for now. No time to waste. Ready for a B crunch. Arvid in a good spot to perhaps stop the crunch aspect from happening. But it really is a patient round here from Sharks. They're just waiting to see if there's an aggressive overstep that they can exploit.
Arvid. This is risky. It could pay off for him. Ah, there's where it doesn't pay off. He gets slightly flustered by the player on the left-hand side, and Arden Nazar will swing on that contact. Now the three of Sharks can start building towards ramp. Max score. He spotted two in the flank. He actually doesn't need to fight here. This is such a weird round, though, because Sharks have got so much map control, so spaced out, and Alliance are being forced to sort of retake their own parts of the map, which is really uncomfortable. But Mail and Arrow will combine well, kills a piece as Koala, then gets a quick trade back into a 3 versus 3. And Sharks, I think they're overcooking this. It's 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's not a lot of time at all. They're going to try and get the bomb down towards B. I mean, Twist, if he just kind of lets them in, sacrifice for the denial of the bomb plan, he'll take the kill. Instead, bomb goes down, dealt with fast. So the 2-on-2 doesn't look impossible, you know. They're going to try and get together here. Decent amount of noise being made by the other Alliance players will somewhat give the game away. They've got a kit. All right, going to get... I was going to say, surely he's not holding that without the kit. Either way, Upe draws them out with the tap, finds the first and the second. And there's no stress for this Defuse Alliance to get it done.
Lovely work. Lovely, lovely work. Just recovering that, it felt very uncomfortable. I think Mail and Error, those two kills that they get basically simultaneously, it throws a spanner in the works. And you could just see something was up as well for Sharks. They take a year to make a decision when they had ramp for so long. Yeah, Koala, I feel you. I feel you. Like, that is, it's a really tilting round to just let slip away. And it has a pretty big knock-on effect. They force by back in again. Mach 10. Dock is as good as it gets. A bunch of Tech 9s around it. But yeah, Sharks, definitely their own worst enemy there.
See what they're able to cook up in this round, as they are once again on the lower pistols. Not able to utilize the fast rush round. Mail looking good. Does get taken down eventually. Upe, meanwhile, at the back end of the silo, holding strong here. And they will indeed see it off. So Alliance with a good couple of rounds as Sharks a bit stuck in the mud right now.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely feeling really sort of uncomfortable, I think, for Sharks. I actually wouldn't mind them taking kind of a timeout back into their next gun rounds. Not this one to be played out. This was a force by that. Sort of fell flat, but when they actually get the AKs back into play in round number 6, I wouldn't mind them taking another pause. Slow things out a little bit, discuss what we actually want to bring to the table. Where the gap's opening up, Alliance will start well with Twist finding one. You got Error on the cross. With his M4 on, he will rattle off for 1, looking for 2, and that support, that shutdown towards ramp is fantastic.
Really looking dominant now. As Alliance stretching ahead on this opening map, which is supposed to be this punish. So any kind of lead, any kind of cushion to work with they can get is really going to be beneficial. So far, so good. Big round on the cards, though, of course, the Sharks back with a buy. First time in a little while, full-on rifle round. Really looking like a great idea. Oh, they try and get aggressive here, Alliance. It's going to fall flat initially. Big damage done. How do the rest of the players hold out? They were ready for an A-burst this time around. And although it looks shaky in the hut, the site holders have done well.
Koala. What can he really do here in a 1 versus 3? I mean, he has plenty of time. But as long as Alliance don't give him the opportunity to isolate fights, it should be absolutely simple as. 55 seconds. He's moving outside. He's half HP as well, which makes it all the more tougher for him as he starts trying to creep back in towards main. Single door being held, and that's where it does really well. Fantastic stuff as Alliance extend this lead, and they're looking, honestly, really quite clean, really quite comfortable.
Yeah, looking really good. I mean, this is the question that we had, right? The 9Z matchup. Take it with a pinch of salt, you know, take it up in the air.
Yeah.
Didn't do very well against NIP. Is it going to be more of the same? I think that, you know, NIP at the moment, perhaps a stronger team than Alliance, but they come from a similar place. And Sharks might continue to struggle against the European Counter-Strike here as this develops. Still early enough in the half, but just not a lot happening, not necessarily making us believe just yet.
Yeah, that's for sure. Again, less a bite. Unfortunately, he has been this sort of problematic state of Sharks not finding really leg room on the C side, and I continue here outside of it, spamming desperately. It's csgo who actually end up coming out on top.
Doc goes down. We'll see if there's any kind of response from Sharks. I mean, 40 seconds left. A real big pivot from them, it feels like. Mira's got eyes on, but he has missed all of this. Really at threat. Oh, and drawn away and making a step. So they know all about him. He's going to go down. It's an M4 recovered. Site player left low. And wow, Sharks in the nick of time somehow slip in the net. Not necessarily over just yet, but it's not looking likely. It's a lot of unconfirmed damage here.
It's a really good round to steal away, though. It feels like one of those that it's coming out of nowhere, but it's a few little critical errors that become really quite costly. Mel looks like he's going to flash in twists. This fight, and well, he will, and it works well for the first. He sure he just doesn't have time here. Maybe just trying to keep attention drawn. Mail or fall. Twist is getting kills on the exit, or just kill singular as he does get traded. A lot of damage dealt. And here's Sharks. Finally get a second on the board. We're needing minimum 4 though from the C side to feel actually comfortable.
Yeah, definitely, but I think that still comes in a really nice way for Sharks. One of the key things to consider, 2 rounds, 2 lower buy wins. Can make it difficult to hit the all-important consistency. But once again, Alliance looking to respond in kind. As Error, aggressive on the AWP here. Might give him the fight in just a moment. Flash comes in. A little ahead of it, but the turn away is enough to draw him off. Docs has done very, very well. Great pickup from him. He does get traded.
That's fine. Twist. Gets one and drops down. He was preemptively transferring. To no avail as Upe plays on the other side of this smoke. Got it work for him. Crosses absolutely perfect. 2 versus 4. Made that one as Upe's done really well. Just locking down this A site. And Ardenazau is, well, he's all that's left to work with.
Not looking good. Despite the early kill, Alliance have managed to recover. Ardenazau is maybe in a good spot here. Oh, if he found that kill, I was with him, but doesn't happen. And so he will go down. Triple for Upe. Alliance answer back immediately. Again, very good signs to keep this a relatively one-sided affair.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job of really keeping Sharks on their toes. Making life very, very difficult for this side. Difficult predicament. All right, Sharks, we've got another chance to have a bit of a conversation. It's very quite basic rounds is sort of what they're calling. I think it is part of the issue for Sharks. And the issue for this side is that when the initial call on the spawn doesn't go well, they start to dwindle quite a bit. The odds somehow still favoring Sharks for the map itself, which feels quite baffling to me, to be honest. But Steak sees something that
yeah, maybe
I don't.
Sure. Maybe a little more needed to convince, right? Definitely could pick up 4 or 5 and then have a really good run on the CT side. But I think if it continues being one way in favor of Alliance, things will surely change. Just a very difficult game to predict and give odds on. You also notice how the odds are quite close still, even though they are in favor of Sharks. So obviously not putting all their chips one way or the other. Just yet. We've got, you know, a very tentative game here. Sharks looking for another unlikely kind of round, as they've only got 2 pistols this time. It's a lot of AKs, so definitely looks a lot better, but still, the odds against them.
Smoke outside, Nate to break it open. An error. And that break in the smoke does work favorably for him. Twist will fall. But the Eagle of Max core. And Mail waiting for his opportunity. It's a really nice little crossfire that they've got working here. One can hold for the hot run outs. Errors up in towards the heavens to hold for those flanks. And this should be simple, and it is. Mail, 1 and 2, gets both as they move out a single door. Simple stuff. Alliance, another round on the board. And yeah, another one that feels pretty simple.
Yeah, it's starting to get more and more one-sided now, in all honesty. Sharks, as we lightly feared, similar against NIP, really struggling to get off the ground. Another Tech-9 buy this time around. Outside execute coming in as they look to press their way forwards. And they will move fast. Koala goes down on a spam. That's more towards the vent, I believe, trying to drop down perhaps or be a bit of a nuisance. Arvid here, ready to go. As was Twist. Twist goes down quite easily, so suddenly the round does look doable. An upgrade onto the M4 and a bomb plant here.
You take that. Definitely not out of the realms of possibility. As Doc looks to get a bit active, I think he is the right way to play it. He's now a known quantity that he's taking peaks. And as Ardenazau falls, this now becomes more or less impossible. It should be, unless he's fed fights, and he very nearly is, given all three. It's Arrow who closes it. It's close, but not close enough. It's Alliance who find yet another round as they go up to an 8 here. Best now Sharks can do on this C side is 4. And even if they get all 4, I think we're both far from convinced.
Yeah. Last sort of opportunity, I think, to prove. Man, they're looking pretty dejected. And we're only 10 rounds in. Kind of interesting as well. I think it's a good time to bring it up. Stico continuing to give us a little bits of information to work with. So behind them at the moment is their manager, who kind of keeps them together mentally.
Yeah.
And the coach, Hawk, is backstage, so doesn't necessarily talk tactics. And I think that does really speak to the fact that Sharks are a little averse to timeouts and things. Not sure if that's necessarily the best idea, especially in a game like this. They definitely do need some input, I think. Nice finds from Era and Azal. My goodness, Era, though, he just keeps them at bay, keeps the kills and tags coming. Into the 3-on-3, we'll see. Sharks, once again, it's another crossroads moment. Often they've gone the wrong way. See if that changes.
Yeah, Koala. He's got a really good position that if timing favors him, he can really punish Upe here. 50 seconds. Upe having to sort of dance in these two positions. Terrible time to drop off. He's dead to rights. That is really unfortunate by him. And Molly at the feet of Era. Honestly, there'd be a temptation to save if it wasn't for the fact that it's penultimate round and they have money to buy in towards the next. Any other part, a little bit early in towards the half, I think you just call it a day here.
Era. In the right place. Not going to do anything to deny the plant just yet. He's biding his time. He's waiting for his teammate to move in. Get done. Get spotted. Peeks around. Distracts away. Needed one from the AWPer. Twist is still going to look, but he can't find success. Sharks with a much-needed win. Every single time they found a round, it has been answered by Alliance. Is that going to be the case here again?
Get to 4. Maybe we can still entertain the idea. I think it'd be to be 4 rounds, sort of pistol conversion. Yeah, a little bit more is going to follow it, really. I think a lot of things have really got to go right, but at the same time, Alliance issues. That rebuy comes back in the final round. Slightly limited on a few plays in terms of the Utah. It's the only thing that's probably worth mentioning, but you see him still should be fine as they look to fight up early here. Broken open door and a smoke in front of it. You just slow Sharks down. It looked like they wanted to move slightly quicker towards A.
Creeping outside. Looking for that first kill. Another outside execute coming in here. So really trying to sell the fact that they're moving downstairs, but Alliance not panicking or over-rotating, just going to get the one play down there. Meanwhile, Male 09 is an open angle for him here. Deep smoke goes in. That gives him a few options. And just going to make life annoying for the Sharks, who are, as you rightly predict, seemingly winding that clock down. I think they're looking to see what Doc can find.
Yeah.
Maybe go to join him. It's going to be via Squeaky, which is never the easiest. There's 2 sets of eyeballs on that. Nice find from Era downstairs. So with 30 seconds left, Sharks just got to move up towards A where they can. Wow, a great pair of entries. Isn't going to be enough, though. It's Male's position that looks kind of unbeatable at this point. He stays alive. It's all down to Gafolo. A few too many targets for him, you might say. But he has managed to drop down. He should get the plant and reset this round.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Plant will come in, 7 seconds on the clock to work with. And now a chance, 1 versus 2. He's heard the steps in vent, but they exit out towards double door as csgo looks to play around that open single. Moving forward to Isaac the fight, and he gets one. Tech9 pulled out. csgo has a chance to clutch this up, and he does. That is a huge, huge round from him. However, Sharks still need a big recovery in that second half.
Welcome back into half number 2 then. Slight resurgence coming through from the Sharks. Whether it's going to be enough here on their own map pick remains to be seen. Alliance, I think, can still be really happy with how things went there. Really doing a good job for the most part of keeping Sharks at bay. But it's tough, isn't it? You move on to the T side. Totally different beast. They're a slightly weaker nuke team as well. Decent amount of reps, but just not the success for the side of Alliance here.
Yeah.
It generally comes through as one of their more obvious punish picks. So we'll find out. It's moving fast. Doc to take 2 heads like it's nothing. Surgical kills coming in from the Doc, and it's all going to be down to Ira and Upe here.
Down vent. Ira. Wrapping outside here. He's given a chance, and Doc gets yet another really great pistol from him. His 3rd of the round. And Upe, unfortunately, in a 1 versus 4. I'm not going to back him here. And Doc is the right read. He was just giving a little double check. Over towards the entrance towards Secret. And there we go. Doc sees it off. Fantastic pistol from him. Quad kill to his name. Sharks chip away the deficit now to 3 rounds. And this is it. With an 8-4, with a bit of that checklist, you can actually recover this game relatively well. Pistol there taken, and the fact that it's without a bomb plant too, and it's really inexpensive for Sharks is massive. The force buy, or maybe even lack thereof for Alliance, you take that for Sharks. You've had that first gun round too, and Alliance are in trouble. It should be a tight game.
Yeah. Really moves fast. So Alliance going to have to be careful and wary of that fact. Problematic for Alliance, and I think they know it. So looking to take their time in this one and just talk things over a little. Don't make it super easy for Sharks. Don't allow them to build up that all-important momentum, which I think is one of these intangible things that can be a bit overplayed, but something that certainly players believe in, you know, like a superstition, I suppose.
Yeah, true. Doc. Got a kill for him. He continues to look pretty impressive. He's looking for just the top of the head. He gets dinked, in fact, and the pistol pulled out. This one will net him. Get another kill. He might get caught in transition here. Doc and csgo actually bail out on Renazawa's Sharks. Find that 6th pretty easily, as expected, to be fair. But here we are. A very important gun run for Alliance. You lose this, and actually, you start to get into a lot of trouble.
All right, here we go. Alliance looking to hold on. it's not going to be easy. How does this T side look for them is, I think, the big question that we will be asking. A lot of early utility, super fast, bro. And they create that first kill. That's all they were after. Not necessarily, I was looking at that minimap, I was like, okay, is this going to be charging straight out? But no, they were waiting for Sharks to panic or overface, and indeed the kill does come in. Onto Doc as well, who's been their most impressive member. Just one for Max Corp, not going to be enough. So Alliance, as well as the man advantage, so much map control.
Oh, Farvid as well makes it all the more damning as Koala falls. He had the right idea on that 180. Zupe, who might get an opportunity, but he's going to be found back for him. I speak too soon. Oh, there is out. His move on a double door is huge, and Gafolo a kill for him. Puts it all on the shoulders of Error. Tap on the defuse. Sharks are gonna walk away with the round. And wow, Alliance, that is actually a bad one to let slip.
Yeah, for sure. And that again is just gonna go to show how shaky and questionable, you know, this side might look. Really worried for how the T side might develop here. Difficult one, needless one to be losing. Thank goodness for the bomb plant. It allows them to come up with some sort of an answer. I think that's a portion of this conversation here. What are we going to go for? It's Hero AK and a half buy around it. So nothing too flashy, not fully sending, because in the end, it doesn't even necessarily come to be a close affair. So Alliance will concede the lead, and Sharks have closed the gap incredibly quick.
Yeah, Alliance are actually in a position where we start to say they're in trouble. Really well done, though, from Sharks. A side that it feels like you can, I mean, really never count out of a game. They seem to continuously find ways, and maybe if you believe, of course, you can check out Stake. Use that code ranked over there. $10 reload every day for 7 days. Yeah, brilliant stuff. Koala, nice find for him. On towards Zupe. Given the opportunity to cross as well. He looks to shut down this B pop, which I think with that smoke will exactly do that.
Gafolo. Nope. Not the right idea. Dangerous peak. I knew it. I knew he wanted to do it. The jiggle. He was moving quick. Looking good for the rest of the squad to hold that line. So a couple of kills coming in. Sharks will take it. They will even things up. And yeah, panic stations now for Alliance. Their T side unraveling and starting to show some. I feel like he maybe is just not like the smiliest guy, Koala.
Yeah. He always looks
Maybe
so unhappy,
case.
despite
Yeah,
actually
always,
playing kind of well now.
why am I here type energy. But some people just are, you know. It's the way the old resting face and all that, you know, can look a bit rough. He plays good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, he does. He's really had, obviously, you know, I think some struggles individually. Maybe that could be part of where the tilt leans in, but he also is playing like pretty rough positions. Like T side, he's like kick-starting every move, and then CT side playing out through ramp, which doesn't get tested loads. Maxwell, Gafolo kills a piece as Doc will get in for a bit of the taste of his own. And with the support of everybody, they shut down the A-pop really quite effortlessly, which is happening time and time again.
Yeah, not good, sir. Really not good here. Alliance running out of opportunities to fight back. Perfect start into this game. They look so dominant. Sharks really had to adapt and move back in, but the CT side has been very impressive. I think it is safe to say it's another lower buy, another hero AK for Alliance, but it should be double digits for Sharks given the way that things have been going. And of course, the odds in their favor as the round begins, you know, before they even find a kill. Call it. In a good spot, does manage to find the first head. Score on the AWP as well, helping out. And the Lions not able to get anything going. It'll be yet another round for the Sharks, and it will be all too easy.
Hey, 2 kills and the bomb dropped. We might actually get a smile out of him. Potentially, we might see one come through. Ovid, a lot of damage. Our Dennis are left on 10, Gafolo on 11. And it's not going to make a difference to the round itself as Gafolo closes it cleanly. Timeout taken now for Alliance. Yeah, I mean, they're in serious trouble. Look at this run on the CT side. Man alive. Like, what a performance from Sharks we're getting at the moment. If they steal away this map pick, oh, this becomes really, really quite interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Alliance on the T side looking very, very shaky. They do have that Anubis, which is just such a safe place for them. Coming up next, of course, not all that bad. You know, Sharks have played it a fair bit recently. They beat BetClick on it twice, which I think is, you know, nothing to really take to heart, but it's still a decent enough squad in EU again, so you don't apply that same sort of moniker. Is their T side going to be shaky again? Probably. So that's also the other thing, that it's like you want to have to be finding an advantage on the on the T side. And I think their T sides all throughout this tournament, similar to 9Z, just look really, really weak. Mail and Twist going to open. Fast at ramp, aggressive at ramp. Alliance may well have done it finally. He'll finish off Twist. It's not over just yet, though. This AWP's still in play, of course.
Crosshair placement is superb. Alliance, just when it felt like a bit of pace, might actually be really beneficial to them. We're back into 2 versus 2. I score so scared of, and rightfully so, like a flank coming through. It's the one real gap that Sharks have to keep an eye trained on. There's that move through hell, but they're just doubling back towards A. There's a look, and he spots him. That's the bomb that they know is out on the back of Upe. Maxwell looking for the reaction. Oh, what a shot by him. Brilliant by the AWP, and Alliance. Just nothing seems to go right for them.
Incredible stuff. You just can't believe it. Really crazy. Really, really crazy. And I mean, if you can't win a round like that, it's just not your map, is it? Absolutely brilliant from the AWP. We'll see if it continues for the Sharks, as Alliance still looking for their first T round. Great break comes. Harvard goes down. I think they might have heard some footsteps here as well, thanks to the glaive box position from Doc. They'll start making their way around. Mail's going to get a catch. So maybe not over just yet. Doc, they look at him at the last second, but unable to take him down. He's gathered so much info with that. He knows what's up. They've bailed on the idea of going B. Now going back towards B, but there's a player downstairs waiting for them. Alliance, deer in headlights here.
Yeah.
I think the car's about to hit them, to be honest. It's not going to swerve. Looking like the final death blows here, as just Twist remains.
Yeah, they've really checked out, unfortunately, in this one. Just when it felt like there was going to be plenty of times and these opportunities for Alliance, and it actually has felt like they've had some decent ideas, but their individuals aren't shining enough for them. Twist, speaking of an individual though, I really thought it was a write-off with single-digit HP, but he sent this 1 versus 3 into a 1 versus 1, and he's just sneaking around in towards radio. Max Cores scooped up a kit now. He's got a molly and a flash. He's kind of got to go. Twist might win this by virtue of him not checking, and yes, he will. Oh, wow. What a time to step up for the IGL. I thought the round was all but done, and I feel like most of Alliance did as well. Captain Fantastic has kept them afloat.
All right. Getting somewhat interesting. Could be a back-breaking moment. Sharks now, the test on them. Yes, it's been tough in the second half. They're only 2 rounds away. So you have to look at it like that. But Sharks, of course, they'll be looking at it at the fact of we've lost 1 round in the entire half after a really great comeback, 7 for us. Don't have to worry. We don't have to worry. Just go back to what was working. It's a crazy clutch. Can they benefit on that? So it's really quite a hard round for both teams to know what to expect now. Upe going to open up, though. That's certainly not what you want. Here, Azal has to give us a couple. He's going to do just that. He's got assistance as well.
Wow.
He keeps them coming. An individual moment for Sharks after Twist with the clutch. It is nullified. Sharks hit map point.
Yeah, that is pretty insane. That is insane. And what a response as well. Like, you really kind of got a feel for like Alliance. Like, it's like, oh, we've finally got something going for us. Around the board on this T side. And then you get a moment of madness like that from Arden Azal. Brilliant work. He's had a very solid game from him. 16 and 14, 16 and 11 for Kafolo as well. 19 for Dark. Yeah, superb stuff. Really is. $12 to 9. Is there anything left for Alliance? I mean, all expectations are no, just by virtue of how poor this T-side has looked. We'll have to see. Smoke down, front side of door. Off is going to try and test Doc here. And he actually does very well. He nearly gets a second too, but Arrow will trade. That's 1 spotted going down secret. Another has gone down, and he doesn't even realize that Doc that he tagged him up.
Twist. Nice find. 4 on 3. Koala is downstairs, ready to go, however. In a weird spot. Twist not really finding anything as they start to move away from him, so he becomes a late lurker. May well draw them back up to him, maybe? Are we going to try and get up the vent, perhaps? Few decisions to be made. Koala out in the open. If they come towards B, I mean, the setup is not too bad. Koala making a few moves. In the right place. They line up. It's beautiful. Absolutely perfect. Bomb going to hit the deck.
Give us a smile.
Yeah, surely.
Surely.
Be the clutching player. Turns around. Oh, not able to find that kill. I don't think there'll be any smiles for Koala, but maybe for the team in general, if they can hold on here or not. It's Twist, the unknown element, that has screwed the round. Max Core thinking the bomb is headed up.
No.
And he is wrong. He gives away the full advantage that he had there. 5-7. Isolate era could have been his.
Yeah.
He's left in the 1-on-2.
Just not impossible unless they feed him the fight tip. He snuck out. Tags a twist, but from behind, it's Arrow sees it off. Alliance stay alive. Oh, that's so close. It's just a tiny, tiny mistake there by Max Korov. Kind of early rotating, maybe even slightly like panicked, flustered rotating. It's being quite costly. And it keeps Alliance in this, and Koala, for his, essentially the amount of damage he dealt, sort of enough like 3 kills. With the 2 he tagged, 1 on single door, 1 on double. And the 2 kills that they actually did get. Still not enough. Molly in the open or catch our Denizal and force him towards his cubby. Doc holding for the cross as he's now smoked. Alliance will step up the pace a little bit. That smoke goes very deep though, so there's a huge gap.
Here and is out. Nearly taken down, but able to survive it a little bit here. Nice. For Koala, grabs the information. Nade going in, but he gets sideswiped. Look, he's going to find himself into a good spot. Not the case. The secondary AWP beaten out, but a lot of damage done. Is there anyone around with an M4 to capitalize? Uh-oh. That'll be another round going the way of Alliance, and now a battle to save, which maybe even that is not going to be possible. The Sharks seem to be doing it again. Something in the water. Over in South America, 9Z doing it, Sharks doing it. Alliance bring it within 1 round.
And is this going to go to that age-old sort of dreaded OT? It feels like you were mentioning, we saw it with 9Z nearly every single game. It felt like that's the case, but Sharks were running away with this, and now they really do not have the money to work with, which sort of makes us feel that the OT is potentially even guaranteed in a way. M4, FAMAS coming through. MP9 out as well now for Kafolo, a little bit of utility. Another MP9 picked up by Max Core, so they rounded out. It can still be considered a scary buy, but I don't know, fundamentally speaking, this is Sharks who have lost control of this game at kind of the worst possible moment.
These are the unlikely rounds, though, aren't they? Sharks might just be able to get it done. Given the chance, given the world. Koala on the 5-7 holding the ramp over here. We do have a lot of automatic weaponry. It's the lack of utility, as it's been expended in the early round. And the kit as well, of course. So gonna have to win it out before the bomb goes down. You feel, wow.
Okay.
That might be a good way of getting it done. Twist goes down. He is the main man for Alliance right now. Really big kill in what could be the final round.
Koala, rather than sort of dropping down, he actually does want to stick around a little bit for this fight. Oh, this is getting uncomfortable. MP9 as well. Max Core dips in for 1, dips away. He's actually trying to draw them into the FAMAS. And Alliance are falling for the traps. They drop it into the pitfalls that are set here by this CT side, and it's all slotting into place. Upe, the last man, a known quantity and a dead one at that as well. As Sharks pip them at the post at that final hurdle. They take Nuke. Alliance's map pick.
Indeed, a really good find in the end. A very, very, very messy kind of showing, but not so sure. It's a really difficult look for Alliance. They started off so very well that first half, very, very winnable. And then they just could not get it going in good time. I think they do towards the end. They prove their capability when there's a fire lit under them, but they needed to get that fire going themselves, I suppose, before it was emergency time, before there was less room to work with. Great stuff coming round from the side of Sharks to just show some resilience and also manage to keep them at arm's length and breaking that curse a little bit, not letting it go to the overtime, right? Which I think is kind of a key thing in their game if they are to keep going here at the stake ranked. Got to be closing these games out and doing so in the unlikely fashion, you know, a great round to prove to themselves that they can do it. You don't really think that they're going to be able to find that last round. It looked like it was going to be OT, but not the case there now.
Yeah, I still feel like it's a bit of a bad sign for Alliance. So we're seeing them kind of be so reliant on Twist to do a lot of the leading in terms of the numbers department. They got so much firepower that isn't stepping up. But to correct myself, that was Sharks' map pick. It now is Alliance's map pick coming through of that Anubis. Sharks don't mind it, though, is the real risk that we have here. So we're going to have to see. We're going to go to a break. We've got map number 2 to Anubis. Alliance's pick up next.
Get ready for episode 3. And the stage is bigger than ever.
Dodge. Bullet.
You've been watching. You've been waiting. Now it's your turn to show what you're made of. Your moment is right here. Top 4 teams from open qualifiers advance to closed qualifier. Compete for your share of $100,000. Lock in your place and make it count. Register now.
We are getting things ready for map number 2. It is the pick of Alliance as it's Anubis up next, and Sharks, they only just take their pick of Nuke with a really good recovery coming forward. But let's see now how things look in towards this map number 2. It's a very decent map for Alliance. We've been playing it a lot, and we saw that win over 3D Max, that they're very capable on this map as well.
It is very true. It is very true. We have seen the worst of it, I suppose, against Faze. It really didn't look good. Came through as an obvious pick for Faze, Twists was saying. So maybe that's part of it, that they were very prepared for it. But we'll see here. I think you have to lean the way of Alliance, really. It just makes a lot of sense. It's not a bad map for Sharks. Maybe the Overpass or the Ancient, you could argue, are a little worse, but it's one that they don't really play. They've perhaps stumbled into successes with, and of course their most recent game just about a week ago against Inner Circle was a loss. So yeah. Alliance have got all these things to favor them. They, as you say, have also picked up a win against 3D Max at this very tournament. So gonna feel pretty confident. It would make sense with how close things came that Alliance are the favorites on this particular map, but it's challenging. It's very, very challenging. You just don't know what to make of what's happening with all these teams, and when Sharks alongside 9Z as well, but when those types of teams are involved, I just don't really know what to say. I'm not necessarily going to put all of my confidence into one side or the other. Sharks going to be riding on a high as well. The fact that they managed to come back and close out that nuke is really quite incredible.
Yeah, it feels really difficult, I think, at times to like properly and like securely back these teams, just because we've seen the woes that they've had. But early tap, it's a slight damage on towards Koala. This side of Sharks looking to see if they can go back to back on a map which they don't mind. They just don't play a lot is the only kind of problem for them. No committed play here. It looks like the bomb's going to go back towards B as well.
Quite quick indeed. They catch them off guard from the connector area. Bomb plant coming in, smoke to keep them at bay. Looks good for Alliance, honestly. And what do you really want to do here if you're Sharks? They do have a kit available, smoke to go alongside it. I guess they have to try and just get onto that bomb and body block, but are they even going to make it that close is the real question here. Starting to move in. Julie's leading that charge, but they will get mowed down. Looking very good. Max Core, the only one to have found a kill there for Sharks. Super dominant opening for Alliance.
Yeah, really good. And it looks quite akin to actually how things opened up in that map number 1, right? Where they really were able to kind of get things going quite effortlessly. It was the second half where things fell apart. But they're hoping that this T-side can have a lot more going for it. That'll absolutely help. He's going to be a buy back in response for Sharks. A bit of pistols for them. Lions take this, though. They're going to get a nice little runway to work with.
Yep, certainly. Definitely there with you on that. Ooh, nice find from Twist to open up. Burst off the back of that, perhaps, will be a Max Core around the corner. He's smoked off for now, but he's going to slow them down with a smoke. That's a nice little touch. Still not quite the round that you want from Sharks. Blow it open. Small surprise here. Renazal lands the dink, however. Great little shots. They're going to head towards B here. Sharks have got a guessing game to contend with. Where is that bomb going? And the kills just keep coming in. The superior weaponry standing strong. Sharks find themselves with just 2 players.
Yeah, nothing really that Koala and Gafolo can do about this one. Even constellation kills feel quite hard done by to get out of this.
Has been planted.
Gonna stick around just in case, but I can't really see anything coming to fruition right at this tail end. Of course, not in terms of the round, but just even just getting any sort of kills. Alliance, very simple to get up towards their second, utilizing their firepower really well. Nothing at the end here for Koala and Gafolo, so it will be that simple second without it being made expensive at all for Alliance. Very simple, very easy.
Looking good. As they perhaps wait for this to keep going for the Sharks side. It's going to be a real hard map, I think it is safe to say. And they will know it. Alliance, meanwhile, get a really quite a keen start. It just sort of goes to show as well, one of the maybe little things to consider here, folks, the fact that Sharks, they get that pick of the side. A lot of teams would go to the T side. I think it is general rarity. Maybe if you feel like you have fantastic firepower across the board, but not really the case for the Sharks side. So the fact they don't go towards the T end just shows lacking some confidence on this map.
No, I think you're right. I think you're right indeed. Which is, I mean, always a bit of a worrying sign. It's just that lack of reps. We take a lot of stock in that. It's generally something that we value quite heavily. Well, already. Sharks for this slight throwaway round. Again, you'd like to make it a little bit expensive if you can, but it just feels next to impossible. Before I say that, though, Doctors get a double. So that'll at least give an idea about something, but Ovid gets a nice response. Back in play. Mail going to find a kill of his own as well, and before you know it, it's all on the shoulders of Koala and Gafolo, one of which, Gafolo, dead to right as we see. Down he falls.
Ten seconds left on that clock. If he was in the right place, Koala could make a difference here, but he isn't. So not going to do too much for it. Maybe able to find a kill on the way out. He can move fast, but he's opting to not go for it. He's going to take some weaponry if he can work his way around to it, which I think, yeah, he should be okay if he takes that super long route, which he is doing. So, in the moment, well played, well thought out. But it's another round for Alliance. They start to now really look impressive.
Yes, yeah.
And I think that we are worried for the longevity of this Sharks team. In the early stages, maybe they can prove us wrong if this first gun round looks good.
It just feels a little too easy at the moment. It really has felt very simple, very sort of effortless in the way that some of these rounds are coming through. So yeah, brilliant work. Of course, make sure to go and check out the stake ranked PC giveaway. That is going on. There's a banner down below, but you've got to link your account, and just by watching, you can enter the raffle in for a chance of a brand new PC, which you're not going to say no to. You'd love to win one of those. If you're watching the game anyway, you may as well.
Here and Azal, the only one on the A-bomb site at the moment, lays down that early smoke. Gonna come off just yet. Twist. Meanwhile, pushing in nice and fast, leading this charge. Here and Azal will get 2. 1 through Twist, I believe.
Has been planted.
That's wild. A real keen couple of kills might just have given them the chance that they need. A fresh smoke towards camera makes it hard. They've got to try and group up here as best they possibly can. Max Core on the AWP. He feels so awkward. Is he going to be needed, though? The M4's doing most of the work. It's all on Upe. He doesn't spot them here and panics a little as the molly comes in. Sharks will get it. Certainly some benefit on their side, but they will still find the round.
And finally as well, you know, just something to kind of fall back on a little bit and talk about for Sharks. It gives them the opportunity to build on this CT side. Like, we know they have the ability to really be sort of that difference maker. You know, we saw right at the tail end of Nuke. But they've just got to start finding consistency, and that's the perfect way to get things underway. You go back to back as well, and it will actually have quite the effect towards Alliance, whose money does get broken nearly across the board. May have a little bit of leftover cash and error, and Twist just about enough to squeeze out a half buy.
What is the response now for Alliance? Sharks trying to press the attack after their round win. It's a great flash, wow. And just a fantastic time to go for it. You know, he's isolated, he's by himself. They bolster up middle as well. It's really well done here from Sharks. Damage looks good, shots look better. I think they will be able to hold things together. Dira on that AWP, though, is, wow, doing God's work. Great finds from him. Will it be enough? Twist on that bomb is just so far away. Does find a straggler on the rotation, and now going to look to take the bomb towards A. They have really messed this one up, and Mail completely unknown about here, and is now going to get caught. Wow, Alliance, it's all worked out really rather well. Doc alone. A brief window where he might be able to isolate these players. He plays it correctly, but the footsteps distract him. And Mail to close it. Incredible work. What a find from Alliance.
Yeah, what a round to sort of bite back with and extend that lead to that 3-round buffer once again. I just feel for Sharks, it's just a map they're not really like super well versed on. Like, they've got some sharp individuals, sure, but it feels far from comfortable. It really has been dicey, to say the least. Tabba taken from Alliance, to be fair, to try and shore things up. They will have a double Mac 10 brought to the table here for them. And a buy over towards Sharks, but whether it's a low buy, half buy, this is really bad. They're not really contending now. That one round they got was nice, but the fact that it's a flash in the pan absolutely just does not help them at all.
Yeah, not a good sign. Early doors here on map number 2, but Alliance already looking good. You might be confident for it. Get on over to Stake and use code RANK for that weekly reload. $10 every day for 7 days. So that's how many days there are in a week. Either way, moving into round number 6 here. Sharks looking to try and answer back. It was such a great start to the previous round. I think they'll be really, really sad that they can't capitalize.
I think you're right. Alliance. Yeah, that previous map, they check out a little bit. And I think it's one of those, especially if they lose this series, that was probably one of the things that they'll generally look back at. This map feels, I know it's early doors, but it really does feel really quite good for them. see a completely different look in Sharks in the way it's approached at the moment. Early tag on towards Gafolo as he peeks out from Ebok. Then it's now going to make a move of his own, and Upe, despite csgo peeking, it felt like he was slightly half asleep there. This is a nice move by Sharks, and 3 kills come in quick succession.
Yeah, looking great once again. The aggression does seem pretty effective at times, you know. It's solid to see, and they will be able to capitalize this time around. Only 20 seconds left on that clock, and no shenanigans inside smokes, etc. So just a save out for these 2 AKs. Tiny bits of utility, plenty of cash to kind of nullify the fact that they're going to get no loss bonus.
Counter-terrorists win.
And Sharks this time will convert it. Would have been a real kick in the teeth, but just goes to show, I mean, the Sharks looking good. They sort of lose that round prior to that one. It's their own fault, they might think.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, once the econ's evened out, once the guns are in play, they look quite strong.
Yeah, they do. They just need sort of consistent gun rounds to work, or just consistent sort of like flushed out of econ. There we go. The Sharks. A chance for them now to sort of pile that pressure back on. If you can get a third here, Alliance run out of cash, that'll allow you to tie up the game. Before you know it, really feels like Sharks can start to open the door on the CT side. Starts well. It really does. Actually, as Koala gets a second behind it, he might die to the nade, which he does, but his job's done there, and they've re-upped those B defenses.
Yeah, really great look. Aaron Twist gonna have to back off. Sharks looking fantastic here. Now would be 3 great rounds in a row with, you know, fantastic early aggression. Another conversion needed, though, and they are very, very split. So once again, have to be careful not to allow Alliance to isolate these fights. Pretty worrying stuff. Aaron is out. Open angle, but it's not quite low enough yet. Just win out that fight. And the second as well. Feeling comfortable. Lovely finds. Sharks move up to 3.
It's important. Really, really good round for them to take. And the fact that it should theoretically just guarantee another behind it by virtue of Alliance's finances running a little dry. Definitely is going to try and, or at least give them some level of room to work with. Now, for Alliance, couple are going to pistols, nothing crazy.
Yeah, it's looking tough. It really is. I mean, Sharks are in a fantastic spot if this continues for them. Alliance as well, still not delivering a good T side just yet.
True.
So really in a difficult place from here. Upe on a P250. Era's got armor. He's maybe the one that you look at that is like, if he gets his hands onto a gun, could maybe facilitate a bomb plant, but not looking as likely. Max caught. Played it safe. We like that. Meanwhile, in the A main, they were ready. Max caught, nearly finding 2, not quite. He will get his second, and a flawless round from Sharks. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Get that money going and even up that scoreline.
Yeah, it's super, super important for them to be getting that. I think for Sharks, you got to guarantee what feel like the kind of quote-unquote easy ones. But Now, with that being said, Buy goes back into place for Alliance. Got to get an immediate response. Lights fall. Kind of drop this ninth. Sharks are going to put themselves into a position where we then start to get really quite concerned for the Swedes that they could fall very flat in this series.
Which is not really what I was expecting, especially with the way that things started on Nuke. You know, I thought it was going to be the one-way traffic in favor of Alliance for this series, but Sharks have done a really good job of coming alive and competing.
Well, slower roll here. Arden is out. It's a very aggressive position, which does not pay off. On a fall. Ready now. It just feels like with that A site open, bomb will come down momentarily, and the three remaining towards B just say there's nothing really you can do about it.
Yeah. Tough, but needed from Alliance. They do look pretty damn good in doing so. Should be able to save his Sharks. Alliance not going to take too much of a hunt, but they will indeed put themselves in a very, very good spot. 5th round, it is kind of that bare minimum. I think with the start that they had, though, they want to move up to probably 7, I think, is the goal that they're going to go for. So a lot more work required there.
Terrorists win.
I think you're right. Let's see, can they? I feel like for Alliance, they still just feel like considerably the more comfortable team right now. Like Sharks, there's these moments and these sort of like somewhat flashes of brilliance, but not getting enough to feel really, really surefire about kind of what they can bring to this table. Just because there's not loads of reps to work with. They've had some nice wins, 3 from 4. It's obviously a map that's only recently started to creep in towards their pool. Swing, nice idea. He nearly gets 2. And actually through the flames, he will.
Yeah, that's big. That second kill coming through is really, really massive. Twist has been boosted up. Max caught a find error, though. It's maybe nullified. That bomb as well is originally in a circular location, you know, something that they can pivot around, but as they've lost numbers, it's going to take a lot of work to go and pick it up, and losing key bits of map control that they've perhaps given away so many lives to gather. Oh, nearly. Not quite here. Now reveals himself as well. So going to be ready for the A hit. The bomb is making its way over. Don't even know that he's necessarily going to get the plant. 2 players in at camera, and they're now going to be revealed. Mail says, okay, maybe not A. If he'd sprinted all the way to B, I think he could have netted the plant. Why you would expect to be able to do that in a 1 versus 4 situation is obviously very unlikely. But either way, a round for the Sharks once again, as they will keep things very even here.
That's it. Mail left to just A over towards carpets, and he actually might struggle. They are going to give this a check. Not properly by Koala. Swing down towards stairs. I don't think they can wrap there in time as they are moving through carpets, but yeah, they won't be able to get round to his corner in due time. So, nice response. Sharks are still keeping this pretty feisty. You know, you sort of look where it's at now. Shark side, you've got 5 out of the last 7 rounds for them. It's really puggy, and it might actually lead in their favor the way they're approaching the Sharks. They're so reliant on their individual shining. You feel like it should help a lot on their T side. even despite the scoreline, it's always Alliance who've been leading the way in terms of momentum, and Sharks who've been playing catch-up, and that's where we're not confident yet with giving them benefit of the doubt of taking this map. Aaron, nice start. Doc deleted. He got Koala up close. Robin needs 2 here, and he gets 1.5 with error left so low.
Could be very large. The fact that Error's able to survive. Twist goes down. It's even back up, and now the HP making all of the difference. Trying to make an A play happen here by the looks of things on the Alliance side. Somehow, ERN is out, able to get away with that. He does get dealt with. They know the location of the bomb now. It's kind of this third man. Where is he? That's where it's tough. They'll pick up the bomb, and they're going to look to go back towards B. And very quickly, Sharks are going to think about that, actually. So it's not quite the gotcha play that you might think.
Yes, very true. Very true. Shot. Follow. Finds Error, and Max scored the lead Tupe. He thought he had a free pathway. But it wasn't to be. And final round of this half, Sharks have an opportunity to take a lead here. And if they can get 7 on the CT side, it gets much harder to not sort of believe in Sharks being able to get the 2-0. You just feel like they're a side who are going to have a little bit more benefit from the T side, just the way in which they approach the Counter-Strike. Quite loose, quite pick heavy in terms of where they gain their space and make their moves. Alliance are, I don't know, for me, they're really feeling like they've lost a lot of the grasp on this map that they had at one point.
Yeah. Pretty wild. Oh, that's unfortunate. However, Doc nearly lining up 3. The timing of the round has just gone against the Sharks. Could still do this, though, as they are perfectly healthy, decent utility here. All about landing those shots. Lovely idea from Alliance. And they boost up onto the brand new box, of course. They're going to run out of ammo eventually. He's lost teammates as well. So the idea was nice, but the shots do not come off. And it will indeed be the Sharks taking a really, really nice first half. Very impressed with what we've seen, despite the fact that it started negatively, despite the fact that they lost out in a really tough clutching moment. We're going to see if they can close out this series after the half.
Welcome back. Really quite nice recovery coming out from Sharks. They looked for quite a decent portion that they're on the back foot, but towards that tail end, they picked up a lot of the slack, and they're getting in towards what is generally revered as sort of a more favorable T side. I actually do think they're in quite a nice spot. I feel like Alliance, probably quite a concern coming through here, and if Sharks find this pistol, Alliance really starts to get into trouble.
Yeah, no, it is true. And they've managed to make their way out on towards the B-bomb site, looking for the plant now as well. I think they are going to be able to find it. So it's all on the retake. There's kits, or a kit, I should say. There's flashes is maybe where my brain was going. Quite a lot of them, actually. So they are going to try and break back in. It looks all right initially, but this post plant from Sharks is hard to break apart. Smoke on top of the bomb, though. Any kills are going to be good for the CT side, but they're missing out on them. Arvid.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness. He's only able to get one there. He will be kicking himself. It's MaxCore that comes forward, denying that defuse. It's awfully close. Didn't quite catch all the timing. It was so chaotic, but I'm sure it was close with that kit in play. It still goes the way of the Sharks. They look damn good.
Yeah. Wow. It's such an important round to be getting. And it gets them closer and closer now to being in for contention of taking this within 2 and eliminating Alliance. MaxCore as well, just he's running out of ammo. Find that final bullet. 8-5 and potentially might go for something a little pacey. With those Mac 10s, they get the molly to initially try and take some A main space. You got a smoke and a molly down from the T side that'll give them that control. Alliance are waiting on the other side. If Sharks don't make this too simple of a round, they should be fine. We kind of talk about overcooking. I want to make sure that they don't undercook this. They've got to really still make sure they do their due diligence and don't walk into the stack. Like this.
Yeah,
Oh, yikes.
dangerous, isn't it? Arvid does get 2. A big drop down there from Error. And Koala, he's been heard. Doesn't necessarily mean it's a big disadvantage. And yeah, Twist calls it off. He thinks about trying to make a move through that smoke, but decides against it. Ready for the B hit, however. 5-7. Tiny bit of damage. It's the MP9 that we look towards, and Arvid's got himself in a good spot. You know, Nate continues to soften him up. He will go down. Arvid, though, I can see him doing this. I really can. Big damage onto MaxCore. Drop that bomb. Finds the key kill, but it's MaxCore to take him down. Sharks, with some kind of divine shield, are somehow able to win that one out. If only a 5-7 had helped out. What a round it would have been. Not the case.
Oh, man. It's MaxCore again, though, isn't it? Who sort of bails them out in that clutch situation. This time, such an imperative kill when they were letting around that they shouldn't really be worried about letting it slip away, and Sharks very nearly did undercook that. I love that aggressive moving towards A main, that flash in, fantastic stuff. Speaking of, there might be some pace behind this. Nate will come through. There's a lot of damage, but Doc full blind will get his kill. There's still 3 of the bodies here towards A, so you need to be very careful. But they're moving forward into the stack, and it gets a little uncomfortable, but the kills are falling into place. Mail sitting inside of the smoke. He's waiting for his opportunity. And actually, they might overlook him just a little bit. No, they don't. Odd Enazar keeps the eyes trained, and it's all on the captain. Twist. Try and keep them afloat here, but 1 versus 4, that surely should be nigh on impossible. Nade for Pillar, gets 1. He's really tagged up Gafola, left them on 6 points of HP. And now into 1 versus 3. It's not impossible, and they're just going to rotate that bomb all the way back to B.
Yeah, keeping it safe. Not taking any chances on this, and with the slowdown in play, Twist might even get caught. He does indeed. Sharks keep it coming. Look. This scoreline, we often call out the deceiving ones. This is a massively deceiving one. It has been pretty much one-way traffic. The pistol in that first half went the way of Alliance. If you minus that, they've only got 2 rounds. They are sporadic rounds, and it's been a while since they've actually picked up a round full stop. 10-5, Sharks looking to close things out here. Send Alliance packing unceremoniously on their own map pick.
Follow. Fall back up towards carpets. I mean, there's some decent timing there where you can see a bit of a reaggress coming through for Alliance. Alliance need a round like this to sort of flip in their favor as well. One that really shouldn't be sort of going their way, but it's the only real way they can kind of change the tides.
Ooh, Twist with a banger. You spoke about changing the tides. Maybe that is the first wave. 4 remaining now for Sharks. They do manage to even things back up as Mail falls. Slowly creeping out of con here. Twist somehow making that work. The Deagle spam. He finds himself an AK, but he's now under threat. And Gafolo will drop him in due course. Error also falling as they try and get desperately close to weapons here. It will cost them their lead in the round. Definitely not over just yet, though, as the rotators come in.
Nade. Bank round. A lot of damage on towards Maxcore. Oh, Alvid. Hard done by not to get the kill there as Maxcore's left on 3 points of HP. Lupe going to try and make his move now. Maxcore, he's sort of confined to staying on the site. Don't think the nade will see him off. It goes a bit deeper towards the pillar, but the drive by MP9 will. They don't have a kit. They've got to get on this. That's a great flying fight. Gafolo not giving anything up as he waits, bides his time. He assumes it's going to be a stick of 10 seconds. And Arvid does so well. 3 massive kills from him. And the Lions steal away around. They honestly had no rights to win.
A big moment for them. Got the riddle here for you as well. Perhaps a break in the play. Maybe we do have a timeout around the corner that we're about to find out about. Which 2 maps were affected by today's CS2 release notes? So there you go. Not too complicated of one for you guys to figure out and get amongst. Relatively big updates as well. I'm not sure that we necessarily have had them in full effect. Maybe, you know, too much to figure out at this particular tournament. It seems like it has toned down a little bit, though, because, of course, we've had the flashes dealt with, which is cool. You know, the option of having them still in play is there. Maybe you can figure out a way to get it done and, you know, show it on replays how blind people were, but ultimately in regular play, we're toning it down, please, because it was quite egregious. But it is there in the same update. The information that you need to crack that riddle.
Arden is out. Waiting for an aggressive move out of main. Which for now, not being given. Alliance. That round they've just found, honestly, could be their turning point. Only 5 seconds. They're not giving themselves loads of time here. Tech9 and the Deagle might be the ones to lead the charge. Tech9 tapping away. The nades are nice though. Good chip damage on towards Sharks. They're diving in towards B. Nice and late. The molly will tick on towards Twist, but he'll find the first. Brilliant stuff with Arvid and Mail all getting in to the action. Sharks, this late move really has nothing behind it, unless Koala can go huge and potentially might give them a chance here. Bomb down on a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, never speak too soon. Voila! That was the moment. Not able to get it done. Gafolo, however, he's still pretty healthy. In form 1, maybe heard those footsteps on the other, trying to isolate the fight, but loses track of him completely. Alliance will get the round done, so an important one to convert. Gets dangerous, but they still get it on the board, starting to pick up some momentum here. Not too far to go. Mail with the triple kill.
Yeah, nice work from him. Pretty good time to step up. Alliance going to get closer and closer now. That round, I'll say it again, the one a couple ago that has really given them a bit of a springboard in towards the CT side finally, and maybe that recovery might be a possibility. And if you believe, of course, you can go check out State, use that code RANKED. $10 reload every day for 7 days. You know the drill by now, that banner down below. It's a minimal investment for Sharks in this one, so Alliance should be getting an 8th.
Okay, I was going to say.
Yeah.
We're kind of chilling a little bit. So it is a quick round restart needed. Fingers crossed not going to be here for too long. The last series was sort of plagued with them in a relatively big way. So I don't want to say too much too quick, but yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah, hopefully nothing massive, but we'll see. Seems to be on the Shark side. One can hope that it's only a minor issue. There you go. Timer comes through, and it is only something as small as that. So reset back underway. Sharks, like we said, this round is sort of a nothing one. So Alliance should be getting an 8th here pretty easily.
You would say so. First kill comes in, looking simple to kick things off as a small idea from Sharks, it would seem, with the smoke and some pistols, right? Whether it's going to happen for them remains to be seen. Twist getting banged out, as does his partner there, a male. Two of them actually left pretty low, so we might start to see a move towards B. They're all lightly tagged up, some of them pretty heavily, actually. Really could be dangerous in the latter moments. Male goes down. Starting to lose numbers, though, on that Shark side, of course. I think they could still force out a bomb plan. I say they, it's all going to be down to Cafolo. He could actually just go for the plan.
Yeah, he doesn't know it yet.
He might have missed it.
Yeah, he could have just committed to it and just, like, know that, like, the round itself is dead to rights, but I'm going to have a little bit of extra cash to work with.
Yeah.
But, you know, in the end, not to be. So, 2-round game. Sharks are letting this slip a little bit. As with many of these South American sides, it's just about closing this game out cleanly, which is something that really has been eluding them.
For sure. Then a long old run for these squads as well. A pretty tight first map, leading into what could be a really close finish once again. We will find out as a small attack coming through. Sharks in particular in severe need of just resetting the course and making sure they can close this one out. Alliance are breathing down their necks, just 2 rounds the difference.
Finds Cafolo playing anti, and Koala also drops as well. Ah, yikes. Not the start they want, but Arbit, that is, it's such a good move to make. Really, really confident. They could do decent damage, and does. An error posted. Hoping for a jump up in towards window.
Is there enough in it for Alliance to work with? You would assume so here. A lot of deep control as well coming in for them. I don't know, Sharks, you're so far back. I don't think anything's going to be presented to you here, so I'd argue you maybe just start to move away and look for a saving situation. I think that is the case as this clock winds further and further down. They might try and group up towards B. They've got a lot of utility. If that kill had come in, for example, but I think with the bomb being spotted so far away and very little time, they will now start to save.
I think you're right. And they will, and they're going to be able to keep these alive. Alliance aren't looking for any information because they're still worried that Sharks, up until about that 10-second mark, are going to go for a late move. It's something that they're very keen on doing, Sharks, winding the clock down and diving forward. But yeah, there's nothing worse than making a save call. with multiple players staying alive on the T side just because you run out of ideas and you know you don't have any sort of chance to make it stick. There you go, Arvid sung his praises about how well he's looked this tournament. On that flip side as well, Doc has been great, but the Sharks are dwindling. It's a one-round game now. They're reinvesting around it, and it doesn't start well as Ardenizawa is the first to fall.
Not looking good. Alliance have really figured this one out, as they are starting to get into a pretty damn good position, I think it is safe to say. Can they capitalize fully? Sharks looking to group up and try and hit that A-bomb site. Smoke comes in at a good time, but not before they make themselves known, so they might still look to try and go for this late play.
Towards there they go. Technically 3 players here because Eric can rotate over nice and quickly. Flash, try and slow them down, moving out from main. He gets an Arvid in first. Damage dealt both ways. A lot of flashes over to try and keep her favor. That nade is so healthy. And Upe and Arvid shut down the pop in towards A. Oh, get one. Max Core needed at least a double, if not more, from him. And the upper corner not hitting the shots. It's not a weapon that he utilizes too often, and you can see why. Alliance, the way they're playing right now, maybe as expected heading into this, but it feels like we're going 3.
Yeah, it does. It does. I mean, look, it sort of happened a little bit on Nuke as well, but I just think that Sharks don't have the proficiency here to be able to turn things around and figure out what's going wrong. Again, though, man, another kind of drop-off that needs to be studied. That being said, once the guns have come into play, Alliance have looked very, very good. On the CT side, Sharks lacking the knowledge of the T side, I think it is safe to say. Once they have to build up rounds, they really are struggling. Could be a good time if this does go to a third to get involved. The code ranked for that $10 reload when you join up on Stake every day for a week. And still plenty of games left to go in the tournament. So plenty of opportunity to use that $10 reload.
$10 apiece. Alliance. Lee should be taking it. This run of form will start for Alliance, winning a round that they simply shouldn't have got just by virtue of their buy being so poor. If Sharks want to take this in 2, they've got to do the same thing. They've got to win a round like this when the buy isn't great for them and it doesn't start well. They're just going to continue feeding Arvid, who will continue to step up. 19th kill for him as he's lighting up the server. I think they can read that this is going for a move in towards B, but it's contact, and they can just get a quick plant here, potentially. They'll overwhelm Mail. Error, nice shot. Bomb will go down. They can't really do anything to deny that, but they can make it very expensive. As Arvid and Error combine brilliantly.
Looking like they might just get the job done here, Alliance. Third map right around that corner. Last chance for the Sharks. You don't expect too much out of that previous round, but not necessarily making it look competitive. Sharks, them. This is it. This is pretty much it. And they've got to deny precedent. They are yet to pick up a rifle. It's got to start now, otherwise it is indeed a swift finish to that third map.
We're going to go again, back towards B. Doc first, Koala the second. Bit more of a pace behind this, a punchy around, and Sharks might just work perfectly. Full blind, Mail will get one. But he probably needed a double there to give them a chance. Now 2 versus 4, which feels very difficult for Error and Upe.
Yeah, it does. It does. I mean, Upe's here, so he will try and have a look, but I think Error's just going to save, isn't he? They've got loads of money, but maybe denying too many kills, too much confidence, and it is that AWP. Always feels good to keep your hands on it.
Yeah.
You never know how things are going to go in the near future. He's looking for some soft exits, but generally speaking, should be a clean round for the Sharks. Exactly what they needed to keep the hopes alive.
Ooh. Deals some damage, but takes a 2 in the AWP. Will not stay alive. Not that it's inherently an issue, to be perfectly frank. You know, you're kind of looking at it where I think for the most part, you got so much money, you should be absolutely fine that it would never really be that big of a problem. But 11 apiece. Sharks finally finding success on the T side, and do they have enough in them to go back to back? Still feel how things have panned out, you say, maybe slightly doubtfully. Arvid takes so much damage just getting down into towards water here. And he's starting to make a move. I don't know if they'll consider him as even a possibility. Insta traded. He'll catch Ardennes out. Doc finding one back who continues to be really good himself.
Competition keeps up here. Unpredictably going potentially the way of Sharks, you might say. Some good map control for them to work with. Execute, and you know what? It's the perfect time for it. Alliance have decided to push down middle, so they are fully locked out of their own site. Unless they try and move quick. Break comes in, but nothing spotted and not moving into the site, not getting bodies out to regain control. So therefore, bomb gonna go down. And no information on this retake. Do you want to go for it? They've got one flash and a HE. Feels like not enough. And, well, Sharks are not playing aggressive, not looking to give you any kills. They're going to turtle up. They understand that they've managed to catch a bomb site completely open and with no info to work with. Great little crossfire set up here. There is a main presence. Mail does well, finding a big kill, but the crossfire is just unbeatable. They were put under pressure. They deliver, and Sharks hit 12.
That Doc and Gafolo crossfire is ridiculously good. So solid. And that'll be Sharks. Finding map and series point now for them. Wow. Really, really well done. And put ourselves again into a position for Alliance where we feel that pressure for this side to stay alive and stay afloat in this tournament, in this series. In this lower bracket semi. Of course, winner of this game will be taking on Faze, and at the moment, Sharks is one round away from that.
Alliance again struggling to fully actualize, to fully close things out. Maybe it is them who's going to have a nightmare after this tournament. Big nade onto Koala. Softens him up. Molotov. We'll get the smoke down. I mean, he lives, but just barely. There you go. Finished off by the HE eventually. Cost him a lot of resources, but it is an opener for Alliance.
Ardennes out for one with a quick trade and a missed shot by MaxCore. I think it's safe to say those dreaded 2 letters that have become so akin for us of overtime are going to be required here unless Gafolo can pull off something ridiculous. It feels quite unlikely. There's 3 kits in play for Alliance and a lot of utility for them to work with as Gafolo goes searching for some information. He's going to hear a lot of these steps. And they're moving as a pack is the right way to play this. There's the first. There's the second. Gafolo's giving them a chance, and he just misses out on the chance of finding all 3 in a quad clutch. It is so close, but not to be. And more rounds required in another OT today for us.
Yeah. The never-ending day of Counter-Strike for Neo and Scrivet. But ultimately delivering and, you know, giving us more and more unpredictable games. I think a little bit of what we are here for. And, of course, our last game for the tournament. So, And it does make sense that it would indeed go to OT. By the way, is it going to be solid for Alliance now? I think is maybe where I tend to lean. The CT sides, they have to stop worrying about econ. Makes a world of difference to the mental. Fast round for Sharks, of course, not wasting any time. They do manage to get a player in Akon quite fast. Somehow not the kill coming around there onto Twist. The wall getting in the way of the bullet in his cranium. They will brute force their way out. They've done a lot of damage. They've not found any kills just yet. Spoke too soon. Mail goes down. Not a good look. Twist on 7 HP, Arvid on 46. Feels really, really doable here for Sharks.
Twist. He's trying to desperately spam through the smoke. Another nade that'll land at his feet. After 6 points of HP, Arvid, 46 for him, who he's pretty vulnerable. Koala, he's moving away. Oh, this could be really rough timing-wise. They can actually both fall. Playing trick discipline, and Arvid gets both. They don't account for this. Sharks, numbers advantage in a post-spawn. Surely you can't be laying around like this, slip away for nothing, and it might actually be the case. They line up, he gets him off the bomb. They don't have time. Sharks win it. They absolutely do not deserve to win it. That has to go the way of Alliance by how well that flank was, but that's a really bad post plant by Sharks. They don't deserve to win that, but they do.
Yeah, I mean, a crazy round dotted in. It again remains really, really wild here as it's gone on. Timeout coming in as they are trying to even things out, keep calm, and get this job done. As they perhaps should have done a long time ago, they will feel. Really, really tense here, but another wild moment for the Sharks. Brilliant from Arvid. It's a shame that it does not happen in time.
Yeah. That's it. Really feels like for Alliance, how they let that one slip. And Sharks, how they make it so easy. Just a bit of fortune for that E-box spam, to be honest. Knowing the lineups, knowing their angles. Slower round by Sharks. Actually does feel like the pacier rounds have really been where Sharks have done their best work. But nothing being offered up for the first 45 seconds or so.
Yeah, slow going. Arvid hides away. Able to find one. And they're smoked off now as well, so going to be tough on the trades. Here to find Max Core. They're desperate for it here, Sharks, but it's not working at all. Here, Enazao also unable to find anything, so a flawless response from Alliance. Post-timeout, post-opening overtime loss. Lovely find as they keep the competition coming.
That instant response from Alliance, if they can actually take a lead on the CT side, might be a bit more belief. But Sharks, with the guns in play, did look like the stronger side on their CT side. So this is kind of the worry for Alliance, who did a good job of getting us back to an even scoreline and sort of having this OT. If Sharks go 2 for 1 T side, I think it might be enough. Doc, lovely shot. And he tries to go quick behind this as well. Doesn't want to go too quick though. He does want to get isolated. Molly behind that smoke actually doesn't do anything. Gets extinguished by itself. Koala gifted one as Twist just walks straight into him. Alliance get a little giddy and overfight.
Incredible pickups. Might be enough for Sharks to work with. They've crept out onto the B site. Looks like it will be. I'm going to go down. 5 versus 3. Alliance definitely going to give this a good go, but they are locked out. They are far away. It doesn't seem possible at this point. Flash comes round. They are going to need a wing and a prayer. Thankfully, no one in con, because they were hella blind for a moment there. Breaking their way in, still no kills, and they just peek into 3 all at once. It's not going to happen. Error alone and no time for him to work with. Down he goes. Sharks taking the lead moving into that second half.
It's pretty huge for them. I think for Alliance, they realize that being on the back foot in the way they are, they can't instantly tie this one up. Heading in towards this second half, serious trouble for them. They've done really well to get us to this point, but it feels like they're running out of ideas, Alliance. Run a little dry, and it still feels like Sharks have got those individuals who are making a big difference. Doc in particular, but Odd Ennis out having his moments too. Over to the other side, great work from him, sure. He's a little bit alone in that endeavor.
Yeah, for the time being. Oh, wait a minute. He's crept under. It's really dangerous. So it's really effective. Max caught to find Twist in middle as well. So the position becomes more and more beneficial as he knows, unlikely to be an A play. Might be someone waiting around the corner, might be a group of them waiting around the corner, but still, hearing us out, pretty confident that they are going to be ending towards B. Sharks with brilliant information, and what a ballsy play to go for in the overtime. It's great to see from the man who remains ever consistent, him and Doc, like just really great. In all honesty, he's going to find his kill. Now they're confirmed that it will be a B hit. They've lost one of the B defenders, but Sharks so ready. Shots not going their way. Bomb going to hit the deck. That buys time. Koala does really well because the rotators are quite far away. He's trying to get out of there. He's so fully blind for that.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. How has Koala gone away with them?
That second kill from Koala, that sort of like swing drive by, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that he actually makes that work for him. And with that being said, so close now to the finish line. Timeout taking his Twist. Tries to bring them back into this, but unfortunately the road might have just run a little dry. 2 map and series points for Sharks to work with. And this CT side we spoke about, it has looked a lot better.
You feel they should be able to do it from here. A great game, a crazy game. Exciting stuff all the way through, but it does feel like Sharks might just again be able to pip them to the post. A timeout for Alliance. Needs to be huge. 2 in a row to take us to the next overtime.
Do they have it in them? I think it's that question. They look quite dejected when we took a look at them in that attack pause. This is bold from Doc. Slightly too bold, but thankfully Koala can trade. Losing Doc early is normally rough, but off the back of Koala's previous rounds, we maybe have a bit of belief that he can sort of pick up the slack. Other is out.
Aggressive, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
Might be the end. Error. He's tagged. And he's not with Upe. And he has to go get the bomb as well.
Yeah, that is crazy. It's another big round from Mireya Zhao. He's had a great overtime, but a fantastic map and series in general. Keep your eye on this guy for real. I think he might be able to do something in the near future. He's gifted that one.
Great position.
Error going to be the only one left in the 1 versus 3 as the Sharks look to once again break some hearts They find another really close map, another really close series, but they stay alive. Struggled against Nip, but they've had 5 incredibly close maps in their winning games. I mean, that tells you a bit of a story, but here today, they will out-survive the Alliance, and they will move off to face against Faze later on today. So it really does go from hard to harder. Unfortunately for Alliance, they will be checking out here of the stake ranked at this stage.
Yeah, commiserations to them, of course, for Alliance, but I'll sing my own plaudits. 2 for 2 in the predictions. I'll take those. I had the belief in the Sharks, boys. Yeah, Alliance are in a weird spot, I think. You know, having just missed out on the major, I think they've obviously been put into a position now where for them, it's this sort of like question mark of, do they have it in them to sort of start the grind again? Like, it's a kind of a rough thing to do, right? To reset and be like, right, now we've got to look towards that second major and try and find our way back into it. We got so close and just missed out, and it's maybe a little bit tilting, and this is not the tournament for them, unfortunately. They've fallen a little bit flat. I think it's a valid point that you brought up that they do actually have a really hard run of things, but, you know, if there's a side that want to be in consideration for the major, they should be taking down the Sharks.
It's true. It is true. I think a difficult team that you're only really going to be able to build experience against, you know? It's very, very hard to know what you're going to get against like a South American team or an Asian team, but ultimately they have done well there, the Sharks. We do indeed have Stiko standing by with an interview here.
Ardian is here with me, the man of the match, the man of the overtime, so far the highest player of Sharks. Please tell me, what's happening with Sharks? Every win that you're getting, 13-11, 13-11, 13-11, overtime. What's up with that?
I don't know, man. It's hard. It's hard. Like, everything has a high level here, so every mistake you make, it's getting hard. Like, if you're 5v4 or 5v3, you do a mistake and they get hound, and you are fucked, basically.
This is the competition that you're having here ahead of the major. It's a good kind of practice as well. What will await you there? But what about those T sides? You've been really struggling on T sides whole event. Do you have any pattern? Why is it happening? Is it maybe you're running out of the playbook, or is it just kind of individuals not communicating enough? Is there anything?
Yeah, I think like sometimes when we are defaulting, it's we have a bit of struggle, like with the mid hounds. And I think we need to try to fix that as soon as possible. Like you said, it's a good practice for a major, so you're good, and that's it.
Gaffolo is obviously the captain, the leader. Who's the second voice, third voice on the team? Because you're playing pretty impactful positions. Is it something that you were trying to pick up as well, or is it someone else in the team?
Yeah, I am at that role, but basically I think I can help more in CT side. T side I need to they step up, I think. Like autocritics, I think that's it. Yes.
What results are you looking for here? Is there anything specific which you will be happy with? Right now you will obviously play Faze, another tough team, or is this purely just an event to gain form ahead of the major? What's the goal for Sharks?
I think it's both. Like, it's a good practice for major. We have like a very good event here, and also I think we expect to win more against Europe teams, because in the past with this core in Sharks we had a lot of struggle to win games against European teams. Like we were like, I don't know, very good in South America, but in the European scene when we come here we are not that good. But in this year we are getting pretty cool results, like qualifying for this event. Being here at this event, it's fine.
You have one win already against the South American team. Now another one against European, and another European awaits. That is Faze, but that is for later today. So we will see you on the server one more time today, and I wish you best of luck.
Always good to check in as well. I mean, run through some of these stats as well of the individuals who really stepped up. I kind of feel for Arvid. I felt like he consistently was just brilliant all the way throughout for Alliance, but didn't have as much support from the rest of his team comparatively to that middle of the pack of Doc, Ardenazao, and Koala. Koala a little bit towards the late end, not as much so, but Doc and Ardenazao in particular, those two were absolutely brilliant on a 2-0 for Sharks to eliminate Alliance here.
Yeah, I think they obviously understand that there's a few issues going down. It's also in the same way that we're talking about Alliance adapting to playing against them. It seems like they have to adapt their game, and it probably is a bit difficult for you in your head. All these things that work at home aren't necessarily working here against the European opposition, especially in that NIP game. You know, the game against 9Z was really quite confusing. They could have had a super clean 2-0 there, but it didn't happen. So, you know, there's a lot of messiness for the side of Sharks. They recognize that, but they are building up a great degree of experience out here in Europe. So hopefully scaling up into the major there, as Sierra Nazar was saying, will give them a good chance into that stage one, you know, to just sort of take a few scalps and maybe look impressive and prove a few pick'ems wrong, of course. But they've got more Counter-Strike coming up later on. There's more Counter-Strike for the day as well. It is myself and Neo done for this one. So thank you very much for watching. It'll be Lucy and B-Dog to take over for those final couple games of the day. Don't go anywhere.
episode 3, and the stage is bigger than ever.
Dodge. Bullet.
You've been watching. You've been waiting. Now it's your turn to show what you're made of. Your moment is right here. Top 4 teams from open qualifiers advance to closed qualifier. Compete for your share of $100,000. Lock in your place and make it count. Register now.
We love it at overtime here at Stake Rank, don't we, Brandon? Some crazy games to get things started. And we are only just getting started. We're halfway through our series and still 2 more to go.
Yes, look, to be fair, we are starting earlier than we did yesterday. So
true.
We've got that going for us. Shout out Neo and Scriv. They've been in the trenches, to be honest, over the last couple of days. Overtime, overtime, overtime. That word is going to haunt them for a while. And it's also going to haunt some of the teams here at State Ranked and some of the teams that no longer exist in State Ranked either, because Alliance just got eliminated in a heartbreaking manner after coming back all the way into overtime. Sharks were able to close. They set themselves up with a game against Faze later after they prevailed against 9Z. It's a South American gauntlet for Faze, but that's later. This is now, and we get to focus on who goes straight through to the grand final, one of Magic versus NIP. How exciting is that?
Yeah, check out Magic. We've been slowly watching them going up the VRS just over this tournament, haven't we? Broken into the top 20 at the moment. I've seen people talking that their results so far might have even just got them qualified for EWC as well. So they've been on a fantastic run here. We've loved watching them. That series versus Faze was an absolute barn burner. Starting the series 0-12, and then coming back to win in 2-1 fashion, the reverse sweep. Brilliant from Magic, the team that just keeps on giving. And I think they're going to give NIP a run for their money here.
Oh, you absolutely will. It's just going to be a really fun conversation about the individuals. Stown has been brilliant, though. So too has Moons. That makes a really interesting AWP head-to-head. Ken and Eskapersky has been also very good, and I'm really excited to see what they can deliver. But also, fragging output-wise, Snappy's been very good. Shush has been very cool. So I'm very interested to see what sort of matchup we get. The biggest challenge for NIP in this best of 3, though, has to be the veto. The play that they go to, nuke, they pick 100% of the time, if they can, is going to be permabanned. And now where do you go?
Actually, that's a really good point with such a good win rate on it. Yeah, NIP, to be fair to them, are the one team that's kind of kept us out of the overtimes. Like, all of their games have been incredibly decisive. 13-7, 13-9, 13-7, 13-5. So they've been on a great roll here, undefeated. There's that nuke ban. The question's going to be where NIP actually want to take their pick. For Magic, you imagine they want to go towards Mirage. That feels like the most likely pick for them, given it is available. Or it's going to be the Ancient. Okay. Yeah, they're the two they kind of lean between. Perhaps they're trying to hope for the Mirage Decider instead.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, that seems like a pretty decent one to lean into.
What?
But the thing is that, okay, just a pick. Fair enough. I don't mind that.
Is this the wrong way round? Like, I'm so confused because NIP actually like Ancient a lot.
Yeah,
and
they
Magic
do.
like Mirage a lot. So they've kind of picked into maps that their opponents actually enjoy.
Yes, but the win rate is still very good for both, I think, Magic on Ancient and Mirage. And it's one of those where... Yeah, they just say, okay, we're not going to do that. So what have we got left with? They're trying to send it towards Anubis. They're trying to put it in that direction instead. It's either that or Overpass. I'm pretty sure we're going to get Overpass as a decider here. Yeah, we will. Okay, very interesting indeed. You can see already, NIP gets a start on that CT side immediately on the decider. So I'm enjoying it. Do you know what? I'm really enjoying it because it just goes to show that Magic and NIP have got a trick or two up their sleeve. And we heard from Faze, he wouldn't stop yapping to Stiko. What a fantastic interview that was. And he was like, look, we want to prove ourselves. We want to play against the very best. How best to prove yourself? By playing against your opponents on their good maps too.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I mean, I hope Magic win. We've both predicted Magic to win, but I hope they win just so we can hear from Spade 8 again, because his interview was so good. So I hope Stiko is able to grab him if it is a Magic victory. But yeah, we're both going with Magic. I think we're believers. We went with Faze when it was, you know, that series, but I think that victory has kind of cemented Magic in our minds, at least, as the favorite for the event, even if the odds don't say so.
Yeah, it's confusing the odds don't say so. But I mean, NIP potentially have got the capacity to be, I was going to say underdogs and like beating Magic, but I guess they're not. They're the favorites, which I think is, again, surprising to me. But when we see the run that Magic has been on compares to the NIP run. But hey, you got to beat who's in front of you. I think that's the main thing. And for NIP, if they can immediately win against Magic, if they can make their way into a grand final, they don't have to go through a lower bracket gauntlet. That is a really nice proof of concept for Stown and the longevity of this roster, because you bring Ken in, who's been here for a few months. You bring Stown in as well. It's a big shift. It's a big change up. And then you make it through an upper bracket of a $100,000 event. You make it straight through to the grand final without having to muck about and play in the lower bracket, play in the consolidation final. I think they're already going to be very happy with how this is going.
And to be fair to NIP, they have been dominating, right? Currently, they're, only have to play the 4 maps. They've got an average 1.27 rating for the team across those 4 maps. 3 players in the top 4 ranked for the performances so far. Stown's on a 1.57 across those 4 maps, but Shush and Kaspersky not too far behind. Masvel, of course, is probably the talking point here for Magic. He has been outrageously good. Probably, you can really give a lot of credit for their wins, both in the 3D Max game, on that Ancient, he was ridiculous. And then also, obviously, against FaZe, he was unplayable at times. So he has been outrageously good for them. And I'm really excited to see how he's going to go up against some of these riflers from NIP, given the output we've gotten so far.
Yeah, given the way that NIP have been calling it as well, just on their T sides, right? Really aggressive, really on the front foot. You're kind of looking for Ken to take space, and then that will naturally give room for Stown to work. And for Magic, the thing is that they play quite reserved. We saw them on Overpass about how passive they were, allowing all of the space. So that's going to be a really difficult one, I think, for Snappy to manage. I wonder if we're going to get less mid-rounding and more executes just straight out the gate. That's the biggest culture mismatch, I think, for me when it comes to Magic versus NIP, because NIP will want fights. NIP will want space to work with. Magic will just naturally let them have all the space without giving them the gunfight. And that can feel very weird.
Yeah, it's weird because you wouldn't necessarily think a team with their kind of, the background would be such a team that allows that sort of space, especially when you watch them play like T-Side Mirage, for instance. But then you see on these CT sides and they're happy to do it. I think another interesting kind of thing to keep an eye on throughout this is going to be that head-to-head with the AWPers. Stown, obviously mentioned best rated player of the event so far. He's taken like a duck to water to the primary AWP role. Moon, not necessarily that flashy player, right? He has his moments, he has his maps, but you're not looking at him to be at the top of the scoreboard in every single map. That's just not how they utilize the AWP on Magic. And so Stown's probably going to have a lot more room here than he would against some other AWPers.
That's also very true. But I think what's fun is if you watch Moon, look at how good he is potentially like in a clutch. Because if he gets thrown into that situation, that's where he can do his best work. And the reason why I bring that up is because Stown is also incredibly good at a clutch. You've already seen it all the way throughout this event. Let's start the battle together with Stake here in episode 2 to find out who goes into our grand final. It's Magic, it's NIP. NIP will start on the CT side. Smokes up already in towards Red Room. Whoa, this is very quick. Out of Magic, it's balls to the wall in towards middle, and they get met by a brick wall. In Stown and Shush, they get all of the kills instantly. Finally, AW finds a fight back, but that's where Snappy steps in towards Red Room. Round over.
And they just get destroyed, don't they? 2 players ready to fight. Nothing for Moon to get going with. Great shots coming out from Stown and Shush. Snappy even pushing through for the backstab. And it's simple stuff. It's a very default setup for the CTs, a very standard pistol for the Ts, and it just brick wall them, as you say, in Donut.
Lovely little layering as well, just from Stown and Shush. All right, nice. And immediately, no bomb plant, don't care. Still going to force anyway. Only pistols, one Deagle on Moon. Everyone else is rocking the Tech 9s. Is this going to be quick? Kind of, out of Spade 8, but he cancels that immediately. That's Kaspersky. Has a look. It gets destroyed by the in-game leader.
IGL wants to pick up the pieces and, well, meets the same fate. So that's one way to give 2 kills over and an M4 very early on. Can need to be careful not to step too far forward. The bomb is actually on Moon's back in towards Elbow. So I'm not sure how that link-up's going to come through. Imagine over ledge, there is this push. Keep your eyes on that from Tenzi as he gets close in towards Red Room.
They're really paranoid. They really think there's going to be this aggressive push in from A main when there isn't. You're not missing the timing here, which is nice, but you are letting doubts creep into NIP's mind. Ken still doesn't see anything, and that's confusing. That's going to keep Stan anchored in towards CT. It's going to make Shush active on A. But never extending. 25 seconds left. One smoke for Spade 8 as he deploys it in towards short. So Ken can step in, maybe have an opportunity, but surely there's going to be too many players. In fact, he can't even find the opening pick. Tenzi will then activate, get rid of Stown, and that is round over. And potentially Shush, the best thing he can do is save the M4.
Yeah, they're going to have to reinvest into the next, so having this M4 will be very important. I don't know if it's going to be loud timing. Oh, actually gets headshot. All right, Spade 8's online today. Very accurate with the first bullet. Yeah, Shush is going to get hunted. There's just no surviving for him. There it is. Brilliant stuff from Magic. Just comes off the double from the IGL. A bit of patience. And then just finding all the frags in the end. Nightmare for NIP.
So they got so excited, he turns a high five to the coach, nearly high five the admin. What a great round. And that's all from him faking that they were going to rush up B, and then he just stands in at heaven and he just welcomes the contact, just wins out the gunfights immediately. That's tough because that was a lot of M4 investments in that. You see that AW Masval has got one. Tenzi knows that there's a player in elbow. He already knows that. Shush, overwhelmed. But Snappy and Stown have both found frags. Masval then steps back in and cleans up the mess. No party poop in here. Magic surely are going to get this second.
Lose everything in the process, RNIP. So losing the pistol, no bother. That's now going to be a 3-1 start. Nice triple kill coming through from Masval. Yes, seeing that pop up below while we have this eco round. You can check out the stake ranked PC giveaway. You just need to link your Kick account to stake, watch the stream, you get raffle tickets. So you don't really have to do too much. You win a gaming PC. So sharp with it, isn't he? So we're going to get another Masval masterclass today. He hasn't slowed down.
Goodbye. Very quick. Very instant. Can the Deagle get anything? Damage. But Stown falls right behind him, and then you've got so many nades being put forward. Snappy looks to step in a donut, but this is, you feel, already over. The writing is on the wall. Spade 8 getting too aggressive. Will eventually be punished by that Deagle. There is damage. There is a low HP player in Moon, but this will certainly be this third round for Magic. Snappy will not be able to get out of there. The good news is that he didn't have any armor anyway, but it hurts just dying over and over and over again. How is Moon hunting this already? Will be dealt with by Kaspersky, and now we can get the Galil.
Nice. not exactly the grandest prize, but a free rifle's a free rifle. M4's younger brother. We're blessed today as well, Brandon, with the latest Counter-Strike patch, I believe, which has fixed the flash. So we no longer have our irises burned out every time a flashbang is thrown, because pros are obviously exceptionally good with flashbangs. Observers and casters and anyone watching Counter-Strike everywhere is very happy with that.
I'll be honest, obviously after the amount we commentate, especially when tournaments just run back-to-back days, my eyes were genuinely hurting a lot. So thank you, Val.
Yeah.
Breaking mid. Spursky. Having a little dig, a little brawl in towards middle. Will get out. He thinks better of it. And that makes sense. He might go back and try and spam this or just stand it in the corner. But he's completely alone. Snappy looks to take initiative in towards Cave, and also at the same time, Stown and Shush are now working with this AWP to try and gut out middle.
Brave from Snappy. He wants to get involved, his teammates make their moves. But he's punished. He goes too early. And Tenzi might be able to catch out Shush here. On the clear, yeah. Shush doesn't even see him. I think there was definitely a second where he would have been on his screen. Now he's going to try his hand and misses the shot. So that's the AWP now confirmed. Surely that just means you want to make moves into B.
Yeah, it should be the go signal for Magic, and they recognize it. They're playing so patient because they're just waiting for aggression in this. It is really nicely done. Such a patient approach to the round. The rotates will be here. Stan will be able to see, but at the same time, Masval's walked A. So it's a very late lurk that might not be relevant if they can't get the bomb on site. And in fact, I reckon the lurk is now relevant to the point where you can just go A. 20 seconds left. Masval gives NIP the bad news. But if you remove these players on the site, stop being so indecisive, Spade8. Just make a choice. Run a plan.
It's fine. The rifler got the kill, and they're like, okay, the AWP just got a kill there as well. And Masval's holding the rotation. You can go towards A. So he turns back. Stan's not going to be going for this. If he was, he would have run over Heaven to grab that kit. This is purely a save effort for the AWP. So he gets a couple of nice kills on B. But that get out of jail free card in Masval finds the bailout clause, and it's all fine to keep this run going for Magic.
You wouldn't believe me, but today alone, I've seen 4 rounds just like that, where the T hasn't made it to the bomb site in time. So I got very nervous. 4 in one day.
It's actually kind of remarkable the amount of times that time is actually such a critical issue. I think pros would be pretty good at like keeping that in mind, but obviously when the pressure's on, it does sort of become secondary. I think Moon is one of the most egregious for just like not going for CT rounds when there's no time.
That's valid.
Like when it's like a, the last round of the half,
Yeah.
whatever. So many times he's just alive. This is a crazy timing. It's walked up, and Tenzi has also walked out. So there's timings everywhere being had. This is going to be the A finish, and Spade8 continues his prowl. Doesn't move. That's kind of crazy. Bomb's planted. Tenzi does remove Shush 4 on 4. There isn't a kit.
Difficulty you've got is now you know the rotates off B haven't really moved. If you're Magic, you can take space, but Tenzi just sits back. He waits. Masval has got all of Donut to worry about. There's no resmoke here. So he's got to trust his teammates, and Moon says, don't worry, bro, I've got you. Instant headshot on towards Ken. That allows Masval the space to swing. And yet again, this site just crumbles, and NIP can't work their way back into it. It's 5-1. NIP won the pistol. Stout's going to lose the AWP, by the way. But since then, every gun round, and in fact, every half buy has been in the favor of Magic.
Terrorists win.
that was interesting because Magic just got so much space, right? Like there was a player, basically a big box, and a player mid-side on B at the same time, like 30 seconds into the round, and they hadn't seen a CT yet. It's kind of crazy the amount of space they were given there, at least on those extremities. And it's nice to see Magic kind of taking those initiatives early on kind of both sides as well. They're really identifying some of these weaknesses for NIP. Making NIP worry this could happen again at any moment.
It's nice as well that every single player is having meaningful impacts as well for Magic early on in a series. Masval's had a meaningful round. Tenzi's had that multi. Shush has got a multi of his own. Trying to give impact back for NIP. 18 HP, needs to see himself out, and he will, but look at Tenzi. Tenzi's just in Donut, has to contend with the MP9 and the Deagle and does both. That creates the space, that creates the avenue in towards this site.
That was an outrageous second shot. This was the half bite.
That molly's now been heard as well. Ken, they know he's in CT.
Second molly goes down just to make sure that bomb is planted safely. It's the half bite, so there's no kits. There's some util. Of course, Tenzi's low. AW is at a pretty wide angle, so depending how Snappy clears this, might be able to catch him off. This is all from Moon that's on the perfect line. Now he takes out Tenzi. AW spotted Snappy on that cross, and now, yeah, he's stuck in the open. So it falls to Moon. That tap is not the commit. It's down, creeps closer. Nice shot, and he gets around the corner. That's the difference. The kill needed to come instantly. Moon swaps weapons. And so does Down. It's the USP to get the frag, but it's still the round for Magic.
Just as I was listing all the players that have had moments for Magic, we then get Moon. That shot onto Snappy was ridiculous. And the fact he goes round the corner, the fact that he can swap to the AK and just waste time, exceptional. Absolutely exceptional from Moon. And sure, Stown gets the kill, but Moon has the last laugh. He gets the round and Stown will explode, so he won't even get to hold on to that AWP. Does Moon want another one, or does he go with an AK? If he goes with an AK, I feel like they're going to go quite quickly. He's been allowed the luxury of the AWP in this one. NIP take another timeout. In fact, it's their first.
Yeah, it was just the half bite. Shush gives it a good shot with his double kill. Lightning fast in Moon. Some good shots as well. Difficult one on Snappy there. Had to be the headshot. Oh, Spade 8. That was Copper Bullet on his cross.
He's
Down
just
pretty
like
low.
parked his bum as soon as he got tagged. He's like, nope. Oh! And Tenzi just says, see you later. As Kaspersky dead, Shush is alone. There's a missed smoke, which feels somewhat nice if you're Shush, but the multi-kill doesn't feel nice. And now the timing is horrendous. That's the bomb site. I'd argue that's the round over, especially with Svade's position. Ken, no chance. Why would there be someone there? That's 7, surely.
These rounds feel just easy, don't they? Like, it just feels like Magic are just walking out and getting kills everywhere. They don't really feel like they have to work too hard. The exception was at half by where Shush gets the double kill, but for the most part, this is Magic just sending a player out somewhere and getting a pick and then just capitalizing off that.
Yeah, this round, it was Tenzi just spamming through the red room smoke, get an opening kill, walks into Donut aggressively by himself. It's like they're playing deathmatch, honestly. It's pretty scary when they're in flow state, how active all of them are at the same time. That's the difficult thing for NIP, is that there's so many moving pieces right now to this Magic team that they just can't handle it whatsoever. They're making light work of this T side. Their pick is going beautifully.
Yeah, the pick thing is still so interesting to me. I wonder if for NIP and for both of them, maybe the Mirage change-up is because Magic got owned by Faze. And now they're kind of like, all right,
yeah.
Well, you know, we got 12 owned, we're not going to pick it. They pick it, that's fine. We're very happy. It's still normally our first pick. And maybe NIP are like, they got 12 owned. We can watch that demo, we can work it out. There we go. Some initiative, aggression in towards middle. An opening pick found, and Magic, it's one destination, straight up B. They managed to push backs down. Slides in towards Cave. Gonna get smoked off.
Just plow.
Slade 8 can't get the kill on Snappy, so it's tricky now, especially with Moon low. If you can get this frag, it gives some space, but he's losing players everywhere. Surely this is a second. Another huge bit of damage, and in fact, it's Snappy with the triple kill, and it's NIP finding their second.
Yeah, there we go, NIP. Take matters into your own hands. Really good round out of Snappy. Just getting aggressive, taking the fights right to Magic. Not allowing them any space, or all the space that you allow them is somewhat deliberate. So many players in towards Cave there. Magic are really restricted on that bomb site. Really important fights being taken here. And look at how quickly they just ascend up heaven and just prevent Magic from getting set up in after plants. You give them a taste of their own medicine.
Good conversation here. Yeah, we're seeing that kind of initiative being taken. Finally, that's the difference. They get the space, get the kill, and they quickly crunch on Magic, who have nowhere to go. It's a start. Yeah, Magic still pretty heavily favored. Take Ancient.
Makes sense, to be honest. But if NIP can make this, what, 7-1 to 7-5, that's a big ask, but that would be impressive. The issue is that Tenzi's just killed both of the mid players and has completely told me to shut up.
He didn't like the way mid played last time. He decides, you know what, I'm just going to go kill them all.
Left of them.
And he just keeps going.
Oh, no.
That's not it, is it? He almost got a chance then if he held that angle. Now, being split upon from both directions into the moonscope this time. Frustrations mounting. Did you get Tenzi? Doesn't matter. 2 on 4. Okay, maybe it matters now with 2 players low.
Snappy's going searching. I don't like how far advanced he is, but he's got a really good time. And AW's got no idea. Can't look back at the angle. Now you know that Masval's out at long. He wants to swing and get rid of the player towards Red Room. Snappy's also just so incredibly low, but he hits the headshot regardless. It's all on to Moon. First shot belongs to him. Tucks back behind the box. Eskapersky hasn't got the time, and he needed to get the kill on Moon, but he can't do it. It's another clutch from the sniper. And it's Magic that will rebound immediately. Tenzi's double in mid, and it's Moon's double on the afterplant.
Yeah, I mean, nice try from NIP to try and bring that one back from a really difficult spot. That was a 2 on 4. Comes down to the 1 on 2 for Moon. You mentioned at the start of this series the clutch factor of the sniper for Magic, and we're really getting it here. We've already had 2. This one, I think, a bit more exceptional. Both similar situations against the same 2 players, I think, or at least against Snappy each time. One stings for NIP, who had done such good work. Snappy, again, just getting some really great kills.
Great timings, right? The fact that he walks through the short smoke, just on the edge of it. The fact that he's able to get by AW, and he's got no idea. Masval isolated. You think that Moon is going to struggle, especially with 20 HP, but he doesn't need to worry about what HP he's on if he can just hit every shot instantaneously. Tenzi wants mid. He loves mid, and this time he's been naded, so he gets pushed off mid. Tell you what, I've completely lied to the whole audience. Tenzi has just walked Red Room, and they have no idea.
He's not going to step past, though. Oh, my God. AW tries to step past. That was an interesting move to make, hoping that maybe some eyes were elsewhere. There's actually 3 players here on B right now. And Snappy gets a second. He's on 12 kills. Top of the server right now. Kaspersky punished, and Masval gets a quick follow through. As the bomb spotted, B ramp. Down is going to hold that position, so knows it's not the commitment in. Now Snappy just keeps going looking. Moon, will he catch him? He does, and oh, it's another quick shot from Moon. Players on the extremities. Magic need a group.
Yeah, they're going to go back to B. They're expecting that with this push out, that means that a player would have pushed B ramp, and they're on a timer right now. And they'd be right. Shush has walked A main. He's going in towards elbow. Does he see them? Yes, he does, and he can't hit any of the shots. Stan walks back in. 20 seconds. First kill is his. But Moon's already on this angle, and he hits the shot immediately. It's Moon versus Stown again, and it's Moon coming out on top in every single occasion.
I really love what we're getting out of Moon. After he has had a couple of quiet maps, he pulled out all the stops here. It's almost a non-factor against Faze, at least in terms of the fragging output. One dud map versus 3D Max, but here he is really stepping up. And look at Magic, they're going to go into A. Stown is here, but no AWP in hand. Would he just get caught out? Oh no, the flashbang comes over. Couldn't have been better timed. Now defensive smoke. He wants to keep fighting because he has the support. Oh, but they get eviscerated by AW. Flames, flash, and bullets. Bomb still not down, gets thrown over so that Moon can just hold tempo, and it gets the kill off it. Magic are 10 steps ahead and about to have 10 rounds, just 2 for NIP. It's domination from Magic.
Unbelievable from Magic. It's been so refreshing to watch this T side just have so much variety, so many players stepping up in a big way. And sure, it's not all been smooth sailing, but you've relied on your players to step up and clutch. Even in that last round, that small micro, Moon throws the bomb over the wall so he can then still hold tempo, and that's exactly when Snappy strafes out. Chef's kiss, a thing of beauty. Match winner prediction, best of 3. Now heavily favouring Magic. Makes sense. They're 10-2 up on their choice, and now they're on the CT side. NIP, they won the pistol, by the way, in that first half, so maybe this pistol isn't even vital at this point.
Stake finally caught up to what we were saying at the start of the series. That molly, not quite it. Masval, can't find his, but this double setup in towards A main is going to be a serious problem. They're just going to flood players at this. The bomb dropped, AW slides out for 2, and Snappy, he's just nowhere nearby. Can't blame him. He's going to be that late lurk, but his entire team has fallen.
The biggest issue right now with NIP when it comes to kills is that it's actually incredibly top heavy with the players that you don't want to be at the top of the leaderboard. And I mean that with all the nicest intentions in the world, right? Like Ken, Kaspersky, these are the riflers that you brought in to be X Factor. Stown's at the top with Snappy, and that's fantastic. But it shouldn't be Snappy and Shush at the top of the leaderboard because these aren't the roles of these players. So maybe you just brush this off. Maybe you just put this to one side unless Snappy can pull off the unthinkable. 30 seconds left. But getting this bomb is going to be such a hard task. You've already got a low HP Tenzi just jiggling and getting all the info. They know he's here now, so they could just group together. It can be 3, 2, 1, a triple swing. I'm ready for the kill collection. Snappy runs out of bullets. Tenzi locks it in on 11 HP, and that is Magic ascending to 11.
Yeah, what are NIP going to do here? It's going to be the force buy. Kind of feels like
right.
they have to.
They're playing with confidence right now. The fact that he just runs through that CT smoke, Lucy, like, come on.
It's crazy. That means that force fight is worked for Magic, so let's not write it off. Again, though, the read from Magic is brilliant. A third player comes over. There's no instant kills like there were for Magic. So now you've lost down and you've got to find a new answer elsewhere.
Just saw the pop up on the screen as well, guys. If you want to join Stake, you can use the code RANK, so you get a $10 reload every day for 7 days. You can go click the banner below the stream for all the full details. Terms and conditions apply. Fade is looking to apply his trade in middle, and that's brilliant. MP9, he's somehow alive during all of this. I don't know how he hasn't been traded, but he lives on a whisker of HP. Masval will die to Eskapersky, and Shush will actually find Moon. It's now getting a little bit dangerous, but AW's in the corner, and he can't tame the spray of this SMG. Tenzi's thrown into a 1v3.
Well, this is now a disaster, isn't it? You got the both opening picks and then just overfought and lost the round. Going to be a saved M4, so it's almost a mirror of what we got in the second round of the map. Can Tenzi hold on to this to round it out? Down tried and without success. Or was it Shush? Whoever it was, they died. I think Tenzi will be okay. So at least his force buy back the other way won't be so bad. But yeah, a little bit silly in middle there. Maybe displaying the confidence of the 11-2 scoreline.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, you don't want to get complacent. That's the main thing, and that's what this team... The thing is, it's so interesting, because that's what this team will learn the hard way through... Obviously, games like this, moments like this. But it's so funny because the one thing I've never actually questioned about Magic is their mentality. And we've seen them so much, right? When the pressure's highest, you've said this so much, Lucy. Like, well, when it gets to overtime, they just win. Like, every single time, they just win overtime. They're able to battle back. They're able to dig deep. So how about the opposite, guys? Like, when you're so high up, close.
You can tell it to every team here. No one can close.
True.
Oh, okay, bit of a spot on that break. Confirmation's there, which means rotation's coming. AW is freaking out on the side. There's so much going on.
It's like a Beyblade.
Tenzi's here with the M4. It's being held for. Fade 8 finally gets that first kill in. Okay, nothing to be done there. They're getting run down until the M4 would only manages one. So it looks all fine in the chaos. Moon, the UMP has a backstab. Get Snappy. Or maybe not, actually. Snappy will get him. I say it should get Snappy. Snappy's 15 and 9.
The timing looked like he was going to get Snappy. Snappy wasn't looking at the angle until you started saying half the sentence. So I agree. He should have got Snappy. Until we shouldn't have got Snappy. I'm surprised AW moved from the back of the bomb site because like he was really paranoid, but he was actually a real focal point in that setup, despite him only being on the 5-7. His entire job there was to bait for the M4 in cave, and he somewhat did that by also then being in cave. But I think if he was on the bomb site, I don't know, maybe he could have potentially got another kill. We'll never know. That's the beauty of it. 11-4, no money. This would be 11-5, and the scoreline is now looking a little bit more pleasing. NIP are doing the cosmetic work, and if they're able to win the next gun round, we can start talking about them being competitive in this map.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that Magic have been really struggling when it comes to CT sides. It's really been the T sides that have been doing the heavy lifting for them. Even on CT dominant maps like Overpass, for instance, they beat Faze in that because they got 6 rounds in a T side that put them in a really good space. But they do tend to struggle more on the defense than the offense.
I suppose that the counter argument to it in this particular scenario is, well, they won the pistol and they got 10 rounds on their T side, so hopefully 2's enough. Hopefully there's enough to get 2 here out of the entire half.
I think there is. I know, remember against FaZe, they had like 3 T rounds in 2 maps, so...
Pretty bonkers. We'll see. This is quick, very quick. AW can't even get to the corner in time. Masval does a lot of damage. The nade then sails over. Doesn't do further. Teskupersky, look at the scaling. The deep mollies in towards both short and long. That's given a lot of space here, but Masval will deal with the second player. Bomb's not even down yet. And look at the rotations. Look at the swarm from Magic. They're in the bomb site, and you can't even plant. And this clutch for Snappy is going to be very difficult. And whilst the bomb did get finally put down, before they even are allowed to get after plants, they're immediately evacuated back to the spectator screen.
Yeah, it looked a bit dicey with the pace and the opening pick, but Masval just holds on. Is a nuisance, and then they just swing. They're just so proactive. They do not allow NIP to get comfortable at all in that post plant, as you say. They just swarm from every single direction. And again, Snappy Def going, oh, what's happened, guys? So 12 found. 7 chances now to take Ancient, their map pick. What did Masval shoot? I didn't realize initially, but he plays on some ridiculous setting. Like, I think it's like 1700 EDPI or something. It's like over 2 sensitivity and 800 DPI. So it's like, it's 1700 or so.
That's
you
like
kind of see it when he's
sense.
shooting because it's just like, it's like these little like micro movements in it.
That's impressive. What's impressive is how good Snappy's been as well.
Well, no, here's the thing. It shouldn't be Snappy.
Oh, I know. That's what I said earlier. But I still got to praise him. Like I can't be like, oh no, Snappy, why are you getting all the kills? Because you can't be like that. But at the same time, I realized after I said it, I was like, that comes across a bit harsh because Snappy is playing very well.
Absolutely.
Let's go try B again.
Okay, Masval's out long. Actually drops his own smoke, and yeah, Kaspersky's looking for the fight. He finds it, not the outcome he wanted. But he does get caught. That's on the rotation through.
It's good bait.
This has actually set up Masval really well, hasn't it? Oh, EW, what? How is he alive? Okay, he's not. Does go down.
Another can go away.
Yeah, Moon, can he cut them off? Oh,
Cut the bomb off.
Stone's on the right-hand side. Moon, oh my god. Surely, no, my god, he finds him. Can't quite hit the shot, both of them miss, and straight into can. So that should be it, surely. Crazy timing there.
I tell you what, I wish we had replays with player cams. Because when Moon sees Stown there, he just freaks out. He's just not ready for him whatsoever. And his face was a picture. Tenzi will try and hold on to his AK. One thing you don't want to do is potentially hunt this guy too hard. It's okay. Shush steps in. He lives on a sliver. And NIP will get another round. That is a very emotive reaction out of Moon. I very much enjoyed that.
God, Spin is so animated. You'd think he was angry if they weren't just like winning so much. Like he's just like so expressive. very favored to win the series. This Force Buy comes with a lot of missing pieces and some seriously lesser weaponry. Don't want to get a lot of space though, considering how little they have to work with.
NOP are just playing this one so passive. Can that be a detriment to them? No, because that flashbang is brilliant from Snappy. Spade has replied back with a double. So this is a 2-on-3. AW is over on the right bomb site, and Snappy is nowhere near his teammates. There's a world in which this gets weird because AW can hear Snappy and he can maybe drop the bomb, but Snappy will immediately just shimmy round the corner. AW is still trying to be a nightmare for this team. Has Snappy create a pathway? Can he get around the corner? Escapersky bails him out. That's fine. Oh dear. You can see how that was potentially getting a little bit stressful.
Yeah, if it was on the MP9, maybe it was different. That was the Force Buy though, and yeah, now it's gonna have to be an eco. What is he saying? Okay, maybe he is mad. Okay.
I think I don't know, because he kind of looks happy as well.
Yeah, AW was smiling the round before when Spade 8 was talking like this. So now I don't know. He's not smiling now.
That was not a nice little team talk.
No, that wasn't as nice. I don't think. Yeah.
The issue you've got is that you've sort of barked all those instructions in an eco. So I guess maybe that gives you a round for it to set in. But this will be 12-8, and this will be NIP with 4 chances to bring it back to overtime. And based on what we've seen at this event so far, it would not surprise me.
All right, it's still a very long road.
Well, it was a long road. Now it's like they've got off the motorway and they're doing the scenic bit. Just trying to get back to your house down the windy bends. Snappy is playing out of his mind. It's so good to see. To be fair to Kaspersky, he has stepped up as well. He's now up to 12 kills. Down has come off the boil a little bit, but I suppose Snappy has been doing everything, so maybe he doesn't really need to have that same impact on this T side. It'd be nice to see Ken get involved a bit more. For Magic, they're just trying to make sure that none of these NIP players have the opportunity to get involved anymore.
Come on, mulling me? The moon's thinking, like, really? The bomb's down? You know, you're in a 5-on-1, I'm on a pistol, and you molly me?
He killed him.
Stan is looking for revenge on Moon, that's for certain. All right, Tom 8, guns back out.
Is there an AWP here for Moon? Yes, okay, cool. So we have everything. They are missing a couple of bits of util. Oh, Svede's missing a lot of HP. Triple nades onto his position. Moon is going to be tested over at A. That's what it currently looks like for NIP.
Some reinforcement in middle, but NIP don't go for the initial commit. We saw them retake middle in the previous 2 rounds. Stan's going to go searching. Just checking no one's close by as these mid players start to make moves. Tenzi has a good angle. Steps forward anyway. Oh, doesn't get the kill though. Bested. Now, CD, very low HP. Kind of has to tuck and hope they can catch the timing swing. There it comes. There's still the instant trade. Still has to be Moon. Molly forces him back. And Best down here sees the shadow, baits the shot in. Well, with Kaspersky getting the lurk, I think that might just be NIP getting 9.
Yeah, it should be. Moon and Masvow are not going to be looking forwards to going for this whatsoever, so they'll get out of dodge. Kaspersky's already on the flank. This is shaping up to be something here for NIP. I love how slow this was. Methodical clears in towards middle. Magic just felt really uncomfortable. They're really anticipating something that never came in. And finally, when Moon is being given an opportunity to be tested on the A-bomb site, he just gets harassed because your donut pillar has fallen. You're getting mollied as well. And you feel like you just can't go for a safe shot. He was relying so much on that mid hold because it meant that the attack from A was only one directional. As soon as Svade gets caught, he's out of there. He has to be. Can he hold on to this AWP? That's the next question. Looks like it.
I mean, despite how much it's been coming back for NIP, it's actually still quite remarkable, the odds.
Oh, now they're going fast again. Look at this change of pace. They got no idea. And it's such a good call because they don't have the utility to deal with this, Magic. NIP are in B.
Oh, Mazel hits the floor. Tansy, he's going to try and step up and try and make the multi. It's 2.5. Bomb not down. AW's looking for the timing to push through. Sitting in the smoke, can he do something here? Flash out comes through, AW runs down 2, looking for the third. This is the MP7 flying through the site to secure the map. 13-9, Magic take Ancient.
And it takes a ridiculous sequence of individual brilliance, both from Tenzi and then from AW. Shout out Moon's flash, by the way, because he throws out all the way on the rotate from A to fully blind everyone on site and to give AW that opportunity. But I tell you what, that was really looking like overtime was right there. NIP had it right there. Snappy was not only fragging, he was also calling the way back into that game.
Yeah, just like they need a few more CT rounds to work with, right? Just 10-2 is far too little to work with. And especially when you don't get the pistol either. Even if you do get that reset, it doesn't really get you going. You can see the kills. Snappy actually had the highest amount of kills on the map. And we had great showings from Shush, Stal having some consistency throughout. You saw him and Moon kind of going neck and neck. Moon did best him, I think, more often than not. But yeah, I think Tenzi definitely the hero here for that T side for Magic. So many openers provided by him, which I think made a big difference and allowed them to get that huge scoreline.
I think it's really impressive for